Chapter 1 Mist. Diary, foggy year. Autumn. Rain. I don't know why, but it seems like I can't remember many things after I wake up. I can't even tell who I am. Should I be called Xiaoji? Or maybe George is more fluent. But no matter what, my prayers were finally answered by God. Not only did I not die from the infection after the wound rotted, I turned into a zombie. What's even more miraculous is that my wounds also healed. Moreover, the fog seemed to dissipate from the surroundings of the castle overnight. Although it was still hazy outside the castle walls, and I could only see clearly the few houses closest to the castle. At least I no longer had to worry about the monster's cries every day. But why are there a few more words on my castle? Sanctuary. I'm sure I'm not dazzled, and it's not a hallucination. Because I can see more than these words. But can this have collapsed? Shabby earthen fort be called a shelter? Who are you protecting? My people are dead and fleeing. And my father is gone. Who does this shelter? I'm the only one left. This damn bad world. But I still have to live. I don't want to die. At least I don't want to starve to death. I had already eaten the last half of the moldy black bread. I had to get out of this shabby castle and find something to eat outside. I'm so hungry now that I can't even carry a hammer. I hope I won't run into those zombies or wild wolves. May God bless you, and don't let today's diary become my last words. George put down the pen in his hand, scratched his greasy and dirty hair, and looked at the increasingly heavy rain outside the broken wall of the bedroom. His eyes gradually focusing. The heavy rain, bad as it was, at least masked some of the sounds and smells. And wolves should not come out to look for food on such a rainy day. Hope. He looked away and looked at the weapon at his feet. I seem to be very familiar with this thing. I must have used it a few days ago, because there are still a lot of coagulated blood and white brains on it. But when I looked at it now, there was an extra line of notes on it. A rusty mace. Such words suddenly appeared in front of him. Although it seemed very strange, he had begun to get used to it. After he woke up, he seemed to have inherited some memories of this body, as if both people were himself, which made George wonder if he had merged with his other self in a parallel plane. I used to be a salesperson, and I didn't do very well. It seems that he has been just a young priest in this life. The only thing worthy of praise is that he is the son of a baron. But the territory has been reduced to this field, and I don't know what to do in the future. Obviously, this wasn't a great start. Now even finding a bite to eat has become a problem. George shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The only thing he wanted to do now was eat. After he drank the last half bottle of sour wine on the table, he put on his leather gloves, picked up his hammer and holy book, and walked out of the room. There are many collapsed places in the castle, and the stone stairs seem to be suspended in midair. I don't know what happened in the past few days to make it look like this. Whenever he passed by those gaps, some more words would appear before his eyes. Reparable. But it seems that due to lack of materials and manpower, the word is gray. It was windy and rainy, and heavy rain kept blowing in through the holes. George withdrew his gaze from those words, wiped the water from his face, and walked down the stone stairs. The family portraits in the corridor have been soaked in water, and there are many black and red handprints and scratches on the walls. I don't know what terrible things they have experienced. The water on the ground almost reached George's calves, and the carpet under his feet was like soaked bread crust, wrapping around his ankles. If I weren't afraid that the dirty water would carry the plague, I would really like to fill my stomach with these bread crusts. George swallowed and touched his rumbling stomach, staggering through the corridor. I came to the main hall of the castle. A faint smell of blood and stench reached his nose, and several corpses were scattered in the main hall. Their heads were all broken, which must have been a good thing he did. But he couldn't remember clearly. It seems that he still has some strength. Looking at these corpses, George's eyes turned green, and the big drum in his stomach started beating loudly. If he can't find bread or anything like that today, I'm afraid he'll have to eat meat tonight. Perhaps boiling it will actually kill the plague. There was a crashing sound, and the side door panel of the main hall was suddenly blown open by the wind. George's hungry eyes looked towards the door and walked towards the auxiliary hall on the other side. At this time, half of the auxiliary hall connected to the castle had collapsed. Like a torn cake, there were collapsed debris and gravel everywhere. The huge gap in the dome was pouring heavy rain inward, and the dark clouds in the sky were like whirlpools, connected to the fog. From the gaps in the auxiliary halls, looking towards the north square of the castle, he could see that the main entrance and the city wall of the castle on the north side had completely collapsed, and the broken walls were piled all over the place. He could directly see the endless outside of the castle, of mist. The heavy rain on the castle side fell into the mist, as if it was being eaten. Maybe people will do the same thing after entering. Only the south side of the deputy hall was not shrouded in fog. The school grounds and the big wall on the south side were also in ruins, as if they had been run over by a huge tank. His eyes passed through the ruins and continued to look out. And he saw the village houses next to the south side of the castle. Seeing the few rooms that were not shrouded in fog, George couldn't help but feel grateful. Moreover, the people who had been wandering between the ruined wall and the village have now all disappeared. Judging from the muddy footprints on the ground, it seemed that the heavy fog had left the scope of the shelter. Although there was no fog near those houses, he didn't know if there would be anything inside, but he couldn't care about that much now. Hungry George raised his hood and walked through the heavy rain. He stumbled through the rubble, walked past the ruins of the school ground, and arrived outside the ruined wall. Not far away was the tavern in the territory, and after thinking of the tavern, a fragment of memory suddenly came to mind. It seems that before he left home to study at St. Willick's Cathedral as a trainee priest, he often secretly went to the tavern with his father on his back to look for the wing-ing. A silver fox, a large silver coin with fine texture, can comfortably accompany you for a night. Although it is a bit expensive, it is the most heart-beating memory for him when he first fell in love with someone else. There will never be a beautiful warboy there now, but there will definitely be something to eat. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but feel hungrier. Although there was no fog here, George still couldn't see very far in the heavy rain. He could only follow his own impressions and speed up. Finally, after a short while, a crude-looking building appeared in front of him. A line of gray words appeared in front of me. A shabby tavern with leaks everywhere. It really fits the title. George looked around and found that there was no strange figure. So he clenched the hammer in his hand and strode into the house. At first glance, there was no one inside, but the faint smell of blood still made George a little nervous. After closing the door, there was a sound coming from inside. This made his heart beat wildly. He can only deal with one zombie at most now. If he encounters a wolf or other monster, he will be dead. The tavern creaked in the wind and rain, and there was a flash of thunder and lightning. George, who was stiff, looked towards the door of the storage room and saw a long and fleeting shadow. Without taking care of it, he was going crazy with hunger. So now even if he is going to die, he has to be a starved man. Chapter 2 at stake. He rushed directly to the fire pit in the center of the tavern and started rummaging around. However, although there was soup in the big pot, it was rotten and covered with green hair. Moreover, even some rotten food scattered on the ground has been soaked by the rain, and it is unclear what it is. Can't eat it at all. The rain was pouring, and there were a few more noises from the other side of the door, as well as waves of low roars. George glanced over there, then got behind the bar and started rummaging. Finally, he found a dried black sausage in an urn. This black sausage is not rotten or moldy, but it has a lot of teeth marks, which must have been gnawed by mice. When I took it out, there were still a few cockroaches lying on it. After getting rid of those 2 damn bugs, George stuffed the whole sausage into his mouth and devoured it, almost choking to death in happiness. It wasn't until he found a bottle of wine in the wine cabinet in a panic, tore off the sealing wax and wrapping cloth, and then after taking a few sips, he suddenly breathed out. Ah, it feels much more comfortable. At this moment, George felt as if he had regained life. After having something in his stomach, George felt a little more energetic and had the mind to think about other things. There was a constant sound in the room, but nothing came out. This made him feel a little curious. After patting his 3/3 full belly, George still felt very hungry. He picked up the hammer in one hand and the wine bottle in the other, and walked over there. The room that kept making noise was actually the storeroom and kitchen of the tavern. He remembered that there was a fireplace at the very end, and down the stairs was the cellar. But now the things inside are scattered all over the floor, and there is a thin figure stuck between the overturned cupboards, like a refugee trapped in an earthquake. Near it, there were pools of black blood, which should also be from zombies. It seemed that it was not the only zombie here, but after the fog dissipated, even the zombies with insensitive legs and feet crawled away, leaving it alone here. The human's approach made the zombie even more crazy. It pushed a chair that was pressed against its upper body and almost jumped over, but the cupboard pressed against his lower body prevented him from succeeding. He could only stand in place and show his teeth and claws. George raised his head and looked at the dead face. A fragment of memory appeared in his mind, causing him to shout in surprise. "Little John?" George blurted out. Little John was actually only a few years younger than George. There is a small character in front of his name just because he is the son of old John. And this father and son are the owners of this tavern. The zombie obviously didn't recognize him, and it was not interested in the food scattered on the ground. It seemed that it just wanted to eat this person. After George made a sound, it swung around wildly, almost lifting the heavy cabinet on its body. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him, George couldn't help but sigh. This Mr. Zombie seems to be his childhood playmate, and he also served as his night's attendant. It can be said that the relationship is quite close. Hey, I haven't been back for so many years. I didn't expect you to have grown so tall. I remember you used to hang around behind but when I was a kid. After saying that, George took a sip of wine. He saw that Little John's pair of eyes had turned into his ice blue eyes, couldn't help but feel a little sad. Hack you! The hammer struck hard and broke Little John's cervical spine. The zombie's body twitched twice. Its mouth crunched twice. And then it stopped moving again. Looking at this completely rotten childhood friend, George wiped away the tears on his face, took a deep breath, and after taking another sip of wine, he felt the curse and angry hammer, making he felt relieved. Although, this does not conform to the grammar here at all, and pastors should not curse people casually. Putting away the mace, George's hungry green eyes looked at the black bread and black sausages on the ground, squatting there and devouring them. The dry and hard black bread made his teeth sore, as if he was chewing on hard wood. The dried black sausage was also frighteningly salty and smelly. But George seemed to be tasting delicious food in the world. After filling his belly, George felt that the panic feeling in his chest finally disappeared completely. He knows that the food has not actually been digested, and the nutrients have not entered the body. But having a full belly gave him a great sense of security and happiness. After taking a breath of relief, George came to John's side and rummaged through his pockets. Little John has always been in charge of the tavern's accounts, so he must have something and a key with him. Little John, don't blame me. Just rest here for now. Brother, I don't know how long I can live. If I don't die tomorrow, I will find time to bury you. He really didn't have the mood or energy to do anything else now. He was cold and tired now. After rummaging through the keys and money bag, George looked at the money bag and became slightly stunned. The money should still be of some use. St. Wilmic's Cathedral is in the south. According to his diary, it has not been affected by the disaster. Currency should still be useful. At least it is possible to fool people who lack knowledge in this era. Ordinary people have never left the territory in their lives. And in the midst of wars and disasters, capable people are willing to collect gold and silver. Thinking of this, he picked up everything and put the food on the ground into a linen bag, heading towards the tavern's fire pit. He didn't want to go to the cellar yet, because he was afraid that he would feel despair when he saw the situation there, because usually only wine is placed there. So let's leave some thoughts for myself first. In addition to black sausages and brown bread, this big bag contained a lot of potatoes and sweet potatoes, which was enough for him to eat for 10 or 8 days. Therefore, he decided to visit other houses after the heavy rain stopped. There are various signs that it is indeed safe within the confines of the shelter. Those monsters don't seem to like to step into places without fog. But maybe I just don't like it. After dragging the bag back to the main hall, George, who felt a little tired, took some firewood and lit the fire pit in the middle. After sitting on the chair, he warmed himself by the fire and listened to the heavy rain outside and the light rain inside. His whole body was warm, and he actually felt a little happy. He shook his head and laughed at himself. He looked at the firewood in the fire pit in front of him and felt confused. Yes, what should we do now? Just when he was in a daze, a line of words suddenly appeared in the fire. You took back the tavern in the shelter. George was a little surprised that these words seemed to appear after lighting the fire pit. Then, before he could think about it, a few more lines of words came out of the fire. You recapture the first building of the shelter. But what you don't know is that there is actually a good thing hidden under the fire pit. Your shelter already has a tavern. The fire pit in the tavern is warm, and it's raining heavily today. Maybe it will attract some lost adventurers, but you may need to count on the gods. Recruit your first followers quickly, and let them help you guard and build shelters. And from these followers with different talents, you will also be able to learn more. Currently available followers, 1, in this shabby tavern. How many more people do you want to recruit? After seeing these words, George almost rolled over from his chair into the fire. I accidentally knocked all the potatoes in the bag into the fire pit. He didn't have the mind to care. At this moment, only this word flashed in his mind. Farming? What does this word mean? Why did a feeling of hope suddenly arise in my heart? Without any time to think, George quickly picked up the stick and rummaged under the fire pit. When the stick hit a foreign object, He took it out. It was a scroll. Its appearance was old and rough. And it seemed that it was not afraid of fire. It looked no different from my father's rolled-up map. But George saw a line of notes from above. Scroll of Sanctuary, Acting Lord Edition. After opening the scroll, I found that the paintings on the map could be enlarged and reduced according to my wishes. And I could observe the buildings on the map from a god's perspective. Although most of them were hidden in the fog, I could still vaguely see them from the names of the outlines. There are many houses in the villages and towns. And further away, including the mills on the southern outskirts, the vineyards on the northern slopes, the monasteries on the southeastern hills, etc. are listed one by one. In addition, there seemed to be many red dots floating on the map. I couldn't figure out what those red dots were. But the little golden ball of light in the tavern seemed to be me. When he stared at the small golden ball of light, some notes appeared in front of him. After zooming in, he could see the words clearly. Character, George William Austin. Title, Baron, don't doubt it. According to your father's will, after he leaves the territory, whether he is alive or dead, you will be a baron. Function of the title, nice to hear. Do you still expect this title to be of any use? Baron. The polished commander? Position, priesthood, choir trainee pastor. Physique, 1.2 wisdom, 0.2. Vitality, 6 out of 6, physique *5, mana, 2 out of 2, wisdom *10. Skill. The mantra hymn that I haven't quite figured out yet, part 1, Holy Hymn LV0, currently has a slight purifying and anti-inflammatory effect, praise your God of protection. The mantra hymn I haven't memorized yet, part 2, Chastise in the Holy Name LV0, now you can't use this move to punish your enemy at the critical moment. But if you move the statue in your hand, maybe it would be possible to knock the enemy on the head with a brick like sacred book. Inspiration LV0, or it would be more appropriate to call it a liar. Because although you often call yourself a god, you actually have no faith and are simply a god. But you seem to have a pretty good tongue. After all, you have 9 years of compulsory education and have been in the church for a few years. It's no problem to deceive the illiterate fishlet people in the outer world so. Can this ability really be regarded as a skill? Specialties. 1. Wheel mallet. 2. Cracking walnuts with bare hands. Don't be disappointed. You learned this in the Vatican. But at least it makes you physically stronger. Right? Comprehensive combat power. 2. Compared to those refugees who are about to starve to death, you, a well-balanced noble, are actually pretty good. After George saw this, he felt a sudden roar in his head and waves of dizziness. I'm a hacky retard. But it seems I haven't eaten walnuts for a long time. After a pause, George thought, well, this wisdom should actually have nothing to do with IQ. It should refer to the power to control mana. But why is it not called magic or sacred power? But mana? I'm not a master. Simply because the rain hadn't stopped and his physical strength hadn't fully recovered yet. George took the scroll and studied it carefully. At this time, he observed that there was a line of small text notes on the upper right side of the scroll map. After zooming in, those words appeared in front of him. Shelter. Condition, severely damaged. Lord, acting George William Austin. Buildings, castle, severely damaged. Tavern. Divine favor, 0 to 1, the place shrouded by divine favor is within a shelter, which can dispel the fog, purify the land, and allow evil spirits to retreat. The base of divine favor can increase the scope of the shelter, and consumption can reveal miracles. Resources: food, 1 wood, 3 stone, 20 metal, 0 magic material, 0. Hero, 0/1. Residents, 1/300, unbelievers/believers. Unable to provide divine grace restoration and basic divine grace. Heroic spirit, guard 0 out of 0, needs cemetery/temple of valor. Can consume divine grace for transformation. Servant of heaven, artisan 0/0, needs cemetery/temple of valor. Can consume divine grace for transformation. And at the bottom of this note, there is a line of bright red words. Shelters in danger. You should have seen those red dots. 67 of them. The light of the shelter at night can't stop many monsters. And the monsters are wandering around, just waiting for dinner at night. George broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 3 Choice. George felt a sense of despair. He remembered the follower mentioned in the tavern, and the second mission seemed to be related to this. So I couldn't help but read it carefully. Side Mission 1, Recruit Followers. Explanation. There are 3 travelers who are lost in the fog and are walking towards the shelter under the guidance of God. Content. This is a little test from God to you, and these 3 people are bound to meet in fate. But one of them will kill you. Choose the right person and convince him to stay. As a lord, The ability to choose and recruit partners is the most basic quality. And in this impenetrable fog, the shelter needs someone like this even more. You only have one chance. I hope you don't make the wrong decision. Of course, if you can't make a choice, you also have the right to choose not to leave anyone behind. Reward, according to what you said, you are about to take over the branch of God of Sanctuary. Therefore, if you want to obtain his first investment, you should naturally recruit a group of backbones first. God is paying attention to you, but he still has some doubts about whether you, an unbeliever, can keep the sanctuary. I also wonder if you have found the wrong person. Seeing these two tasks, George had mixed feelings in his heart. Although those red dots don't have any labels, they are all moving. Some clusters of red dots move very fast, which shows that they are probably wolves. Maybe he could think of some way to deal with those mindless zombies. But I'm afraid only one or two of those cunning wolves could kill him. Although this recruitment task seems a bit cheating, I am at the end of the road now, and have nothing to hesitate. I have to keep one person. George shook his head and thought, this first pot of gold is not good in itself. Earned. This opportunity was given to me for free. Even if there is danger, I have no reason to give up. No matter how strong those people are, at least one more person means more hope. And George felt that he should still be able to find some clues from these travelers to make the right decision. At this moment, George suddenly found that the time above the tavern suddenly disappeared and turned into a... And then, the door of the tavern was gently pushed open. The wind and rain blew by, and a tall figure walked in among the swaying bonfire. It can be seen from the exquisite curves that the hooded person is a woman. After she lifted her hood, she revealed a head of long purple-black slightly curly hair and a pair of deep blue eyes, like the sea. After she came in, she glanced at George coldly from the corner of her eye, and then stretched out her hand without saying a word. Then the fire in the fire pit suddenly became strong. Immediately afterwards, the woman walked to the window and looked at the heavy rain outside. Motionless. It was as if they were waiting for the heavy rain to subside and then immediately hit the road. George took a closer look and saw these lines of notes on her body. The lonely and arrogant mysterious witch. Speciality, knife insertion and eye roll. Monologue, how did I get here? Other unknown, with Sanctuary's current capabilities. You cannot read any more information from her. Ignoring the specialty that made him want to complain, George began to think. Witches. Many people think they are evil, even related to the mist. I don't know the true situation of this world, and I don't know if she is evil, but she clearly doesn't seem to be communicating well. George remained silent and planned to take a look at this person secretly. But at this moment, the door was pushed open again. This time, an old man wearing a white robe came in. George recognized his identity from the style of his robe at a glance. The high priest. Don't be nervous. I'm just a wandering traveler who lost his way in the fog like you. I'm taking shelter here temporarily. The priest glanced at George slightly. He looked more polite than the witch, and his eyes were softer and warmer. It seems that just one look can bring strength to people's hearts. The priest glanced at the witch, then withdrew his gaze, and came to a corner to rest with a thoughtful look on his face. The title on the old man's head was consistent with what George had guessed. The steadfast and pious great priest. Speciality, smashing durian with bare hands. Monologue, why doesn't the fog sweep in here? Other unknown, with Sanctuary's current capabilities. You cannot read any more information from him. After seeing his specialty, George felt that the strength of the Holy See might really be divided according to this. Shaking his head and getting rid of the useless things, George thought to himself, but this guy's attitude is obviously much better than that of the witch, and I can also find an entry point to talk to him. The appearance of these two powerful travelers gave George great hope. Moreover, it seemed as if this priest was guided by God to help him. It seems that as long as he finds a way to convince him that the God of Sanctuary is paying attention to this place, he can be persuaded to stay. But the key thing is that there are problems with my current identity and memory. I don't know anything about my resume in the past few years. If the conversation didn't go well, he thought he was a paragraph. Or maybe this guy was greedy for this place without fog. And the monologue gave George an inexplicable weird feeling in his heart. He didn't know why he felt like this, and he didn't have time to think about it. Because at this time, the door was pushed open fiercely. Immediately afterwards, an extremely tall and vicious figure bent down and entered the house. This big bald head gives people a dangerous sense of aggression, and there is a ferocious scar on his face. After he came in, he sat on a seat, slapped the table hard, and yelled at George loudly, "Get me something to eat! Bartender!" His voice was very rough and scary, and even the ashes on the beam shook down. A few rubs of ash fell on Miss Witch's hair. She trembled slightly, and did not use her white hands to get rid of it. She acted as if nothing had happened just now, and tried her best to maintain her mysterious demeanor. George used a wooden stick to flip the potatoes in the fire pit, and ignored the big bald head. Instead, he now hopes that he can take action to break the deadlock. And if it can trigger a new plot, then he will learn more information after observing the next actions of these three people. While he was thinking, he glanced at the irritable bald head with his peripheral vision. Hungry and destitute wandering mercenary. Specialty, especially edible. Monologue. Don't touch me, or I'll lie down and show you. Other unknown. After reading the notes, a line of words suddenly appeared in the fire pit. You only have one chance to speak. After you choose to communicate with one person, the others will leave. But at this time, the irritable bald man did not do anything radical. But after realizing that the bartender ignored him, he instead looked at the potatoes he was deliberately playing with and drooled. This left George speechless and a little disappointed. The tavern became quiet again, and the three of them were motionless, minding their own business. Only the rain outside was still pattering, making the tavern less quiet. George stuck a potato on a wooden stick and ate it slowly. Only one of the three people responded. The big man quietly rummaged through his empty pockets. Hey, if a normal person is hungry and crazy, then he will still consider the issue of money when faced with the temptation of food? George felt a little speechless. He felt that this bald man either had an extremely noble bottom line, or was missing a string in his head. He prefers the latter, because wandering mercenaries have always been associated with the word bandit. And people with high moral standards simply cannot survive, unless the strength is terrifying and scary. This guy's strength is obviously not up to that standard. Shaking his head, George began to think. The identity of the priest seems very positive, but it is unlikely that he would choose him if he was not forced to do so. This fool's situation is similar to that of the priest. Maybe he killed himself, ate all the food and starved himself to death. As for the witch, she seemed to be having a hard time convincing her. But he couldn't help but glance at the witch. Her hair was still covered with cobwebs and dust. George was secretly speechless about this witch who had such a contrast between her inside and outside. He felt that both she and the fool were special. Then he completely ignored her. She had no reason to hang out with a down-and-out lord like herself. Ignore other issues first. Among these three people, I am not sure that I can convince the witch. So I throw out one. And now it is a choice of one out of two: the pious priest and the bald man. George couldn't help but glance at the priest again, feeling that the strange feeling in his heart became stronger. Why there is no fog here can be explained in two ways. One is that this person is a cultist, and the other is that he has great expectations for this kind of miracle. George looked at the old but very clean divine robe on his body, and was sure that it was a believer of the god of sanctuary. But he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He felt that this priest was cheating on him. And he also knew that he should not make the judgment that the priest was a hypocrite based on just one opinion. But he could no longer hold back the thought in his heart. If this guy is a werewolf, then why does the god of sanctuary designate a priest as a werewolf? Does this mean that the god of sanctuary is hinting at something? And the missed sentence in his monologue means that the god of sanctuary chose himself, an unbeliever, to build a sanctuary, instead of choosing a pious person. Wouldn't it be better to let the people of the holy court or temple build the shelter? Why choose someone like yourself who wants everything but has nothing? Does this mean that the god of sanctuary can no longer trust his own people? What happened after this fog? If even the holy court cannot convince the god of sanctuary, then does this world have a future? He suddenly looked up, feeling flustered. The entire tavern in front of him seemed to be suddenly filled with fog, making his eyes confused. He knew that he must have been suspicious again. If the matter itself was not that complicated, the god of sanctuary would just give him a low-level test, allowing him to choose his own people, and then let the priest guide his faith. Or you want to see if you, a faithless person, can fall into the arms of the god of sanctuary and unconditionally believe in the god of sanctuary. Then wouldn't you have dug a big hole for yourself? This is not a test to choose a werewolf. But the god of sanctuary wants to see himself clearly through this matter, to believe in him unconditionally, or to pay attention to himself even when death is imminent, even if this attention is completely opposite to the god of protection. But why the hell does this god of protection have to find a disobedient person to open a branch? Maybe he should have chosen a witch so that this problem would be gone. The god of sanctuary is testing his eloquence again, but he really doesn't have the confidence to convince the witch. But something strange was that the more George looked at it, the more he felt that there was something familiar about this witch. Nonsense! If you know me, it's definitely not that kind of lion. In other words, This familiar feeling is that we might know each other in the future. George shook his head and let go of his fantasy. Look at the robe and accessories on her body. Every one of them is high-end. Those beautiful earrings are definitely the work of a master. Find the air of a young baron yourself. You will never know such a person. And it is impossible for witches to have much contact with clergy. She seemed to be of high birth. And she was in a hurry and full of thoughts. In this environment, if she had a good place to go. But she came out to wander in the mist. She must have something important to do. Such people will not stay in one place for long. She is not a bastard. Why can she smell domineering? Even if he feels that he is compatible with her. That will be in the future. Now I simply cannot recruit such people. At this moment, another line of words appeared above the fire pit. The rain is almost subsiding. You don't have much time. Go away. You mother. We are enemies in the same industry. George no longer hesitated and threw the potatoes in the fire pit directly to the mercenary, with a look of reluctance. This guy is 2 heads taller than Yao Ming. If he really fights for food from me in the future, he can kill me with 1 punch. Beat him to death. But I don't believe it. How can I still fool a fool? Well, who is Yao Ming? In the end, he still didn't guess who was the person God said would kill him. But he finally decided to leave the direction of the matter to himself. He believed that even if God saw the future, he could change it. And assuming that these 2 guys are both bad guys, then it would be easier to change a gangster than a cultist. After the big bald man picked it up from the ground, he just threw it into his mouth and swallowed it, regardless of whether it was hot or not. Then he opened his eyes wide and looked at George eagerly. That look actually looked a little pitiful. George's eyebrows trembled slightly, looking at the potatoes in the fire pit. He felt his heart bleeding. But he felt a lot more at ease in his heart. This fool was definitely not pretending. 5 or 6 more were thrown over, and were eaten by the big bald head one after another. And that almost starving has become 3 full. Immediately, he simply threw all the potatoes leaning against the fire pit to him one by one. After the big bald man ate everything, he burped slightly. And the small characters also changed to the down-and-out wandering mercenary who didn't have much to eat. The corners of George's mouth twitched. He began to feel a little regretful about his choice to recruit this follower such an appetite. Maybe I will really die in his hands. But now that he had made his decision, he decided to go all the way. George slowly opened his mouth. Friends! This world is terrible. We need to rely on each other to stay warm in order to survive. Although I don't have much food here, it is enough to last for a while. And there is still a lot of food waiting in the fertile fields outside my territory. People go and harvest. You wander around just for a bite of food. Why don't you stay here and share the roof with me? George spoke as if there were many people in the territory, and the words in his mouth were completely painting the pie. As for things like lords and nobles, in this period, I am afraid they can only have some effect on those ignorant feudal people who are illiterate. In fact, even he himself doesn't know how much food is grown outside. After all, in Johannesburg, the land before was only planted with grapes. Are you really a noble? The lord here? Looking at the look of the man in front of him, the mercenary was a little unconvinced. But the words noble and lord seemed to have some effect on him. George's heart skipped a beat and he said, Of course. Pretending to be a noble is a capital offense. My name is George William Austin. And the other lords around here know my and my father's names. But you look even poorer than me. I feel like I will starve to death if I follow you. The mercenary looked disgusted. Damn it. You're the one who's good at inserting a knife. Right? And it's not like he's not smart. George cursed secretly, feeling a little depressed at the same time. It seems that even fools don't want to follow me. Chapter 4 Destiny. In his peripheral vision, he noticed that the witch and the priest had opened the door of the tavern. At this time, the rain outside had become lighter, and George couldn't help feeling a little desperate and regretful. It seems he made the wrong decision. The mercenary in front of him also stood up, but he seemed hesitant. George saw his hesitation, but he said nothing, and focused on playing with the firewood in the fire pit with the wooden stick in his hand just now. He threw 2 more potatoes into the fire pit. Obviously this scene attracted the mercenary's attention. George remained silent and a little uneasy, because there will soon be only the 2 of them left in the house if a fool is in a hurry. He will also act as a robber. However, it seems that this silly big man, although he looks very fierce, seems to be quite disciplined. This is exactly the same as the way he looked when he took out his pocket before he opened his mouth to say something. But his face was full of shame. Yi Hong showed an embarrassed expression and then scratched his head. Seeing his appearance, George finally felt relieved. And it seemed that he had not misjudged the person. This kind of person will never make a guest appearance as a gangster easily unless he plays the role very well. And if that was the case, then he deserved to die in his hands. He couldn't help but want to continue the persuasion. But he finally restrained himself. Because he knows that at this time, the more you talk, the less confident you will be. His father once told him that when you face a servant, silence is often more effective than a golden tongue. Sure enough, the mercenary finally opened his mouth. You gave me a bite to eat when I was about to starve to death. I should have sacrificed my life for you. But my comrade died, and I have his relics and letters with me. And his home also needs to be accommodated. This seemed to be a reason why he had to leave. And with this big man's commitment-oriented speaking style, it was difficult to get over it. But George's heart shone slightly. Look at you. George suddenly showed a look of hatred for Steele. Look at you. You are so down and wandering. You can't even eat. How are you going to accommodate his family? Go fight with him. Food? You even lost the pension of your comrades. The big man patted his head, with some regret and distress on his face. He pouted and said, I lost those silver foxes. In this way, if I give you a job, you can make enough money in one day. George's heart beat violently, and he couldn't help feeling slightly panicked. He put the food in front of him and mentioned the word money. No matter how you look at it, it is a decision to commit suicide. But now that he has chosen a path, he will definitely go to the dark side. How much? The big man's eyes widened slightly. George gritted his teeth suddenly and rummaged through his pockets, although the territory was already like a bear. As a nobleman, he did have a lot of money after returning from the church. And there are quite a few in Little John's bag. This adds up to 300 silver foxes, some of which are golden lions. With a price of 4 to 6 silver foxes in this era, you can buy a slave who can work. This can be said to be a huge sum of money. And if the big man in front of him was really greedy, he would treat him like a chicken. But now I am at the end of my rope. If the big guy kills me, I will die. If he leaves, I will die. And judging from what he said, this guy who pays attention to commitment doesn't seem to be like this. After getting rid of these unnecessary suspicions, George's eyes widened, and he said the lines he had planned. What do you think of more than 100 silver foxes? It's enough to house your comrade's family for a lifetime and buy some farmland. Got it. Enough? Enough? This money is enough. Tell me, what do you want me to do? The bald man clenched his fists excitedly, always feeling that the reward seemed a bit too much. But he really needs the money. What kind of monsters do you think are around my territory? George's heart became more and more stable. He no longer thought about the future, but just wanted to convince this person now after this difficulty. Let's talk about everything in the future. Zombies and wolves? I saw them, and I beat a few to death just now. The big man said naively. Look, it's such a simple thing. How easy it is to make money. George stood up, and the big man's reaction made him confident. He waved his hand and continued to cover up the fool. But you are homeless like this. I have been killing monsters every day for a long time. But who has given you money? If you hadn't met a good lord like me, you would never have been able to accumulate so much in your life. During wartime, hiring a skilled mercenary would only earn about 4 to 6 yuan a month. Of course, certain important military achievements must be calculated separately, and meals must also be provided free of charge. But in peacetime, the fights and frictions between the lords can be resolved in less than a few weeks. Therefore, many people often died on the battlefield without earning a gold lion, 30 silver fox. He added, and do you think that if no lord gives you money or food in the future, how many days will you be able to endure hunger? I can eat it in the wild. The big man touched the back of his head, thinking of the unpalatable things he had found, and the wolves he couldn't run away from, and suddenly changed his words. Do you have any other jobs in the future? The big man's words made George's heart beat suddenly. However, he changed the subject and his expression completely changed. Friend, do you really think money in this world is so easy to make? Just over 100 quick dollars a day. Fox? It's really too much to push your nose and face. This guy's tone was full of mockery. And he even thought that he had made enough money that day as a fart. The amount of food you have is enough for 10 people. Let alone this doomsday of lack of food. Even in normal times, my 100 silver foxes are enough for a mercenary to become my private soldier and work for me for the rest of his life. At this moment, the big man felt a huge insult and teasing. But he pursed his lips, clenched his fists tightly, and did not say a word. George, who was constantly stretching his arms on the edge of death, secretly trembled in his legs, but his eyes widened as if to emphasize what he had just said. Just when the big man opened his mouth and was about to break the silence. George suddenly interrupted him with a wave of his hand and said loudly, "But I can give you the money, because your noble behavior impressed me, because I am a good lord, and because I, like you, pay attention to chivalry." After saying this, he couldn't help but swallowed secretly. Saliva. "Are you serious?" "Of course. But dash." George's heart started to beat wildly. "Just like your comrade. You should help each other." "Right. And I extended a helping hand to you twice after you settled the widow. You have to come back and help me," he added. "You don't have anywhere to go anyway." Almost pleading tone. These words stunned the big man. He suddenly touched the back of his head, nodded, and said, "I will come back to help you. You are a good lord." "My lord." After saying that, he widened his eyes and said emphatically, "But you have to give me something to eat." "No problem. As long as I have it, I will never miss you." George's face was very solemn, as if he was giving a promise. But in my heart I was thinking, if you really want to rob me one day, can I not give it to you? After finishing speaking, he looked at the bald man in front of him and said deeply, "But I need your promise." He needs this big bald man to give him a promise, just like the promise he made to his dead comrade. "I swear to the new gods and the old gods." The big man raised his finger and finally gave the answer that George wanted most. George didn't know who the new gods and the old gods were, but he nodded no matter whether he came back or not. At least someone helped solve today's troubles. And as for whether he could come back in the future, just treat him as a future god. Hope so. Thinking back to the beginning, if it weren't for the last remaining piece of black bread that he never ate, he wouldn't be able to survive today. Without saying a word, he took out 4 gold lions and threw them over like he usually did when running chips. The 4 golden lions began to rotate in the sky, forming a parabola. However, it suddenly disappeared midway. After the mercenary nodded, he suddenly dispersed and disappeared like mist. This strange scene made George slightly startled. Before he could shout loudly, "At least I should pay you after finishing my work for the day," he suddenly noticed that lines of writing appeared in the fire pit. At first, a priest accidentally picked up a stone with the mark of an ancient god, and then he started worshipping it crazily. The old world has ushered in unexpected annihilation. The ancient gods have resurrected. The fog has filled the air, and demons are walking in the world. People are lingering in this doomsday catastrophe, shrouded in boundless darkness by the shadow. The bell of the sanctuary rings, summoning its new lord. And he finally has his first partner. The flame flickered on and off again, and new fonts appeared, as if the writer had changed again. In fact, these 3 people may not all be of use to you, but they may all kill you. Because after all, there are no absolutes. But you chose the most correct decision. Choose the person who can be controlled and used by you. This pleased the god of sanctuary, because what he needs is someone who doesn't believe in fate, believes in the future, and is controlled by God. And only a person who does not believe in fate and the future can change everything that is destined. George was suddenly distracted. The phrase "people influenced by God" suddenly reminded him of the priest who had changed his faith perhaps. He was the spokesperson chosen by the ancient god. And the ancient god who robbed the followers of the god of sanctuary probably gave even the god of sanctuary a headache. The fire went out, and the 3 travelers came. These 3 travelers are all special. One is from the past, one is from the future, and the other is a fool lost in the fragments of time and space. He partially escaped from the shadow fragments and was born in this world. These 3 people came here through the timeline. Those who should stay have stayed, and those who should go continue to move forward. Build your shelter, protect your people, and fight against the approaching doomsday. Be good and God will continue to invest in you. The flame moved again, and the font returned to its original appearance. God is beginning to pay attention to you according to your words. Maybe this is called a task reward. Obtain the title God's Favorite LV3. Your performance made God very satisfied. God's Favorite LV3 has 3 abilities. 1. As a person that God pays attention to, he can always hear your voice in the vast prayers. So compared with other priesthoods, there is always something special about you. For example, even if no mana is used, the mantra chant will have a weak effect. 2. When the god's favorite uses the mantra chant, a strange scene will occur. 3. The souls of the dead, who are killed/transcended by the god's favorite, will extradited directly to the kingdom of heaven. You should have given me a reward a long time ago. Brother, I'm helping you run the branch now. George complained fiercely in his heart, and couldn't help but want to wipe the tears from his eyes. He picked up the scroll, looked at himself on the map, and clenched his hands excitedly, because he suddenly discovered that at the moment when the title of God's favorite appeared. His appearance on the scroll, and the hymn column also changed greatly. Skill. The mantra hymn that I haven't quite understood yet, Part 1, Holy Hymn LV0. Currently it has the function of weakly purifying and curing diseases. And slightly stopping bleeding now. Even if you don't exert any force. As long as you sincerely praise your own boss can purify corruption and avoid infection. Description: praise your boss. From now on, you will know what a treatment that can detoxify means in this apocalyptic world. The mantra hymn that I haven't memorized yet, Part 2, chastise in the holy name LV0. Now you can't use this move to punish your enemy at the critical moment, but if you take out the holy scripture at the same time, while shouting the name of the Lord, maybe those evil enemies will be afraid of you. After all, your relationship with the above is unusual. Explanation: I really don't know how you will read the holy book and deal with the enemies in front of you in a crisis in the future. Maybe you should bookmark it. Comprehensive combat power, 2. Combat power against evil creatures +1. It's better than nothing. Let's make do with it first. There were tears in George's eyes. No matter what, this can be regarded as a timely help. But where are my followers? These damn things come and go. By the time he comes back after delivering the relics, I will be dead. Didn't he agree to work for me for a day before leaving? George covered his forehead. Tears fell down. At this moment, the door opened again, and George looked excitedly and saw a mercenary wearing leather armor, carrying a long sword and carrying a long bow. Walked in again. I've finished my work. Tell me who you want to kill, the big man added. But I have to eat first. God, what you can't get is the best. I thought this was stupid before, but I regretted that I didn't recruit that interesting and beautiful witch. Now that I see him, I am happier than seeing steamed buns. Well, I am happier than seeing black bread. George found that the attire on the big man was different from before. Thinking of the scene when he disappeared, he understood. It turns out that everything just now may have been an illusion. As God said, it is just a test arranged by him. It's just the person who stayed who remembered everything. It was as if they were all interspersed in a dimension of time. Without thinking too much about this complicated issue, George's crying face turned into a serious look of a lord the moment he walked in. He put his hands behind his back, nodded, and said, "Don't worry. Tell me, are you literate?" "I'm illiterate." The mercenary looked confident. "Very good. Very good." Lord George was very satisfied with the merits of this foolish man, and he guessed it to some extent. "What's your name?" "Alexander." "I don't have a last name." The words on his head have changed. And there is more information. Loyal guard, Alexander. Constitution? You can't estimate accurately. Wisdom smiley face. Comprehensive combat power, hero CR. As skinny as our lord is, I can strangle him with one hand without any problem. Dot. Currency and prices. Gold lion, a gold coin of about 12G. With fine texture, not pure gold. Its value is equivalent to 1 pound of silver. The silver content of 30 pieces of silver fox equals 1 pound of silver. 1 silver fox equals 20 bronze eagles, large copper coins with fine texture, which is approximately equal to 500 bronze stars, and 1,000 small copper plates. 1 silver fox is equivalent to the purchasing power of 1,000 renminbi in the current era. Many people's annual salary is several thousand yuan. 1 bronze eagle is equivalent to 50 renminbi purchasing power. 1 bronze star, equivalent to 25 renminbi. A small copper plate is equivalent to 1 yuan. 2 to 3 pieces of silver fox are equivalent to 1 tael of silver in the Ming dynasty, approximately 3,000 renminbi purchasing power. 1 silver fox is equivalent to about 1,000 yuan. In the royal capital of the southern kingdom of Elda, the location of St. Wilmic's Cathedral, currently a stable and prosperous safe zone. Last year's prices were: 1 silver fox can order 8 meat dishes: pig, cow, sheep, chicken, duck, quail, squirrel, fish in the tavern, plus a few large glasses of good ale. It shows that meat is slightly more expensive than modern times. However, the income of farmers is low, which is much different from the income of modern farmers. Therefore, ordinary farmers, who can eat meat occasionally, are considered to be very good families. The lords with castles were all wealthy. Chapter 5: Picking up rags. Bump! A zombie was slammed to the ground, knocking over several farm tools, twitching twice and making no sound. Its spine had been shattered, and it couldn't move even if it wasn't completely dead. "Be gentle, Alexander. I'm looking for something," George said as he rummaged through the debris. "There should be some good things in the blacksmith shop." Generally speaking, it is a capital crime to make weapons privately. So most of the things in the blacksmith shop are farm tools, horseshoes and the like. Weapons and equipment can only be crafted at the request of the Lord. But now is not the peaceful period like before. So the old baron will naturally not have such strict requirements in his own territory. So the blacksmith shop still has some interesting things. But there is no armor. The bald man curled his lips, feeling a little sad and disappointed. He was so big that most people would look like a dwarf standing next to him. So even if George's father's armor remained, the big man wouldn't be able to put it on at all. George ignored him. He didn't even have to wear armor now. After wandering around the ruins of the castle just now, he only pulled off a piece of mail from a knight. Moreover, the mail armor was torn to pieces by zombies before, and it was already a little rusty because it was always stained with blood. Although it was a bit worn, George thought it was pretty good. After all, for a rag picker, this is a good thing iron. At least it's no problem to resist the wolf fangs. While at the castle, George rinsed it off and put it on. Although this mail armor weighs more than 10 kilograms, he has enough physical strength now, so there will be no problem after putting it on. After that, he observed his basic combat power, but it increased by 1 point, reaching comprehensive combat power 3. Combat power against evil creatures +1. A heavy oak shield was also found in the castle. George was not used to using this thing, and he couldn't grasp the center of gravity after picking it up. And the display on the scroll shows that after he takes it, his combat power will not increase. However, Alexander used it very smoothly, and he was more powerful than George's hammer when he slapped people. Obviously, this big guy brings more than just 1 or 2 points to increase his combat effectiveness. The scroll's evaluation of the increase in combat power seems to be closely related to a person's basic strength in addition to the quality of the weapons and equipment themselves. Thinking of the chain mail and oak shields, George couldn't help but rummage more actively. While he was picking through the rags, he was thinking about the detailed data he had seen on Alexander before. It seems that the overall combat rating of a hero is summarized in letters. The explanation on the scroll says that because heroes are often able to perform exceptionally well and defeat enemies that are otherwise unmatched, it can only be roughly measured. It is impossible to express their combat effectiveness in precise numbers. Therefore, they are represented by D, C, B, A, S, and SS. Individual heroes will also be described by an R rare rating. It represents rarity and has great growth potential. C-level combat effectiveness is almost equivalent to the level 3 unit in the school the Elite Ranger Knight. George didn't know how the shelter was divided into military units based on strength, but the previous guards in his father's territory were probably only level 1 soldiers at the highest level, or even militiamen with combat effectiveness of level 1 or 2. But why is my combat power a pitiful 3 points? Am I too weak? Not even a D-class hero? Thinking of this, George couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He felt that he was trained as a knight after all, but it looked as if any scumbag could beat him up. Suddenly, George found an oil refill bag. He opened it excitedly and found that it turned out to be a good dagger. Sharp long dagger. Not bad. Indeed, very sharp. He nodded, lifted up his cloak, and hung it around his waist. After hanging it up, he took a special look at the scroll and found that his combat power had not changed. It was still 3 points. It seems that the reaction is completely based on the actual situation. He nodded and stood up. He started looking around the blacksmith shop again. Not long after, George discovered 2 longbows. But the bowstrings were no longer usable and could not be repaired with his own abilities. But Alexander could use the bows and arrows he found near them. It's still good. Although there were only these things, George felt satisfied. He threw the bundle of arrows to Alexander and said, "Save it! If the arrows are damaged, neither of us know how to strike. The iron used in this arrow is not very good, so it will basically break after 1 or 2 uses." However, although Alexander's archery skills are average, his strength is very great. His bow was a bit out of standard for a heavy bow, but when he pulled it, it was like playing. After being shot, a zombie within 50 or 60 steps will be directly pinned to the ground. Therefore, although the iron of the arrowhead is not very good, it does not affect the power of the arrow feathers. The only regret is that the accuracy of this big guy seems to be a bit poor, and it is difficult to shoot the zombie's head. It can only be said that he is better than George, who only knows how to hunt. Oh, it's a pity that there is no armor or anything like that. But the tools are quite complete. George clapped his hands and looked outside the door and found that the rain had almost stopped. He looked at several houses in the distance. Those houses had just been cleaned up. After lighting up the names of those houses, the fog dissipated. George thought for a while, then looked at the names of those houses, thinking about making those words dim. Then, the shelter seemed to hear the call in his heart, and the names of those houses immediately dimmed again, and the fog slowly swept back. It's really interesting to go back and forth, as if she were an evil witch. I can control it without a scroll. It seems that the shelter can hear the call in my heart. After 2 attempts, George lost interest. He stood at the door of the blacksmith shop, looking at the wet ground outside. He couldn't help but think of the food, and couldn't help but secretly sigh again. When he left the tavern, he went to the cellar to look. It was full of wine sealed in large oak barrels, and some cabbage that was completely rotten. Now the farmhouse has basically been searched, and there is no edible food at all. And just now, Alexander almost finished all their food in one meal, except for the few pieces of black bread that George hurriedly hid for self-defense. There was only the last half of a black sausage left, which had been found by the fool, and was secretly hidden in his pants. If there is no more food to be found before dark, not to mention the 67 monsters outside. Even the little brother in front of me, who thought he could be crushed to death, with one hand could be pushed into the pot and stewed. We have been searching for more than an hour, and the town has been basically visited. It can be said that nothing was found except a few rags. George shook his head, but there was no expression on his face, and said, "The warm-up is over. Let's go outside. When passing by the mill, remind me to take a look." The barn in the castle was in ruins, and he could only place his hope on the large mill in the south of the territory. It's called a big mill, but it's actually a big brewery. But the big warehouse inside the mill should have a lot of things. When he walked outside the blacksmith shop, George took a look at the furnace in the shed next to him. Although I couldn't see clearly after lifting the oilcloth, the note showed that it could be used. It's just that the ores piled next to it have changed a bit, and I don't know how much iron can be refined. There's still a pile of coal, but it's a pity that neither of us know how to turn on the stove. He couldn't blacksmith even if he knew how to do it. He shook his head and took a look at the amount of metal on the scroll that had been added after the blacksmith shop was recovered. So he stopped caring about it. After bypassing several small puddles, the large mill in the distance was vaguely visible. The road was very muddy after the rain, and George's new boots and cloak were covered with mud and water. The mill is the outermost building of the shelter. It is located between the fields and is far away from the castle. When we got closer, we could vaguely see some figures wandering in the mist. Chapter 6 Big Wine Workshop. In fact, the entire Johannes territory is backed by mountains to the north and south, and is at the entrance to the Black Pearl Valley. In such an environment, the wind in the pine forest is still quite strong. But because this large mill is mainly used to make wine, it is actually a large winery. So no windmill was installed. In addition to this big mill, there are many small mills and some farms on the mountain, but they have no windmills or water mills. Therefore, the small amount of food grown on the private plots of the people's homes was generally ground by livestock or manpower. The main purpose of the large mill is to make wine, while the sheds outside are filled with grinding tools for grinding grain. Some farm tools and sundries were also piled in it. Seeing those grinding tools, George felt a little more hopeful. Logically speaking, in this disaster, the wine shop has long been useless. It should have been converted into a place to store food long ago. Several arrows suddenly shot at the zombies, but they didn't hit them at all. George looked back and found Alexander pulling his bow over there. After discovering that he missed the shot, the guy was a little annoyed and picked up the arrow feathers again, but in the end, under the cold gaze of the boss, he touched his big head and stopped this waste. The behavior of it was originally foggy that day, and the zombie was 50 or 60 steps away, so it was hard to see clearly. Maybe it was the scarecrow in the field. Actually, what I'm best at is throwing weapons. Sir! Alexander bared his teeth and said with a wide mouth. George rolled his eyes. Based on the level of archery shown by this guy, he really doesn't have high expectations for the so-called throwing level, although it is indeed a bit better than him. Go to the mill first, George said after taking a look at the mill. The big guy said, "Oh," without thinking much. He pushed the door and found that it was locked from the inside. But after he kicked up, the door was kicked open. In the dark mill, 2 figures suddenly rushed over from behind the door. Alexander was stunned for a moment, swung his sword with his hand, and directly split a zombie in half. It was like splitting a cornstalk. The other one's head was smashed by him with his shield, and he kicked the body to the wall. The whole process was like bullying 2 kids. It turns out there are people inside. Alexander looked around innocently and walked inside. It was as if I had just swatted away 2 flies. Alexander's indifference surprised George slightly. After all, unlike himself, he had already known through the scroll that there were 2 zombies inside. These 2 unlucky guys seemed to have locked themselves in. They thought they could survive for a while longer. But one of them should have been scratched and bitten. But he was lucky and did not tell his companions. So both of them died here in the end. George secretly guessed in his heart, walked into the mill, and looked around. There is a large space inside the mill. In addition to many abandoned wine troughs, there are many debris and hay around it. At the back is a large wine cellar. It seems that my guess was correct. This winery has basically been completely abandoned. And even some grinding tools have been moved in. Then the warehouse inside should be completely converted into a barn. He nodded, with some hope rising in his heart. And he and Alexander walked towards the original warehouse behind the mill. Everything he saw on the road was messy. And there was a smell of corruption in the wine tank, which made George feel a little nervous. And when he walked around a corridor and opened the broken warehouse door, he looked at the dripping roof, and his face became ugly. As he expected, there was indeed some food stored in it. And there was a lot of it. But it was all wasted. While the barn didn't leak as much as the tavern, it looked like it hadn't been maintained for some time. Not to mention drying food. Under the continuous autumn rain, the contents inside quickly became damp and deteriorated. It shouldn't be. The castle collapse shouldn't have happened long ago. But this warehouse definitely looks like it hasn't been repaired for a few months. George grabbed his hair tightly, not wanting to believe everything in front of him. A whoosh sound came from behind. George looked back and found that the big fool was shooting the big mouse with a bow and arrow. He gave the guy a hard look and stopped his stupid behavior. If you eat rats, if you really have nothing to eat, there will be plague. I mean the Black Death. There might have been a plague here, so it's better to be careful. Amidst the bodyguards' embarrassed, giggle. George sighed secretly and walked towards a corner in the warehouse. He was still unwilling to accept it. He remembered that there was an underground door at that location, leading to the large wine cellar here. That large wine cellar is actually the largest storage facility in the entire territory. However, like the storage rooms in castles and taverns, they are all used to store wine. After kicking away some weeds, George pulled out the large, heavy plank underneath. Then, he wielded a hammer and knocked open the rusty lock. And with some effort, he lifted the heavy wooden board open. Some dust fell on George's head, and the stone staircase appeared in front of him. In the darkness, something could be vaguely heard moving around underneath. I'm shocked. I've read the scroll. There are no monsters here, so the sound should be a big rat. Right? Thinking of this, George tore off a corner of his cloak and slowly rolled it around the hammer. Then, he took out some grease, a mixture of pine oil and kerosene, collected in the blacksmith shop from the bag on his waist, made a hammer into a torch, and lit it. The space of the wine cellar is very large, and the spaces in several places combined are no smaller than the space above. The environment here is also much better. Not only is there no rain, but there is also a lot of dry grass and lime on the ground, making the entire space not damp. In order to store red wine, the temperature and humidity here are maintained in the most suitable range regardless of spring, summer, autumn and winter. The entire large wine cellar is filled with neat oak barrels, with as many as thousands. The origin, texture, drying and roasting of these oak barrels are all very particular. And after casting, they were naturally dried for more than 3 years before being put into use. This allows those red wines to deepen their flavor and quality over many years of precipitation, and gradually become mature products. In this era, this storage method is undoubtedly very advanced. In other wineries in many areas of the mainland, wines often cannot be stored for a few years. Therefore, only the most professional wineries will spend the cost and technology to maintain wine in this way. Because for other wineries, it is simply not worth it for hundreds to dozens of acres of wine land. Newly brewed wine is often sufficient for local sales. Very few can be sold abroad. The wineries in the Black Pearl Valley are undoubtedly the most professional and sell well all over the world. But many oak barrels in Johannes's wine cellar are already empty. Others have rotted away and become rat nests. The oak barrels with only a small amount of wine in them were placed alone in the best position. There are about 100 barrels in total. Although they have marks from mice, they are not damaged. But except for these wine barrels, there is no grain here. Dad, are you a little too greedy for money? What time of the day is this? And you still have wine in the best place? It's okay if you put the wine in, but you're not willing to throw away the empty wine barrel? Why not use it to store food? George said fiercely in his heart. He closed his eyes and just wanted to cry. But it's no wonder. Because although those oak barrels are not valuable things, in the hearts of the lords of the big wineries, they are carefully made treasures. So the old baron is indeed not willing to clean up the place. Of course, if the barn above is well preserved, the food will indeed be enough to feed this small territory for a year or two, not to mention that there is a barn in the castle. Who could have predicted that such an extreme situation would occur? But when things develop to the worst, everything is in vain. Wiping the moisture from the corners of his eyes, George walked out of the wine cellar dejectedly. He called Alexander, who was catching big rats everywhere, to his side, and the two of them walked towards the mill. For such a result, George was extremely resentful. Obviously, there have always been people in the territory, but everything he saw indicated that they had not been working. Why not fix up the barn? Just because of the fog and monsters? Would you rather starve to death than have the courage to go out of the house and go to work? Slapping the stone mills in the mill, George finally couldn't help but raised his head and shouted, "These damn stupid people! It's my food!" A territory citizen responded to him. It pushed the door from outside and walked in crookedly. George frowned slightly as he looked at the bald, rotting guy. How do these guys rely on vision, hearing, and smell to track their prey? He remembered that when the two of them first entered the mill, the nearest zombie was 50 or 60 steps away. If he hadn't discovered the prey, he wouldn't have walked in by such a coincidence. I don't know whether it was because he heard his own words, or because the smell became clearer. After the zombies came in, they were no longer as slow as before, but rushed over directly. At this moment, a sharp arrow hit its body, and the powerful impact made the zombie lose its balance. Then it tilted its body, pounced on the dog to grab the shit, and fell to the ground. The arrow's shaft was also broken by the zombie's body, but its body shook, and it stood up again. Don't waste arrows anymore. I've said it 3 times. Looking at the broken arrow stuck in the zombie, George pursed his lips and turned a little blue. Alexander told him before that in addition to not being able to blacksmith, he also couldn't sharpen arrow shafts. Hey. George rubbed the veins on his forehead. The zombie that had stood up again rushed towards Lord George. The angry George swung the hammer and smashed its head. George exhaled, feeling that with the blow, the depression in his chest was relieved a lot. Suddenly, like a firefly, a green starlight floated from the zombie's body to the holy book on George's waist. George blinked to make sure he had not seen it wrong. But he was not in the mood to check the scroll now, because he found several more zombies coming from the door. It's not just a few. It should be a dozen. No, it's a group of corpses. Chapter 7 Hornet's Nest. George's mouth grew bigger, and he couldn't help but take a few steps away, fearing that he would make a sound that would alert the zombies. There's a hoe here. Boss, how about we dig some potatoes first? I always eat potatoes stewed with mice. The sound of a raging sound suddenly rang in George's ears, scaring him so much that he almost jumped. Got up. George turned around and found that the big fool was holding a hoe and looking down at him. It was as if the group of corpses had not been seen. George jumped up hard and slapped Alexander on the back of the head, making a crisp sound. He shouted in a low voice, "Put that stupid thing down! Didn't you hacking see over there?" Alexander touched the back of his head and felt a little aggrieved. He looked up at the group of ragged children at the door. The big fool stayed in place for a while, seeming to be thinking about the reason for the boss's displeasure. But then, he suddenly picked up his shield and rushed over without any warning. It's like a bear knocking over the blocks. The zombies that bore the brunt of the attack fell down as if they had been crushed by a tank, while those that were knocked aside by the big man were flying around. But more zombies were in this excitement and rushed in crazily from the other side of the door. Alexander was directly overwhelmed by the zombies. But with a roar and explosion, the zombies on him flew up in all directions, seemingly unable to do anything to this angry bear. Obviously, the bodyguard was able to navigate among the corpses with ease. But his boss was in trouble. The zombies on the edge had begun to walk towards George. Seeing such a scene, George grabbed his hair and just wanted to yell. He didn't want to directly fight the zombies here. According to his idea, he would at least change the place and separate these zombies. But the big guy just poked this hornet's nest down. 2 zombies had arrived one after another. George swung the hammer, knocked one down, and kicked the other away. Then, he heard the sound of wind coming from behind. After rolling around in a panic, he found that 6 or 7 zombies were already rushing towards him. George's heart jumped suddenly, and he secretly vomited bitterness. He turned around and ran behind the debris. "Come and escort me!" I don't know if this yelling was of any use, but the boss still yelled the sentence while escaping. Obviously this sentence in Chinese couldn't be heard clearly by the bodyguard. But it worked. After hearing this, the big man rushed towards George. After a rumbling roar and the sound of flesh hitting flesh, the zombies blocking Alexander were knocked around like earthen tiles. The zombies who were originally chasing George were crushed by the rushing tanks. But the scene became even more chaotic. Although the big guy is extremely powerful, he cannot attract all the zombies to him, especially among the zombies that were knocked away by him. Some would always get up from the ground again and wander around crazily following the footsteps. It doesn't take long before chaotic zombies are everywhere in the mill. On the other side, George always encounters oncoming zombies while wandering. And what's even worse is that zombies will fall from the sky. While using the terrain to deal with the scattered zombies, he observed the surroundings and realized that in a while, the zombies around him would gather together, completely surrounding him like they besieged Alexander. But he didn't have as much power as a bodyguard. Obviously, if 5 or 6 zombies pounced on him at the same time, his life would be at stake here. I'm really a stray dog. After smashing the head of a zombie, George burst into tears, looking at the group of zombies running behind him. He jumped around and jumped into a temporarily clear wine tank, listening to the dense footsteps coming from above. With a loud voice, he picked up the holy book on his waist. Maybe it's not too late to read a eulogy to yourself now. Pooh! I want to recite the war hymn, boss. Don't fool me. As he thought, George, who was sweating profusely, was going to make a bookmark first. In this world, clergy have always had a habit of singing hymns when fighting. They believe that the power of God could drive away evil spirits. And now, this unbeliever has to grasp this last straw. When "Chastise in the holy name" started singing from George's mouth, the first zombie had already jumped into the wine trough. George looked at the dead eyes in front of him that suddenly became confused, picked up the holy book and knocked it aside, jumped into another wine tank. Eradicate evil, show mercy to the weak, and be fearless. The hymn in his mouth never stopped. And this embarrassing him that made his skin crawl all over seemed to have some effect. The surrounding zombies slowed down in an obvious state, and those who saw his eyes would immediately become confused. After seeing this effect, George's eyes widened, and he sang even more enthusiastically. It's just that I have to look at the holy book occasionally, which seems a bit strenuous. Luckily I bookmarked it. There were fewer and fewer zombies coming towards him, and George began to take advantage of the terrain, carrying bricks and a hammer while swimming and fighting with the scattered zombies. As the chant became clearer and louder, some zombies with missing arms and legs began to crawl out in a hurry. The zombies no longer intend to surround him as before. Only a few zombies, with the most complete bodies, were still following him reluctantly. These stupid things soon tripped over debris, and were dealt with by George one by one. Damn it! I actually memorized it! George wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this time, he found that he had already walked around the barn, and it's almost quiet outside at the mill. There were only occasional sounds of running and beating. The zombies outside were screaming, and silly sounds like, "Little skinny man," "Little dwarf," "Strangle you to death," "Throw you to death," could be heard clearly. Hearing such familiar words, George's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. A zombie flew over, fell next to the door, stood up slowly, and walked into the barn. When George saw it, he suddenly found that he could also see its notes. Rotten zombie. Comprehensive combat power. 1. They were all poor and thin refugees when they were alive, and they really had no force to speak of. But these things are very scary at night, and people infected and corrupted by them will gradually become like them thing. I can guess their combat effectiveness without using these words. Without talking nonsense to it, George directly picked up the holy book like a brick and pointed it at its head. The zombie's head was smashed to the side, and George tripped him to the ground and kicked its rotting head. After walking out of the barn door, he found that there were 3 other guys who were confused in the chant, because they were so slow to react. He knocked them all to the ground after a few hammer blows. After taking a few breaths, George felt a little tired. He didn't walk toward the mill until it was almost quiet. Then, he slowly walked over. There were corpses lying all over the mill. Only Alexander was sitting on a wine trough, eating a bunch of black sausages. After seeing this scene, George felt relieved. This guy is really capable. There were so many zombies, but he was not injured, George thought as he shook his aching arms and sat on a shelf. After this sudden relaxation, he realized how tired he was and felt like he was about to collapse. Look through the body's pockets to see if there is anything, he weakly said to his bodyguard. No. Dirty. Alexander chewed the sausage and looked at his boss with wide eyes. There might be something to eat. Like potatoes, George said lightly. Alexander turned over the body. Sighing secretly, George took off his gloves, opened the scroll and observed it. He found that there were only about 20 monsters left on the map, which meant that the two of them had just killed almost 30 zombies. I killed 6 or 7 at most, and I picked up the rest. This big guy has been running rampant in the crowd for so long, and his clothes are not even scratched. Is it possible that there are so many zombies surrounding him, and he has to block them all? Did you come down? This guy didn't fight with brute strength. He's a bit powerful. Touching the sweat on his neck, George couldn't help but feel a little surprised. George couldn't help but look at the scroll again, and found that the big guy's attributes were still the same. He couldn't see his strength clearly, but there seemed to be some changes in myself. He found that his physical fitness had increased by 0.1, reaching 1.3. However, the combat effectiveness has not changed. He couldn't help but look at the little blue dot on the scroll again. Alexander. Looking at that, comprehensive combat effectiveness rating, CR, George frowned slightly, thinking about how different the two were. The scroll seemed to hear his voice, or maybe his thoughts would affect the change of the font. He saw a sudden explanation above Alexander's combat power. Anyway, it's no problem to hit you at least 10 times. Ahem. It seems a little inaccurate. Chapter 8 Soul Transcendence. As if he didn't see it, he started observing his situation again. He found that there was a change in the mantra hymn. Chastise in the holy name. It was no longer that he had not memorized it, but that it had become not yet fully understood. There have also been some changes in explanation. But it's even better when you chant it with a Bible or relic in your hand. You pretend to be more and more like that. George continued to look down with a dark look on his face, and suddenly stared slightly. I found that there seemed to be something extra behind the hymn, 0 out of 10. And one of his attributes suddenly appeared, prayer, 8. Prayer, a power of faith, the last blessing left to the extraditor after the tortured soul is transcended to heaven. George looked at the simple explanation above, and murmured to himself, pray for blessings and salvation. He suddenly stood up with a hammer, found 2 zombies whose eyes could still move, and knocked their heads off. Immediately afterwards, 2 green starlights penetrated into the holy book. George stared for a long time with his eyes wide open, and followed the 2 small fluorescent lights to open a certain page in the holy book. And the mantra recorded on that page was saving the dead. Transcend to heaven. He looked up at the dripping rainwater on the ceiling of the mill, and suddenly stood in the center of the mill with a pious expression. With a sense of compassion, he solemnly recited the holy words. And as his voice gradually sounded, the entire mill underwent strange changes. The sun suddenly parted the clouds, dispelled the fog nearby, and illuminated the mill. They passed through the holes on the roof, forming harp-like tyndall spots in the dust. And as the priest's holy words became more and more pious, the shadow of an angel began to caress the harp. Stars and stars constantly emerged from the living dead who were unwilling to sleep, like fireflies, slowly falling on the holy scripture. And as the fireflies lit up, the undead souls finally rested completely. After the chanting of the holy word was completed, the number became, prayer, 23, for some unknown reason. George felt that some souls could not be lifted up by his power, but instead went directly into the ground in the mantra. George closed the holy book and said a word with a dull expression. I will hang out with you from now on. God of protection. Putting the Bible back on his waist, George began to think. The special thing should not be the holy scripture, but himself, or rather his position. As a priest, the source of strength is given by the Lord, and these prayers are my achievements. No wonder those priests are so keen on exorcising evil spirits and saving the souls of the dead. But as a favored one by God, I am concerned that the probability of successful salvation is extremely high, and the existence of the scroll allows me to clearly distribute this power of faith. George murmured in thought for a while, then muttered to himself numbly, so I think I can add some. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground interrupted George's thoughts. He turned around and found that the big man was staring at the bullseye, touching the back of his head and looking at him stupidly. When he saw himself looking over, he chuckled. This guy had a strange brain circuit, so George didn't pay much attention to it. Put all the corpses together, and then we can bury them in the cemetery together when we have time. Otherwise, if time goes by, a plague will occur. Oh! Alexander rubbed his eyes, and it took him a long time to recover from his doubts. He couldn't figure out why there was suddenly light in the sky. And those flying birdmen. I don't know if I can bake it and eat it. He threw the body in his hand into the pile, and continued carrying it. Every time a corpse was carried, he would quietly look at his lord, and would not go through the corpse's pockets. Those clothes are already rotten, How can there be edible food? There are some copper plates, knives and the like. Regardless of the curious Alexander, in his own memory, the strange phenomena that occurred when many priests chanted mantra hymns were even more exaggerated than his. However, low-level pariahs such as mercenaries have indeed rarely seen such miracles. After all, the people who can cause this phenomenon are all extremely pious priests, and they all have some status in the Holy See. Most of the people who come out to hang out are magicians. He looked through the scroll again and found that his identity had changed from position, Holy Order, trainee priest of the choir to position, Holy Order, pastor of the goddess sanctuary. And he had also learned one more thing. Mantra hymn transcendence, dust to dust. Dust to dust. This is a kind of ferrying power. And God cannot directly give you power to improve. As a medium, only the stronger you are, the stronger this hymn will be, as you gradually master this sacred power. And slowly after understanding its meaning, you will become stronger and stronger. And you will be able to directly send those undead souls that do not want to leave to where they should go. The explanation above is very simple and straightforward. And there is no plus sign, cannot be upgraded with prayer. But it is really powerful. George can probably understand the meaning of those words, which basically means that when his wisdom reaches a certain level, the weak evil creatures will go to see God as soon as they hear him singing. It also requires some understanding it may increase the success rate and produce critical hits. It's equivalent to a one-hit kill skill. And it's a group attack that doesn't consume mana. This is even more embarrassing than trial. He swallowed and felt that he should read the Holy Scriptures more in the future. After getting rid of these thoughts, George moved his buttocks to make himself more comfortable, and thought about how to use those wishes. Inspiration seems to improve as well. But the other two seem more interesting. Without hesitation, 20 prayers were used up. And the other two mantra chants changed. Mantra hymn LV1, Part 1, Holy Hymn, Purify. Remove diseases. And slowly heal wounds. Recover 2 asterisk mana and vitality within 6 seconds. Praise your God of protection. You finally have a glimpse of the door. Try it. Singing it in the air will not only cleanse, but may also stop bleeding and reduce swelling. Holy Hymn description. 1. Healing mantra. 2. Those favored by God will have higher priority when praising God, ignoring stubborn corruption and forcing healing of wounds. Mantra Hymn LV1, Part 2, Chastise in the holy name, in the name of the God of sanctuary. Defend the weak and punish the enemy. 5 asterisk mana damage. Punishment in the holy name description. 1. Punishment mantra. 2. When the God's favorite sings the name of God, all nearby evil creatures will tremble. And there is a certain triggering of the punishment special effect, which requires mana consumption. There is a small probability of a critical hit, doubled, and area effect, 1 damage in a small area. And if you hold a holy book/sacred object, the trembling effect will be better, and the trigger probability will be slightly higher. He widened his eyes and looked at his fighting power. Comprehensive combat power, 6. Extra +5 combat power against evil creatures. After these 2 mantra chants were improved, my combat effectiveness increased so much? George didn't expect that the effect of these 2 hymns was equivalent to 2 hammers and an armor. And now when he deals with evil creatures, his combat effectiveness has almost doubled. I'm even more awesome. Come on. Alexander, were you injured just now? Huh? George jumped on the ground, ran to Alexander, and asked with concern. He couldn't help but want to try the effect of the treatment. After he and my memory, those priests didn't even need to sing hymns. And the wounds on the believers could be healed with a gentle touch of their hands. And now he has mastered a little bit of the ability that was like a miracle in his eyes before. Although it is still basic, it is an enhanced version of the God's favored one. However, the bodyguard shook his head, looked at his lord with some fear, avoided his claws, and said, "Boss, I know where there is a good wandering warbler." Dot! The lord felt a little sad. "Tell me, where is it?" Chapter 9 Desolation. Only a few copper coins were found in the pockets of those corpses. Nothing of value. The 2 of them didn't do much to sort out the corpses. They just sealed the broken door again to prevent wolves and wild dogs from coming in. When walking out of the mill, George looked at the building in front of him and found strangely that no matter what he did, the name of the mill could not be lit up. Then he rummaged through the notes and found a reminder. Need to consume divine grace 50. Consumption of divine grace? It seems that recovery can only be carried out in this way. But the mill is actually not far from the castle. Why can those farmhouses be recovered directly? But the mill requires divine grace? George scratched his head, feeling a little unhappy about having to spend extra money. But no matter in terms of name or distance, It is indeed not within the scope of the sanctuary. We can only blame the original design of the territory. My ancestors were very ambitious and hoped to build a city with a castle as the center in the future. And then, this would be the future big winery. I even thought about building a large manor house here specifically for enjoyment. A super large villa that looks like a castle. Not a fortress like a castle. So although the mill is not too far away, it actually belongs to the outer suburbs. Thinking of this, George shook his head, looked at the farmlands not far away and said, "Let's go, Alexander." There was a field next to the mill. They started to follow the instructions on the map and cleared out a few wandering zombies. Wherever they passed, all they saw was desolation. Those fertile fields had been completely ruined, with only a few wheat and few weeds, in addition to some pollution. It may also be because these fields have not been taken care of. Because of the fear of the outside world, the people rarely went out after planting seeds. But at this time, the insect pests are more serious than ever before. Just kick your legs in the grass, and a swarm of locusts will fly into the sky. Johannesburg was a small territory with few guards. The few knights who were poor could only wear mail armor, the kind without rivets. The fighting ability is not much different from that of George, a three-legged cat. So the old baron didn't have much to do about it. The good news is that disasters have been severe in recent years, so most of the grape fields have been planted with food. The bad news is that they are all hacking ruined, so there are no birds to use to wine. Hey, my shelter. Oh, cleaning up the territory is not a problem now. But food has become the biggest headache. Are we going to eat grasshoppers? But how will we survive the winter? There is not that much salt in the territory, and the meat cannot be preserved for too long. George's frown became deeper and deeper, like a village official who went to the field to inspect the situation. The grain must be harvested as soon as possible, even if it is not ripe. It must be harvested. Otherwise, it will all be destroyed by locusts. He looked at the woods in the distance again. We also need to get wood. For heating, baking, and repairs. We all need wood and stones. These things must be done as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be difficult to work in winter. But just the two of them couldn't keep up with the work. It would be good to be able to regularly clean up the surrounding monsters and keep the shelter safe. People. I need people. He remembered that there were some small villages near the territory, and he had to visit those places as soon as possible if he had time. If there are people, even if they are tied up, they must all be tied up. And women, Alexander added. This guy was obviously full today. Women with big butts. George rolled his eyes, walked to a slightly drier mound of soil, shook off the mud from his boots, and opened the scroll. Boss, there seems to be a wolf nearby, Alexander said. George hummed, and he noticed that when he was looking at the scrolls on the road, those cunning things had been hanging behind them. They hide themselves in the mist, but they can smell people. Bring those two bodies over here, George said. Looking at the scroll again, Alexander didn't quite understand what the Lord wanted to do, but he happily moved the two corpses over and rummaged through their pockets. Stop turning it over. The corners of George's mouth twitched slightly and he said, Quickly, cut open their stomachs and pick out their internal organs. It stinks, Alexander said as he rummaged through his pockets, refusing to open the body. Do you still want to eat meat? Whether you can eat meat tonight depends on these baits. Bait? Is there a lake near here? Hey, George sighed, nodded deeply to the big fool in front of him, and said, Yes, let's do it. The loyal and brave guard immediately became energetic, took out his dagger, and started working. A fishy stench. But George couldn't smell it very well, because the smell on him was not much stronger than that smell. He withdrew his gaze from Alexander and looked at the fog in the distance, feeling suddenly anxious. In fact, it wasn't the wolves he was worried about, but another place on the map, the monastery. Abandoned monastery. When he was looking at the map before, he noticed the 7 red dots. For a period of time, a few red dots inside moved outside for a while. Then he went back. This behavior is not like that of a zombie or a wolf. He couldn't help but think of a word that made people feel a little panic: devil. I don't know, when they appeared in the human world it is possible that they have always been walking in the human world. But they were just wearing human skin before. Some people think that they are related to the mist, and are the minions of the ancient god that have not yet fully awakened. But some people believe that the demon has no connection with the ancient gods, but just happened to appear at the same time as the mist. But no matter what, their appearance makes this unprecedented disaster worse, and makes the whole world more chaotic. I remember that when I was in the church, I once saw the corpse of a demon. It was about the same size as Alexander. Of course, This is a big demon. But even small demons are difficult to deal with. It is said that they can even fish out flames from magma. Throw it at the enemy. Although there won't be any lava in the monastery. It's not easy for the two of us to deal with such a scary thing as a demon. The paper always showed that the shelter was in danger. And even after killing those zombies, there was no change. George didn't know whether it had something to do with wolves or something in the monastery. But hopefully the threat comes from the wolves, not the monastery. Although wolves are also difficult to deal with, because there are indeed many of them. But those tails hanging behind them should be able to handle it. Maybe, after getting rid of the body, the two men hid in the field not far away and laid down in the smelling muddy water. George thought for a moment and suddenly poked Alexander. "How many wolves can you handle?" "I can fight 10. The loyal and brave guard gave the lord the answer he wanted. "Very well. You go and lie down over the body." Chapter 10 Bad Wolf. "Those wolves are so cunning. And there is heavy fog. You can't kill them with bows and arrows. When they run away, you can't catch them with your sword. How can you eat meat this night?" "Don't worry. There are only 5 of them in total. You can handle it," George said while picking his nose. "And there's me too. There is no difference between you and without you." "My lord, how brave I was at the mill just now. Didn't you see?" "I saw it." "My lord, that's why I say there is no difference between you and without you." Dot. The lord looked at his loyal guard and said seriously, "I have been trained as a knight." The loyal guard ignored him, took out half a sausage from his pocket and ate it. George's eyes lit up slightly. "This matter is done. I canonize you as a knight. Master Alexander." "Sir Alexander, listen. How majestic. And when the territory develops in the future, I will divide a separate territory for you. Find a few cooks to make black sausage for you." Alexander was a little moved. But this guy, who didn't seem to have a very flexible mind, shook his head slyly after looking at his lord. All the little thoughts in his heart were written on his silly face. "Don't worry, my warrior. You are the #1 warrior in Johannesburg. Have you seen these red dots? Forget it. You can't. But it doesn't matter. I tell you. Although there are 5 of them in total. They are 2 packs of wolves. They are at odds with each other and are on guard against each other. And they will come in batches. So as long as you act cleanly, kill the strongest wolf first. And the others will turn around when they see that you are not easy to mess with. He will leave." After hearing this, Alexander covered his mouth and smiled stupidly. I don't know what he was laughing at, and said, "Then will you give me armor? Horses and retinues? They're all there. They're all there." George quickly circled a piece of cake. Alexander patted his big head and laughed again. His little trick had succeeded. To be honest, he really felt a little embarrassed. Why not just kill a wolf? He can't win with force. However, the bargaining was successful. So he passed with peace of mind. Before leaving, he specially left the bow and arrows behind. "This thing is in the way. Sir, just take it." After finishing speaking, Alexander laid down next to the corpse with a silly smile. After seeing Alexander lying down and touching his body with the dirty blood, George covered his mouth and couldn't help laughing. Things like wolves become more powerful the more they are present. If, according to what he said, there are really only 5 of them, and they are not a group, then they may indeed follow the script when they come in batches. But there were 8 wolves around. A group of 6 and a group of 2. Those with more will come first, and those with fewer will linger. So Alexander will be 1v6. Killing their companions will only make these wolves more ferocious and cruel. Because the first one to die will never be the wolf. The alpha wolf is never the first to come up. Alexander can handle these wolves. Although these wolves put together can defeat a bear. Even if he can't handle it, he still has to. It's only been a few hours, and there are already so many wolves following us. When they all get together, both of us will be dead. Well, maybe he was okay. But I was definitely screwed. As George expected, only 6 wolves came over. And these wolves were so cunning that they surrounded him from 3 directions. The other 2 were lingering and watching in the distance, waiting for the leftovers after the wolves' feast. From Alexander's perspective, they could not be seen. He didn't even see clearly whether there were 5 wolves or 6 wolves coming over. After just taking a glance and confirming that the number of wolves was about the same as George said, he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Very perfect, George thought in his mind. He held the bow and arrow in his hand, and the sweat on his hand was soaked in the leather gloves. He hadn't hunted for a long time. And as for the art of archery, his accuracy was not as good as Alexander's. He hoped it wouldn't hit him by then. But it doesn't matter. He won't be able to draw the bow until the last moment. Otherwise the wolves will come and bite him, which won't be fun. So there is no such so-called helper. Alexander was much braver than the bear, and his agility made George's jaw drop. The moment the wolf was about to bite him on the butt, this guy actually dodged at a weird angle, like a jumping bobcat. Things were a bit beyond George's expectation. After he killed the first wolf, the other wolves did not leave, but the other two wolves that were wandering in the distance also came up. They smelled fresh blood from their eyes. George did notice that something was not right. That's not just bloodthirsty, but also a little crazy. Cunning, vicious, crazy. They are indeed a great threat to shelters. Those zombies are no different from sheep in front of these wolves. It seems that eating those rotting corpses will indeed have a great impact on living things, George thought while lying in the muddy water watching the show, and it seems that these wolves are much stronger than ordinary wolves. Looking at this body type, I'm afraid he must weigh 60 or 70 kilograms. At 6 to 70 kilograms, it can be called a giant among wolves. That 2-meter-long body looks like a foal. It makes people feel chilled all over just by looking at it. After the fourth wolf was dealt with, George finally picked up his bow and arrow. Because those wolves are so cunning, they keep feinting and attacking, which consumes the big man's physical strength. Although Alexander was flexible and strong, he could not fight against a pack of wolves. There are more and more wounds on the body. Moreover, other wolves in the distance seemed to smell the bloody smell here. They also started to rush here. So George knew they had to end the fight as soon as possible. Big guy, don't say I didn't help you. But I really couldn't take action just now. There must be no more than 2 wolves that were attracted by me. The figures fighting in the distance were a bit hazy, like a group of hunting dogs fighting a violent bear. George concentrated on pulling up his bow and arrow, and shot at the wolf on the edge. As he said, he had to take some pressure off Alexander. His strength was pretty good, but it was still difficult to pull the bow. After 2 or 3 arrows, his arms felt a little sore. Only one of those arrows hit the target, and it was inserted into the butt of a wolf, which was regarded as revenge for Alexander's, but although this arrow did not cause fatal damage to the wolf, it completely angered it, especially when it turned back to look for its enemy. It found that the guy was singing over there. The cold killer did not rush over directly, but lowered his head and ran over slowly. It stared at its enemy with cold eyes, and its eyes flashed with a faint cold light. Looking at those cold eyes, George suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He suddenly realized that what he was facing was not a beast, but a human being. This may be the most dangerous opponent he has faced so far. George found that he might have underestimated the strength of these wolves. Punishment can deal with it, but there are unknown enemies in the monastery, and those 2 points of mana are my last trump card. I can't use them easily unless I have to. This thought flashed through George's mind, and he didn't know that is it possible to kill it with hand-to-hand combat alone? But he had to go all out and give it a try. He has no choice. Chapter 11 Desperate Situation. Unlike those zombies, singing hymns in the air did not have much effect on the wolf, but it filled George's heart with courage. The wolf suddenly pounced. The distance was a bit far, but its vigorous figure jumped over. Just as George was about to lift the hammer, he suddenly realized that the wolf's mouth would be faster than his. Subconsciously, he wanted to roll to the ground to avoid the attack. However, at that moment, his heart suddenly beat violently, and he felt that if he did this, he would definitely die. He suddenly stopped his body that was about to roll, and picked up the brick-like holy book in his hand. The blow was somewhat unexpected, hitting the wolf's fragile nose suddenly. The wolf let out a painful cry in midair, and turned its mouth to one side, without hitting anyone. But the body rushed towards George with a huge inertia. There was a pop. George was suddenly hit by the wolf body, feeling a tightness in his chest and stars in his eyes. The wolf's fangs brushed against his throat, and he could even feel the hot breath from the wolf's kiss. He raised his arms and clamped the wolf's neck, and fell to the ground with it. Wolves are much more flexible than humans, and have a much higher tolerance for pain. Although one person and one wolf fell sideways to the ground at the same time, George's arm couldn't help but loosen due to the pain of the collision with the ground, while the wolf suddenly shook his body and stood up again. Before George could react, he heard a cruel growl in his ears. When he turned his head, he saw a bloody mouth biting towards his throat crazily. At this moment, George suddenly felt an unprecedented calmness. He realized that no matter how he tried to dodge, he would definitely die. Only by blocking its mouth could he have a chance of victory. He stretched out his iron glove and dug it directly into the wolf's bloody mouth. No matter how the wolf shook its head, he held on to its sharp teeth and jaws. The bite force of this evil wolf seemed to far exceed that of ordinary dogs. The chain mail on George's hand was bitten loudly by the huge kiss of the evil wolf, and blood splattered in an instant. But the strong man's move of cutting off his wrist seemed to have worked. After the wolf's lower jaw was firmly grasped by him, it was difficult to twist it, and its teeth were embedded in the chain armor, giving George time to reach for the dagger with his other hand. During the huge twisting, George's entire body shook amidst the splashes of dust, and the blood that continued to flow out was also splashed with wolf kisses. It made him feel like the bones and muscles in his arms were about to be torn apart, while swaying left and right. George's other hand finally touched the dagger on his lower back. He gritted his teeth, pulled out the dagger, and stabbed it with a wild wolf roar. The wolf's skin is very tough, and the hair is very thick, and with his whole body swaying, not only was his accuracy somewhat poor, but his strength was also lacking. It couldn't be inserted into its throat at once. However, with his desperate strength, he stabbed the dagger into its side chest. The dagger touched a certain rib and stopped moving. The wolf also felt the danger and the pain, and desperately wanted to open his mouth. But George's bloody arms grabbed its chin like iron pincers, pulling it away from the wolf's drag. His arms were gradually numb, and he felt a little weak after just over a minute of wrestling. He knew this was his last chance. So he suddenly used all his strength to pull the wolf's mouth back, and pulled the dagger down with his other hand. The dagger finally reached into the softness, and was violently stirred in George's hands. Hot and strong blood spurted out. But the wolf became even crazier amid a burst of mourning. It finally got rid of George's completely unconscious hand, stretched out its big mouth again, and bit George's face. At this critical moment, George's eyes widened, and he did not choose to dodge. Instead, he twisted the dagger harder, and directed his unconscious arm towards the wolf kiss again. With a creaking sound, the wolf's fangs embedded themselves into the mail, and were stuck inside. George's dagger also pulled down fiercely for another distance. Balls of hot stuff fell on George's body. In the severe pain, the wolf's strength finally weakened. George seized this opportunity, and pressed the wolf under him with great force. While pressing his arm against the wolf's mouth, he took out the dagger and inserted it into its throat. His eyes were as red as a wolf's, staring hard into those wolf eyes. At this moment, he saw the fear in the wolf's cold eyes. Slowly, the faint cold light in the wolf's eyes finally faded away. George's hand was dripping with blood, and it was difficult to bend his arm. He didn't know how badly he was injured, but the leather gloves were completely rotten, and the mail on the arms was also damaged and bleeding. But George didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt a sense of excitement. He stood up and looked towards Alexander. The big guy had already killed the last 3 wolves, but his body was still covered in blood and looked scary. When George reluctantly tore off his gloves and hung up the hammer and Bible with one hand, the followers also came over. "Why are there 8 wolves?" the follower questioned his lord, and his eyes were actually a little moist. George could see that although the wounds on his body were a bit scary, they shouldn't be a big problem, because he was carrying 2 wolves on his shoulders. "Shit!" George cursed. "There are more than just these 8. Alexander! All the wolves around are coming! Let's go!" He pulled Alexander and said as he walked. "In fact, when I saw the 6th wolf, I wanted to shout to remind you. I planned to sacrifice my life to attract them to protect you. But it suddenly occurred to me that this might harm both of us. Because as long as you kill that wolf, the other wolves will probably go away. And if I take action rashly, it will ruin things." George looked behind him and fell on Alexander's eyes. "Extremely sincere," he continued. "But you killed the wrong person. Alexander! I didn't expect you to." He sighed. "Did I mess up?" "Yeah," George nodded deeply. "But why do I kill more and more? Why do they come around? Shouldn't they run away?" Alexander's eyes widened. "Yes. Why is this happening? This is so strange. Don't these idiots realize that Alexander is invincible? Of course I'm unbeatable. I killed them all. Yes. And it was only a slight injury. You are really powerful. Alexander, you are the #1 warrior of Johannes. You are so brave and invincible. I really admire you." He. The bald man touched his head and forgot all about what happened just now. Even the wounds on my body no longer hurt. However, George suddenly started crying. "What's wrong with you, Lord? I caused you to be injured." "Alexander, I'm sorry." As he said this, the crying George raised his bloody arm intentionally or unintentionally, and blood was still dripping on it just enough for Alexander to see clearly. "See, sir, are you injured? Damn it. It's all my fault. I didn't protect you. It doesn't matter, Alexander. Although I feel that my hand may be useless. But it doesn't matter. You are my brother, and I am your brother. We rely on each other, and share the joys and sorrows. Sir. Alexander covered his face and stopped. Crying? Keep your voice down. George suddenly became anxious. His expression completely different from before. Because he seemed to have seen something leaping over in the mist just now. There are no other wolves coming from Male Gobi. Right. Let's go. He quickly pulled Alexander to quicken his pace. And chanted the holy hymn in a low voice. Not long after, he felt waves of warmth coming from his hands. The bleeding slowly stopped. And I gradually became conscious. He could feel that although his hand was seriously injured, no bones were damaged. It's just that it may take some time to recover. What are you singing, boss? Alexander wiped his tears as he walked away. I was trying to heal your body, but it seems I failed. Sorry. I'm not particularly skilled. George looked apologetic, for real this time. Are you okay, sir? You still care about me? Alexander's tears were about to flow out again. He said, I'm fine. Boss. I'm fine. This little injury is nothing. If I hadn't been so hungry these days, I don't have the strength as before. Even the 8 ghouls. I took care of them all in just a few strokes. You don't have to worry about me. Just wait until I eat more at night. You should heal yourself first. Better than me, George said secretly. But he felt relieved and pulled him to continue walking quickly. He thought in his mind, big guy. I know you have many more wounds than me. But all I can say is I'm sorry. And I don't know what the situation is in that monastery. So I'm afraid this last bit of mana cannot be used to heal you now. He thought clearly that although the big man was seriously injured, but he is physically strong. So his movements are not affected. But if he didn't treat his hand first, let alone whether it would become useless, he wouldn't be able to run fast even if he ran away. At this time, they had entered a nearby woodland, and after running for some distance, George stopped in front of a big rock. He looked around and found the wolf's shadow in the fog. Nervously, he opened the scroll and took a look, and found that there were indeed many wolves gathered together, and there were 2 or 3 hanging behind them, wandering in the fog as if waiting for them. Alexander saw the wolf's shadow and wanted to walk over angrily. But George held him back. He spat out a few words from between his teeth. Don't go. Wait first. Then he picked up a few branches on the ground, hurriedly tore off a few strips of the cloak with a dagger, and with the grease in the bag behind his back, he wound up 5 or 6 torches and lit them. Oh my god! I definitely shouldn't die here. Chapter 12 The Ruined Monastery. The little cleverness seemed to have worked. When George looked at the scroll on the stone with bloodshot eyes, the scouts finally turned around and left. The wolves gathered in a group, making no sound, and headed towards the place where they had fought before there was fresh meat that could be obtained without any effort. George, who was sweating profusely, looked up to the sky and exhaled, feeling a little exhausted. With 2 bangs, the torch held by George fell to the ground, and he sat on the stone and panted for a long time. The big man stretched out his arms and gathered 2 torches, one hanging from his mouth. He looked at his boss strangely, wondering what he was up to. Put it down. We are saved. George shook his head feebly and said, he thought in his mind, if there were 5 of us, how could we be so miserably imprisoned by wolves? Even if the other 3 are useless and can only hold up torches. That's fine. He sighed and waved impatiently to the big man, asking him to quickly throw down the torch and carefully observe the scroll. There are no wolves around anymore. They are all eating there. And he discovered that he could actually see the wolf's note on the scroll. Northland Grey Wolf. Comprehensive combat power. 3. The highest wolf over there is 5. Characteristics. 1. Wolf Pack LV2. When there are companions around to cooperate, each additional person will have combat power +1. Up to +3. And dare to challenge more powerful enemies. This feature can evolve into a ferocious wolf pack. 2. Toughness LV1. Physical strength +5. 3. Bloodthirsty. Will not flinch due to heavy damage and fear. Nor will combat effectiveness be reduced due to this. Evaluation. This kind of beast is born for hunting. And its body structure is mainly red muscle. And the bones are denser than humans. They have great endurance, hardly feel tired, and have strong resistance to fighting. If a human with the same physique fights a wolf with bare hands, the chance of winning is 20% in the first minute. And if it takes more than 5 minutes, he will definitely die. George's pupils shrank slightly, and he became more aware of the dangers of these wolves. They will definitely be the biggest threat to the shelter if they are not discovered in advance at night. I'm afraid that I won't even have a chance to sing to him. And I will die in the mouth of the wolf that suddenly bursts out of the fog. But for the wolves, they have enough food today. They should not break into the shelter tonight. Alexander's strength seems to be more than 10 times my hand-to-hand combat ability. I don't know what the sea-level combat power is, but when it breaks out, it seems to be far beyond my imagination. I looked at the level of danger again, and it turned from in danger to in danger. After seeing these words, George took a deep breath. You can basically guess who the guys in the monastery are. Come, Alexander. Let me help you take care of your wound. No, boss. You should treat your hand first, Alexander said with concern. My hand? Oh, yes, of course. My hand also needs to be healed. Well, Alexander, you don't have to worry. Just put my hand on your wound in a while, and both of us will heal. He was cured, George said very seriously. How many people understand the mysterious twists and turns of wizards and clergy? Not to mention those who are illiterate. This time George did not sing to him directly, because Alexander had a lot of wounds that still needed to be treated a little, especially the sand and other dirt stuck on it. If the wound suddenly heals, something will go wrong. Before George set off, both of them prepared a lot of things in their luggage, including hot water. Although it was cold, it was clean. After washing, the wounds on Alexander's body gradually began to recover under the influence of mantra chants. However, because there were many wounds and some were deep, it can be said that a large piece of muscle was turned out, so the effect is not as good as the one on George. But the bleeding was completely stopped and there was some healing. The most important thing is that there will be no infection or pus. Nor will there be complications such as decay. I remember there are herbs that can also prevent infection and curb corruption. You may need to collect some later. It's not good to always rely on mantras and hymns. In this era, if a small wound is not treated well, it may lead to amputation or even death. I drank some water and looked at the scroll again. I found that the wolves had dispersed, and dangerous turned into risky. The danger level has decreased again, probably because the wolves are full. At this time, the sun was almost setting on the other side, and it would be dark in another 2 hours. The territory of the shelter is not large. It is equivalent to a small village, so there is plenty of time. Alexander was injured, and it would definitely be bad to fight continuously. But George decided to go to the abandoned monastery first. He had some ideas, and was very curious about it. There would definitely be some enemies there, but he felt that the matter could be resolved without fighting. The monastery is on a hill in the forest, not far from here. After packing their things, the two quickened their pace. After walking up the hillside, they walked for more than 10 minutes and saw a vineyard. This vineyard, which has always been run by monks and believers, is a truly fertile land. Unfortunately, it is now not only overgrown with weeds, but most of the grape trellises have also fallen down. George couldn't help but sigh. The vineyard in the fog is desolate, and it can be seen that it is often visited by wild boars. While passing through here, Alexander discovered several traps. It seems to be specially set up for catching small wild boars, deer, rabbits, etc. Although the trap is a bit crude, it is very professional, as if it was made by an old hunter. But these things aimed at beasts can be easily discovered by people. There are also some traps, secretly arranged on certain paths. It is a large pit covered by weeds and tree branches. If it weren't for some rotten meat on top, the two of them almost got hit. This is for those zombies and cunning wolves. Looking at the insidious trap, George felt lingering fear, but a stone in his heart fell to the ground. The most important thing is that there is no stench like sulfur nearby. After bypassing this trap, the two of them no longer walked on the road, choosing only places that were full of thorns and had no trace of human passage. After a while, they finally successfully climbed up the small pine forest on the hillside. The spire of the monastery, not far away, was exposed on the pines and cypresses, and was vaguely visible in the hazy mist. George did not let Alexander go over in a hurry. Boss, didn't you say we must go back before dark? Alexander asked in a low voice. George shook his head. These enemies are somewhat cunning, so don't rush. Although with Alexander's strength, even if the two of them went in recklessly, they could kill and wipe out the enemy. But that would be a pity, he said. No need now. If the things in front of you are handled well, it doesn't matter if you go back late. He looked at the scroll and added, and as long as there are many of us, even if we walk at night, those who are full, well, the wolves won't mess with us. A lot of people? Yeah. George nodded, hooked his hand at Alexander, and said in his ear, "You will be like this in a while." The sky was gradually getting darker, and the monastery in the distance was completely shrouded in fog. George glanced at the scroll and made sure that the red dots inside were all gathered together. He patted Alexander on the back of his head, woke up the sleeping guy, and walked towards the monastery. The monastery is small and has collapsed in some places, but it is no problem to use it as a shelter from wind and rain. There are some pumpkins in the open space on both sides of the monastery. There are not many weeds, and they are taking care of themselves well, but they all grow crookedly. This should be related to pollution and lack of fertilizer. In addition, there are some debris and grass piled not far from the front of the monastery, making it look like a refugee camp. The door was closed tightly, and it could be seen that the door had been repaired several times. This made George nod his head, because it seemed that the people inside seemed to be somewhat skilled and diligent, not the kind of lazy and ignorant people who just wait to die. Alexander kicked the door. However, this time it seemed that because the back of the door was blocked by some big rocks or logs, it did not open directly inwards. Instead, under his strange power, it opened directly. It collapsed. A pile of dust and gravel fell down at the door. Chapter 13 Bandits? Dust flew, and the firelight lingering in the house shone in front of the door. Inside, there were 7 tramps with shabby clothes and dirty appearance, looking towards the side with wide eyes. At first, they thought it was a strange bear or something that smashed the door panel, and they were so panicked that they didn't react for a while. And when they saw the ferocious figure with a ferocious face and blood all over, they were sure that it was a person. Giant! Giant! Damn it! How could there be a giant? Someone was so frightened that he screamed. An arrow flew over tremblingly, but Alexander's shield didn't even bother to lift it up, so it flew away. "You damn bandits dare to attack the knights under the Lord?" Alexander said rudely with his bullseye eyes, and the next sentence directly shouted, "It seems that I shouldn't be so kind as to come to negotiate, because you simply don't want to live anymore." As he said that, he strode in on the thick door panel. With a click, the door panel was crushed by him. This scene even made a guy standing next to the fire tremble twice. He walked towards him. The giant coming over was so stressful that he took 2 steps back in panic and almost fell into the fire. Lord. Subordinate knights. Negotiation. For a moment, the bandits looked at the invincible giant in front of them, feeling that they were not facing a person, but an army. "We are not bandits. Not bandits, sir," these bandits hurriedly explained. At this moment, they didn't look like bandits at all, just like a group of panicked refugees. Don't talk about an army. Just look at the sword in that man's hand. It's bigger than a 2-handed sword, and that huge oak shield was like a small buckler in his hand, making it impossible for anyone to have the courage to fight him. "Then why are you pointing weapons at my knights?" A man suddenly walked in behind the giant. "Not a robber? Are they the Grey Gloves rebels?" As he spoke, he stopped and looked out in front of the door. With a crash, those crude weapons fell to the floor. Very good, George thought, throwing up the dagger at his hand. The first step has been successful. He originally thought he would have to kill 1 or 2 people to deter him, but now it seems that he overestimated the courage of these bandits. In other words, in this doomsday, there is no difference between them and those refugees. Next, Alexander ordered the guys to get together. The robbers were very obedient as they roared, and soon they knelt in a circle, back to back, with their hands on their heads behind the bonfire. After that, they began to cower and look at the giant while glaring at them fiercely while chewing the dinner that was supposed to be theirs. George walked around the house, occasionally using a hammer to pick up 1 or 2 things to look at. He discovered that these bandits were not as cowardly as they appeared, at least not when it came to dealing with the weak. Therefore, they are not as harmless as they say. There were some washed blood stains inside the house, and some clothes did not belong to these people. And there were also women's things. After watching a circle, George had a clear understanding of what these guys usually do, but he didn't feel any anger in his heart. He just felt a little chilly. This famine was much more serious than he imagined, and the stories that happened in it made him shiver all over. Who says only zombies can eat people? Of course, his idea was a bit too dark and arbitrary. There are a lot of wild animals in the vineyard, and there are traps for hunting, so the blood stains on the ground may be left by the slaughter of wild animals. And there are pumpkins next to the church. They are not particularly short of food. As for the clothes, it's possible that they were just ripped off the zombies and used to start fires. But a lot of things do come from certain villages, so these bandits should have been to some villages and know the specific locations. George secretly thought as his eyes scanned these people. Not too much time had passed since the two people came in. But this period of silence made the already defenseless people more and more frightened. Especially when the Lord squinted his eyes and looked at him coldly every time he picked up something. "The crimes you have committed are enough to be hanged on the gallows twice." He finally broke the silence. But it brought despair. Some people cried and defended themselves, saying that they did not kill anyone. Some people turned their eyes around, thinking carefully. And some people tensed up, straightened up slightly, and looked towards the door. The smart people have already realized that there may not be anyone outside. Or in other words, far from here. But he had to get past the terrifying giant, which was obviously not feasible. So he quietly grabbed the knife hidden in his boot and looked at the Lord, who looked easier to deal with. Although he looked stronger than his thin self. George knew their reactions clearly. But he didn't care, but was somewhat satisfied. He wouldn't be worried if they all gave in at once. And what the shelter needs next is a group of wolf cubs who have seen blood, even a bunch of damn scum. As long as it works. He needs a group of subordinates or slaves. And he really has no right to pick and choose now. But before that, he needs to take out some of the most damn guys inside to scare the monkeys. So, George interrupted those people and spoke slowly. "But the great god of sanctuary is kind. So if anyone can defeat me, I will give him a chance to live." "Are you serious?" someone asked. But most people lowered their heads and said nothing. Or were waiting and watching. The Lord stared at him with cold eyes and nodded. The man drew his dagger and stood up. He looked at the Lord and seemed a little hesitant. But then he tightened his grip on the dagger and struck hard. However, a big sword suddenly struck him. The sword was so fast that no one had time to react. The man just took a step and was cut in half. The blood spilled out wildly, covering half of the hall. The corpse was still twitching slightly on the ground. And those with blood on their faces were stunned and couldn't close their mouths. "If you want to fight my leader, you must defeat me first." Alexander took a bite of the barbecue in his hand and sat back on the stone. It was as if I had just killed a chicken. George didn't know how much of a scumbag the dead man was. But he stood up. So obviously, he was the most damned one. George nodded, walked slowly back and forth in the hall, and said lightly, "Next one." Not at all ashamed of the so-called duel in his mouth. But after hearing this, those people were completely desperate. They knelt there crying, not knowing what to do. Maybe have a good meal before hitting the road? No matter what. It's better than living in this terrible world. Right? They couldn't resist anymore. And they couldn't even think about it. Let's see how their backbone, the leader, who just stood up, hangs up. "Who else is willing to give it a try?" George reminded again. His words could not help but remind people of the countdown to execution that turned autumn into winter. Everyone shook their heads and cried bitterly. Some people wanted to crawl over and kiss the Lord's boots to pray to him. But they crawled back under the cold gaze of the Lord. "It seems that none of you want to die. But you all deserve to die." George gave a heavy meal and said, "Then I will give you a chance to use your contribution to exchange your lives from me. Sir Alexander told me before that he needs some followers. So, if only one of you behaves in a way that I approve of, then I, Baron Johannes, will pardon your crimes." George continued. "Of course, if someone performs particularly well and makes outstanding contributions, they may not have the opportunity to take off the title of untouchable and become my retainer in the future. So, from now on, if any of you want to live, then you must learn one thing: please your master." The words from George's mouth mimicked those of his father in this world, perfectly portraying a feudal lord. The fate of these people was directly announced. But these people who have lived at the bottom of society since childhood seem to hear the sound of nature. Staying alive is something that most people in this world are striving for. Now, they seem to have another chance at a better life. This time, George did not stop the weeping men from crawling over to kiss his boots. Kicking the dogs, George ordered them to pack their belongings and pick up their weapons. The Lord asked them to pack up their things and hit the road quickly. Because this Lord had a place of redemption. The men packed up their things and took up arms again. They stepped over the body, which had begun to become cold, and surrounded Alexander. This time, they have a backbone again. And this backbone looks like it will definitely last them longer. George noticed that at this moment, there was an extra line on the heads of these bandits, really unreliable followers. Chapter 14: The Word of the Talisman. He lowered his gaze, and carefully observed the information on these followers. Really not very reliable retinue. Comprehensive combat power, 2. Evaluation. It's really not very reliable. He may run away at any time. So he could only fight reluctantly under the threat of his superiors. Characteristics. 1. Bandits, when dealing with civilians. Combat effectiveness +2. When there are too many people on the opposite side, or when it is obvious that they cannot defeat. Combat effectiveness -1. 2. Robbery, when this group of scum loots and plunders. Not even a feather can escape their eyes. What a hacking bunch of trash and scum. But the bandits seem to have a little bit of training value. At least, they are not like those stupid people who don't even dare to pick up weapons. Hey, no matter what, there is a lot of food in this monastery. Enough for us to eat for a few days. George looked at the people packing things, took a bite of the rabbit leg, and thought helplessly. Although there aren't many pumpkins outside, we can't let them go. The same goes for other scattered supplies. The servants held torches and pushed carts outside, loading things. George picked up the scroll in front of the door and observed the information about the monastery. However, it seems that because the monastery is damaged, not much can be observed. It just says that the church is divided into 5 levels: chapel, main church, cathedral, sanctuary, and temple. This monastery belongs to the chapel, church LV1. According to what was said above, it seems that in addition to increasing the weekly recovery of divine grace, the church can also allow believers to further their studies here. Further training will increase your monastic ability. When you reach a certain level of spiritual practice, you can pass the baptism of divine grace and directly become a priest. Isn't this just experience value? George's eyes suddenly widened, and he remembered another building in the castle, the school grounds. The tavern of the sanctuary can recruit followers, and the monastery can train priests. Then the school field is the place to train knights or soldiers. But it is still a ruin. At this time, 2 followers took the body out and threw it into the woods. George glanced over there and ignored it. However, when he unfolded the scroll again, a line of words condensed by light water vapor appeared in front of him. Complete the side mission, hidden save the lost lamb, the water vapor dissipated, and new lines of words appeared again. For those bandits who have lost themselves, you did not kill them all, but found a way to recruit them into the first batch of people of the sanctuary. Although your actions are not in accordance with the teachings of the God of Sanctuary, the actions you unintentionally do are consistent with part of the teachings giving both kindness and power, and giving people a chance to redeem themselves. This is better than many pastors. You let your subordinates kill 1 person, but you made more people wake up. You did the right thing, but you forgot to save him in your heart. This means that his soul will forever wander in the wilderness and suffer, unable to be protected in the kingdom of God. This kind of unprofessional behavior makes God feel a little dissatisfied, and it also affects your performance a little bit. But the flaws are not concealed, and the reward should be fulfilled perfectly. Evaluation, A+. Oh shit! Who said I forgot? Ahem. I plan to transcend it when I leave. Really, George shouted in his heart. But those words were gone. It seemed that this opportunity to perfectly complete the hidden mission had been missed by him. The task bar on the scroll suddenly flashed with golden light, and new text appeared in it. Saving the lost lamb related rewards. Rune word number 1 light +1 brightness. Plus 15% hit rate. There are 5 levels of rune words in total. Number 1 represents level 1. Description 1. After the language of divine runes, number 1 light is inlaid/engraved on items, weapons, protective gear, amulets. The brightness will make the wearer's line of sight clearer. Not only can they see through part of the fog even further, night vision is possible only for the wearer, and within the line of sight, it has a true vision effect. The increase in hit rate makes the bearer feel like a divine aid when attacking the enemy, making it more accurate. Note 2. The rune words can be combined and matched. The successfully combined rune words will bring about earth-shaking changes to the equipment. Tip. Multiple rune words can be combined to the next level from a scroll of sanctuary, officially, by consuming divine favor. After you have the blueprint related to the rune language, you can produce it. Requires materials, gems, mithril, divine grace. It is hidden in a bluestone slab under the collapsed throne of the monastery. Dig it up and look for it. The language of the rune seems to be an extremely precious mysterious gem that can only be inlaid on the armor and weapons of the Templar Knights. A memory suddenly appeared in George's mind, and he returned to the world like a puppet. In the monastery, a stone slab with written notes on it was tilted open with a dagger. And then, a stone square hidden in the soil appeared in front of him. The texture of this stone square piece is very delicate, and it is faintly combined into a strange text. It seems that its previous owner noticed its specialness and wore it like a necklace. There are still some tiny wolf teeth on the chain rope, which looks very exquisite, but some are broken. A line of words appeared in front of George's eyes. Amulet of no use. Just when George picked it up with doubts on his face, a divine light suddenly shrouded it, as if divine grace had suddenly blessed it, making the strange text become clear. The text has also undergone different changes. Amulet that dispels the fog, removable. At this time, George suddenly discovered that the hazy fog in the monastery seemed to have quietly receded, and when he took down the words of the divine rune, the fog swept back. But his eyes were extremely bright. Moreover, his vision became extremely far, and he could clearly see the vegetation in the forest. The fog and night within 100 steps seemed to be nothing in his eyes, as if there was light shrouding them. After making it into a talisman, the effect seems to be very different. Putting the words of magic and the necklace into the 2 pockets on the left and right, George picked up a stone, thinking in his mind, "I want to hit the second piece of glass above," and then threw it out. P.S. The technology of glass has been around since the ancient Greek times, and was often used in various churches in the Middle Ages. And the indigenous people in this world seem to know how to make this kind of thing. Therefore, the technology of glass painting has long been used. The stone drew a parabola in the air, and was about to miss the piece of glass and hit the wall. But suddenly, by some strange coincidence, he deviated a little bit, and accidentally broke the glass in George's eyes. George woke up suddenly with a crackling sound. He suddenly realized that this seemingly useless +1 brightness and 15% hit rate had a much greater effect than he thought. After patting the treasure in his pocket, George put the smile back on his face. He took the scroll and walked out of the door with square steps, hands behind his back. At this time, all the subordinates had finished cleaning up. Some of the subordinates had pulled out their hidden horses from nowhere, and they were trying to please that big fool. Sir, this is a pure blood and Dinas war horse. The most rare thing is that this pure color has no impurities at all. I had to wait for a whole month to get it. I can guarantee it. Sir, when it comes to horses, there is no one in the surrounding villages who knows the goods better than Aji. So when he told me about it, I believed it at the time. We were not willing to eat it. At least 40 silver foxes. 40 silver foxes? What kind of horse is that? This is a war horse. It costs at least 800. Fart. This is a pure blood and Dinas war horse. It's smarter than you. That noble gentleman is not willing to ride at least 8,000. It may be true that the bandits were reluctant to eat it because the horse was so skinny that it couldn't take off a few kilograms of meat. And that head is much shorter than the common draft horses in the Black Pearl Valley. It doesn't even reach Alexander's chest. The horse's body was also very dirty and had a lot of leprosy. It's impossible to see the original coat color clearly. Maybe it's shit yellow. Not only that, the horse's feet are also a little lame. This kind of horse, no matter who its parents are, has a word, a bad horse, or a bad horse. But it made the followers boast to the sky. However, the idiot's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened, and he was eager to go up by pressing his buttocks. Seeing such a scene, George was so frightened that he almost threw the scroll in his hand. He quickly stepped forward and stopped him. You said you would give me a horse. Alexander stared, pouted, and quit. I really want to slap myself twice. George regretted the pie he had drawn before. Alexander definitely couldn't ride this horse. It's almost the same if he stands behind him. If you really want to go up there, you have to sit down and die. How is this possible? This horse is a great tool for running around and showing off. As a lord, how could he not even have a horse? And after the territory has citizens, this horse will have to be used to plow the fields. George rolled his eyes and said quickly, Of course this horse is yours, Alexander. But you can let me ride it for 2 days first. Look at my hand. It hurts again. Alexander looked at the lord's grinning face and hesitated. Not long after, he suddenly widened his eyes, hugged George, picked him up like a child, and put him on the horse's back. Generally, I won't give horses and wives to others, but the Lord can. I'll give it to you. What is this talking about? It's like I'm borrowing your wife for my use. George's face looked like he had eaten a fly, but then he said with a smile, Oh, Alexander, how can I ask for your horse? Don't worry. My arm just hurts and I can't ride for a few days. By the way, I can help you raise it. I'll give it to you in a few days to gain weight. The fodder is still mine. Alexander chuckled. Boss is so kind to me. At this moment, George felt really sorry. Look what he had done. To deceive fools and scare refugees is just a matter of teasing lunatics. His grandma's. When I get a good horse in the future, I will definitely give you one. George scratched his head. If the fields are enough. After the interlude, everyone left the monastery holding torches. By this time, it was already dark outside. The wolves seemed to be full, and due to the large number of people, the journey back went smoothly. But there are always wolves howling in the distance, and in the heavy fog, there are occasionally creepy ghost calls. It can't help but be a little too creepy. It always makes people feel like they will get lost in the fog and become food for the ghosts. This is indeed the case. In this fog, everyone will get lost. But the Lord led them through the fog without encountering any monsters. It was as if, as he said, he could see through the fog. When they returned to the territory, it was completely dark in the wilderness. Only the shelter had a little light. It seemed that the moonlight penetrated the fog and only shined here. This scene shocked the subordinates. They began to believe that the place of refuge that the Lord said on the road was true. They had not seen this kind of fog-free area for many years. It was as if they had returned to the world that once was. Some people were even moved to tears. As for the dilapidated castle, it no longer mattered to them. Just as the Lord had fooled them, they would be the first people to build this place of redemption. And during the construction, these sinners would also redeem themselves. When everyone gathered around the fire pit in the tavern, they all felt a deep sense of satisfaction. They ate well and drank the hot broth. The Lord told them that there was no need to save and to fill their bellies well. But in fact, George and the others didn't bring much food back. But even if the retinues ate twice as much, they still wouldn't be as big as Alexander's meal. So it is better to replenish his weak body with energy to prepare for the next work. After all, a group of weak bandits cannot go to the village with him tomorrow to rob people and food. After eating and drinking, those people began to clean up the house and repaired the tavern using some scattered items. The two had dumped Little John's body in the cemetery before, but they had not had time to bury it. It was already dark now, and the cemetery was eerie and foggy. It was never a good idea to go there at night. So George planned I'll deal with it during the day. After thinking about something, George leaned next to the fire pit, eating the remaining pumpkin paste in his bowl and turning over the scroll. He had opened it once before when he was in the monastery. At that time, the danger level of the shelter had changed from risky to can handle, and after they returned to the shelter, the danger level was reduced again and became safe. Chapter 15. The sword emerges from the fire. It seems that with more staff, the shelter will be safer. Well, I finally passed the test. George couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Today he performed at a superb level, both physically and in terms of acting. He felt that he had never done anything like this before, either when he was calling him Xiao Ji or when he was calling him George. But often if the environment is changed and a person is forced hard for a while, the person will slowly be reborn. Today he finally passed this hurdle. Not only that, he also gained a group of younger brothers. Looking at the servants who were busy, George felt a little happy in his heart. Although these people needed to continue to be trained, no matter what, he finally had more people now. Thinking of this, George continued to look through the scrolls. On the taskbar, Sanctuary in Danger has changed from red to green, and it says completed, but there is still a new time counting down. And I don't know if the god is evaluating it, or thinking about something good to reward him. George rubbed his hands together expectantly, and licked up the last bit of pumpkin paste left in the dry bread bowl. After that, some hot water was poured in after the bowl is soaked. It can be eaten. There are more red dots around the territory. This made George slightly surprised. Logically speaking, after conquering these people, there should be only about 10 red dots. But now there are more than 30. There seem to be a lot of zombies wandering over from some directions. Zombies seem to come from the east and west sides, with very few coming from the north and south. As for the east side, because going east is the main transportation route of the Road of Kingdom, there are many territories and villages, so it's normal to have zombies. But not far to the west is the territory of the noble countess. Isn't her territory already finished? Thinking of the countess, George couldn't help but sigh. The countess' name is Elizabeth Burton, and she is basically the brightest kid in the entire valley, not only beautiful, but also wealthy. Even her brother-in-law, the guardian of the west, Duke Adeline, owed money to her family. Her territory covers more than 400,000 hectares, not counting vassals. There are more than 6,000 acres of land in the courtyard of the manor and castle alone. Nothing is grown on these 6,000 acres. Just beautifully manicured lawns, green woods, and gardens. There are hundreds of gardeners working every day, in addition to the small wharves and several large pastures in the territory. The Earl's estate alone consists of more than 120 farms, large and small. They are all located around the Black Lake and Pearl River in the valley. And these tens of thousands of people are all workers of their families. The silver foxes produced every year in that vineyard alone can fill a room. And that's not counting those mines. When George was 14 years old, he had the honor to follow his father to the Earl's manor. At that time, Lady Elizabeth, the sole heir of the Bolton family, had just inherited the family property and held a knight's tournament. There were 39 lords of all sizes who came to attend the celebration, all of whom were her vassals. And there are more than 1,000 knights. And this kind of military strength is already comparable to that of some small countries. Therefore, there are really only a few earls in the entire continent who can rival Elizabeth. The countess, who was in her 20s, was in her prime, and her husband had just died. When her father kissed her hand, George looked at the face that suddenly appeared, and thought in his heart if he could marry Lady Elizabeth in this life, then he could live like a king for the rest of his life. So until George wakes up, the Lady Elizabeth is his dream girl. And even now, when he thought of that little widow, he couldn't help but cough a little. But now, something seems to have happened in this area, which is the richest and most densely populated area in the Black Pearl Valley. This means that the entire valley's military strength has become a piece of loose sand, which is definitely a catastrophic situation. Shaking his head, George forced himself not to think about the flood of corpses. Otherwise, he would really not be able to sleep at night. Well, that large cemetery that has existed for centuries is also very scary. Those lords don't know what they do for food. If something happens to the boss, they don't even know to take care of it. Don't they all say that they will use their lives to protect the little widow? Hey, George sighed, and then thought about it. It's right that no one cares about her. Although the territories and castles of various lords were all surrounding her manor, like stars over the moon. But disaster comes from within. These vassals of hers cannot play a defensive role like they did during wartime. The geographical location of the Countess's manor is extremely advantageous, and it can be said that it is a vast expanse of land. After the disaster strikes, whoever takes people there will be like a meat bun beating a dog and never come back. It can be said that they are directly sent into the monster group. Not to mention that with the current situation, it is very difficult for everyone to manage their own affairs. So, no wonder no one cares about their ladies. But according to what the bandit said, although it is extremely chaotic now, there are still some lords who have survived. These people all have considerable armed forces. If the sky falls, there will be a tall one to support it. My territory is in the deepest valley and the deepest part, at the exit on the east side. If the zombie wave really breaks out, we have to kill them first. So it's not my turn to be unlucky so quickly. After comforting himself, George felt more at ease. So I continued to study the monsters on the scroll. Huh? How come a few more appeared in just such a short time? And they are all unmarked monsters that look like they suddenly emerged from the soil. Looking at the location of the cemetery on the scroll, George scratched his dirty and greasy head, and suddenly thought of something. I couldn't help but feel a slight chill in my back. Bah! Yes, this world is called Ghost. He felt like he had goosebumps. It's so damn unsafe. George suddenly thought that if those rooms were not cleaned during the day, ghosts might come out of those rooms. Thinking of this, the priest who was supposed to exorcise evil spirits shuddered. He was most afraid of ghosts. Take a sip of wine and stop thinking about these scary things. He made a decision. He must sleep with Alexander at night. At this moment, the scroll in his hand suddenly seemed to come alive and jumped into the fire pit. George was shocked. Then, some words emerged from the fire pit. Don't be nervous. This is just a little joke God played on you. You eliminated the crisis in the sanctuary and completed God's test. Finally qualified to inherit this shelter. Side Mission 1. Recruit followers. Reward has been cashed. Side Mission 2. Rescue the lost lamb. Reward has been cashed. Main Mission. Sanctuary in danger completed. Rewards now settled. You have become a real lord. Whether it is God or your father's side, you have completed one main quest and 2 side quests. And there are 3 main quest rewards in total. Related Reward 1. Unlock the seal in the shelter. The current level is Shelter LV0. Don't doubt it. It's LV0. Because now you only have a few soldiers and no real people. So it's not even the lowest level, LV1 village. But no matter what, Sanctuary has unlocked the rights for you. The official lord still has some special abilities. Unlock the talent learning. From now on, you can learn a few tricks from your followers every week. This ability is the same as the learning ability of the Holy Sun. You can understand the essence of its skills after being given guidance, and quickly gain proficiency in a short practice. You cannot quickly learn magic and magical skills. Such abilities require prayer. Willing to improve. Related Reward 2. Scroll of Sanctuary, official. Current level Scroll of Sanctuary LV0, the real scroll will unlock the seal. And any item wrapped in the scroll can be restored to its original state through prayer, consuming divine grace. Additionally, you will be able to summon the scroll from any flame. It cannot be damaged, and it can never be lost. At the same time, it will record all the areas you have explored. On top of the new shelter scroll, there will be daily patrol/work and other tasks. And depending on special circumstances, special tasks will also appear. You can simulate the completion rate of this task by arranging craftsmen, guards, and heroes. Related reward 3, Lord Sword Seal. Fortunately, you did not solve the crisis in the sanctuary alone. Nor did you give up your followers and lead the bandits to do this. Therefore, you deserve to have this sword. Lord Sword Seal. As a lord, it is natural to have something with symbolic meaning. And in any mythology, there are also stories of gods granting heroes swords that cannot be damaged and can never be lost. You can recall it from afar at any time, or summon it from any fire. Note 1. Think about your habits and your strengths. It can turn into a hammer when you need it. Note 2. The end of the sword/hammer handle is the seal. You can either be a noble knight as a lord, or a holy knight as a god. This identity is recognized by God, and has the ability of a true holy priesthood. When the school and the monastery are established at the same time, the honorary Knights Hall is established, and the conditions for establishing the Holy Order of Knights can be met. Note 3. The power of this sword/hammer will increase with the level of the shelter. Currently, it is only stronger than the small broken hammer you had that was used to smash walnuts, and was reluctant to throw away. What kind of good sword can a little lord have? Look at your broken territory now. But it has many slots. A new main quest has appeared. Don't forget to check it out. Dot! Xiao Dachui suddenly stood up, picked up a wooden stick and started to scrape the ashes in the fire pit. At this moment, the flames in the fire pit suddenly burst out, and gradually condensed into a burning sword. There is a line of remarks on the sword. You feel that this sword has no use except that it cannot be damaged and cannot be lost. It's just that every time it appears, it's very impressive. Maybe you, the magician, can use this to fool more people. The followers naturally did not notice these words. So when they saw the flames that illuminated the entire big house, the faces of those who were attracted and gathered did not have black lines all over their faces. Instead, he looked at his lord in stunned silence, and pulled out a sword from the burning flames. The sword comes out of the fire, just like the heroic myth in the poem. Even the moonlight shines brighter at this moment. The lord raised the sword high, and the ignorant people knelt on the floor in surprise. He summoned his knight, and the big man knelt down on one knee with excitement. The holy sword slapped the knight on the shoulder, and the knight followed the words from the lord's mouth and declared his oath. In this small room, the lord of sanctuary began the canonization ceremony for his first knight. Although his status was low in the eyes of Alexander and his followers, his noble figure in the flames was more majestic than the king. This scene will be recorded in history books, just like the legends of ancient heroes. Chapter 16 Future Plans. At night, George sat on the bedside and read through his diary. The room was dark, with only faint starlight. However, he seemed to have night vision, and could see every word on it clearly. George discovered that when he was studying in the cathedral, this diary was basically used for keeping accounts how much money he lost playing cards today, and how much money he lost playing cards tomorrow. There is really little useful information, but fortunately, I have recorded some knowledge on it before. Among them is the language about the magic runes. The priests believe that the words of the runes are gifts from the gods. Their appearance and location are completely random. It might be in some gem mine. It might be in amber that has been sealed for thousands of years. It may also be in the belly of a fish caught by a fisherman. This makes it extremely rare and much more valuable than gemstones. George remembered that even the lowest level of rune words was worth more than 3,000 silver foxes, which was enough to be worth 3 or 4 sets of exquisite full-body knight armors. A slightly depreciated but practical set of knight armor costs less than 300 silver foxes. Note that it is worth 10 sets. The word of divine runes is an urgent need of the Knights Templar under the rule of the Holy See. The most elite Templars will have a set of equipment inlaid with special gems, such as the talisman. This is the most obvious symbol of the Templars, and only the Templars can wear the talisman, armor inlaid with words. So, if Sanctuary can create rune words through divine grace, then he will also have his own Templar order. Shaking his head, George sighed. The god of protection made it clear that he was giving him various hints. The cakes are getting bigger and bigger. Standing up, George, who was a little sleepy, took his new, rusty hammer with an ugly little stone inlaid, it looked like this on purpose, walked past Alexander in front of the door, and came to the snoring place. In the tavern everywhere, the fire pit was still burning. It was too damp in the house, so only a little firewood was wasted, and because every room was too damp to be inhabited, the servants all slept near the fire pit tonight. But these guys have a place to sleep, so it doesn't matter. After looking around, George sat on the stool next to the fire pit, stared at the fire, and became stunned. After overnight repairs, the tavern is almost complete, but the timing is still there? I don't know what the conditions are for new adventurers to come over. And even after the patch, the number of adventurers that can be recruited now has not changed. According to the latest display on the scroll, it seems that there needs to be at least one waitress who can serve wine and meat normally. And it also needs to be redecorated before this level 1 tavern can officially meet the basic conditions for business. This requirement is a bit harsh, although a normal tavern should be like this. A level 2 tavern. It wouldn't require a wandering warbler, right? George thought as he looked at the followers who were playing to sleep next to the fire pit, a little bit desperate, throwing the scroll on his hand into the fire. The fire pit also had the function of a scroll. And then he observed the new task mentioned before. At the top of the task bar, there is a very conspicuous line of words that reads, Main mission, fight against the ancient gods and survive the doomsday. But this line is in gray, as if just to remind him of his ultimate goal. It also seemed to remind him that when the ancient god truly awakens, the final doomsday will come. The fonts that light up below say this. Main mission, current gathering the people. You have a shelter, but no one helps you build it. You need people. Protect more citizens. Not only can the subjects work for you, but after you inspire them to become believers/believers, you can also receive more divine grace. Divine favor base increases the power of the sanctuary, allowing it to dispel more fog and corruption. Buildings can be recovered by consuming divine grace. When the base of divine grace reaches a certain level, special merchants will be attracted to the sanctuary, and more powerful adventurers will also be attracted. Gather 100 citizens and convert them all into believers, and the shelter will be upgraded to a village. Village-level shelters will unlock more capabilities. Yes, talent is everything at Sanctuary. There are corpses, mills and cemeteries scattered all over the territory. This is all very urgent work. And the food in the fields is damn good. Alexander can eat it so much. He has to go to the surrounding villages tomorrow to find a way to get both people and food. The bandits knew very well where there were people, and where there were no people in the surrounding villages. And they had already told George this evening. Some villages are very small, and if 7 or 8 of them go there, they can get people here smoothly. But I don't plan to go to those small villages. This is such a waste of time. And the place the bandits were talking about dazzled him like a big piece of fat. I heard that there are chickens and sheep in the village. George couldn't help but swallow. Thinking of this, Xiao picked the wooden stick in his hand into the fire, and the large village near a small river in the southwest was magnified in front of him. The bandits said that it was a natural village formed later, with many people, sheep, blacksmiths, and no castle guards. George's eyes narrowed slightly. It's just that that place belongs to Viscount Geoffrey's territory. Lord Geoffrey is one of the still living lords. That guy was once one of Johannes's biggest creditors. George and his family owed him a lot of debt. There are more than 70 knights under his command alone. But the current situation in his territory is said to be quite bad. This village at the edge of his territory was not only frequented by bandits, but also by various lords, who occasionally went there to secretly collect taxes and cause harm. It was a wasteland and a troubled world. Such things would never have happened before. George was somewhat hesitant about this village, because if he doesn't do it right, he will stoke a hornet's nest. His current shelter is so small, and he only has 3 or 2 rotten cats. How can he compare with others? But at this difficult level, if I don't take some risks, let alone winter, I'm afraid that within 2.5 days, the newly subdued followers will start to run away or even rebel. What's more, among the surviving villages, apart from those that are vassal to Johannes, which one is unprotected? If you want to do it for the big ticket. Complete the task in one go. Thinking of this, George made a decision to clean up the corpses and plague risks in the shelter tomorrow morning, and then go to the village to rob people. No, he was going to rob the whole village. Do it cleanly, and don't let anyone go. Now everyone is busy with the autumn harvest. After the autumn harvest is over, we still have to plant autumn potatoes. Therefore, each lord is busy with the 1/3 of an acre of land near the castle, and has no time to estimate the villages in the distance. So as long as it is done cleanly, there will be no problem in Anshan for a month or 2. By then, as long as there is a heavy rain in the middle, the traces of migration will be gone, and no one will know who did it. Regarding the matter of human trafficking, George already had some plans in mind. Although there were many people in the village, George felt that no one would be able to escape. 7 or 8 people. That's enough. Early the next morning, before it was fully light, George was disturbed by the noise outside the house. Although the time is probably around 4 or 5 o'clock. People in this era go to bed early and get up early. It's just that he stayed up late last night and was a little annoyed. After getting dressed and going out, let those people eat the dry food quickly with the leftovers from last night. Then he ordered them to boil several large pots of water. Chapter 17 Early morning. The cauldron in the fire pit quickly boiled, and George ordered these people to collect the zombie corpses in the farmhouses, and use the boiling water to wash away all the houses where zombies had stayed, in order to remove the pollution. He also sang sacred hymns continuously while working. Although this hymn does not use magic power, it has some purifying effects. How much can be compared to that salt water? Of course, if salt water is used together with hymns, the effect on curing diseases will definitely be better. But there was only a little bit of salt in total, and George couldn't bear to waste it. When cleaning up the corpse in the castle, George had people peel off the clothes that were still intact and throw them into the boiling water to cook them. Afterwards, they sorted out the collected rags and pushed the 20 or so corpses towards the cemetery. It seemed like the sky was just lighting up in the mist. On the way, George turned over the scroll and found that after this night, the number of zombies reached more than 30. There are quite a few in the east and west, which makes people a little worried. Some even wandered to the south. The current level of danger near the territory shows that it can still be dealt with. George nodded while looking at the display on the scroll, and couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that those ghosts will disappear during the day. He and Alexander were no longer the only ones in the shelter now. With the addition of those followers, Scroll believed that they would no longer have any risk in dealing with those zombies and wolves. After figuring it out, George stopped paying attention to the red dots. He turned his attention to his own attributes. When he got up this morning, he felt that although his whole body was a little sore, his body was full of strength. Even when holding the hammer, it feels much lighter. On the scroll, George found that his attributes had indeed changed. Physique, 1.5 Wisdom, 0.2. Vitality, 7 out of 7, Physique *5, Mana, 2 out of 2, Wisdom *10. He remembered that his physique was originally 1.2, and increased by 0.1 after breaking through his physical limits in the mill. Now after this night's rest, it has increased by 0.2. My own physical fitness is considered to be good, and the nutritional intake of the nobles is relatively sufficient. So there is still some potential. In life and death, it should also be the most effective way to train people. It's probably more effective than going to the gym for weeks. But during the day yesterday, it may not have been fully revealed due to muscle fatigue. But after eating enough, drinking enough, and having a long sleep, the body recovered. New muscles grew, and the body became stronger and more powerful. George also noticed that his combat power also increased by 1 point, reaching comprehensive combat power 9. The increase in physical fitness from 1.2 to 1.5 should not be enough to increase 1 point of combat effectiveness. But after fighting the wolf and experiencing the moment of life and death, I did feel that I was more fearless. However, he found that his wisdom had not increased. This was obviously not something that could be squeezed out by overdrafting mana. In church training, which means teaching people to pray and sing scriptures, does it have to start with faith? But throwing myself wholeheartedly into the embrace and giving selflessly is something I simply cannot do. When he thought of selfless dedication, George felt very uncomfortable in his heart, not to mention believing in anyone without any reservation. But I am also a person favored by God, so although I cannot be sincere, I can make others believe in you sincerely. So in this case, my wisdom should be able to increase. Right? Thinking of this, George nodded, thinking this should be reasonable. Didn't the god of sanctuary say that he would invest more in himself? At this time, we have arrived at the cemetery, where 5 zombies are wandering. But Alexander stood motionless beside the Lord with his hands on his hips. This gave the coolies who were pushing an unpleasant feeling. George's eyes scanned the group of timid servants, scratched his dirty hair, and licked his fingernails. He shook his chin at Alexander and said, "Look at your followers. They are a bunch of cowards. Hurry up and practice." The words had an effect. After the rude instructor heard this, he walked over with daggers in his eyes. Seeing the big man's actions, the followers realized what was going to happen. So before he could hit anyone, They began to obey. They swallowed and picked up their weapons. Obviously, these kidnapped bandits knew which thing was more terrifying. Logically speaking, it is not a problem for these 6 people to deal with 6 zombies. And at the beginning, these lazy guys were not too vain, because they all had bows and arrows. But when the instructor told these people not to waste their bows and arrows, and had to fight the zombies in close combat, everyone was dumbfounded. Obviously, this instructor still has a deep memory of the Lord's previous orders. After hearing what Alexander said to the followers, George in the distance first twitched his eyebrows, and then nodded. He felt that the followers should indeed adapt to close combat and overcome their fear of zombies. In that heavy fog, monsters may suddenly appear in front of you from any direction at any time. If you develop a reliance on bows and arrows, then when faced with a crisis situation, the first reaction of the followers is to distance themselves, and then collapse under the impact of the corpses. There are not many people in the shelter now, and Alexander is completely able to suppress these followers. Therefore, we should start to train them thoroughly from now on. George noticed that when the old bandits put away their bows and arrows, they began to look a little timid, although they have fought against zombies before. But he has also witnessed with his own eyes the consequences after his companions were caught and bitten. What's more, these bandits don't have any long swords at all, except for dirty daggers, broken daggers, and some sharpened wooden sticks. The scrap metal picked up in the castle is of no use at all. If you really use them to kill zombies, you might have to fall asleep all of a sudden. Not as good as those picks and hoes. So no one dared to step forward first. However, when Alexander slapped his hands, the bandits finally unleashed their ferocity on the zombies, who were far less fearful than the instructors. The robber has the advantage of being a robber. After all, he has seen blood. If it were an ordinary citizen, he wouldn't be able to get up even if he was whipped with a whip. George thought in his mind, but forcing them like this can easily lead to mutiny. What are you afraid of? Behind you, there is a great priest. George stared and said this. These words were like an enlightenment that suddenly awakened people in this doomsday. Nothing is more legendary than the great priest. In those bard stories, the great priest could even bring people back to life. Not to mention contracting the plague. The subordinates couldn't help but suddenly remember the scene last night. The man who pulled the sword out of the fire looked like he was more than just a great priest. They looked again at the scary rider. Finally lost all fear of zombies. Rush over in a swarm. However, although the bandits are ferocious, they have not received formal training. So there was no coordination or routine at all in that battle. It looks like they are swarming together, but in fact they are fighting on their own. But there was one bravest guy among them, who caught George's attention. Not only is he the boldest, he is also the smartest and most flexible. He was not timid in the face of the 2 charging zombies. He flexed his body backwards, and the wooden stick in his hand flew over accurately, shooting directly through the head of one zombie. Then he swung the dagger at his waist, and shot another zombie. A zombie rushed towards him, and his head was pierced. The other bandits are not bad either. They seem to have been hunters in the mountains before, and are all good at using javelins. But it wasn't as steady, accurate, and ruthless as when he took action. Yes, it seems there are still some useful guys here. But there are still a few guys who are relatively useless. For example, the thinnest retinue, the horse thief named Aji. He was almost jumped by a zombie. If Alexander hadn't taken action at the critical moment, someone would have been injured. The bandits finally managed to get rid of the 6 emaciated zombies without any danger. This was a relief to everyone. However, the strict instructors were like slave owners, and did not give them any chance to rest. He went up and kicked each of the people sitting on the ground, and ordered them to pick up picks and hoes and start working. No one dared to complain, so they could only work like the prisoners who had been exiled. The large pit where the body was to be buried was slowly dug. The Lord walked over slowly, and asked the name of the servant who performed best. Martin. Sir, just call me Martin, Martin said. Martin was about 30 years old, but his face was stained like mud because he was so messed up. There are 2 more beards on the nose, and the beard has not been repaired for a long time, so he looks like he's over 40. Well, it's a good name. It's very suitable for being a knight. George nodded and said in words that everyone could stand. A sinner will not always be a sinner. Martin, I remember your name. After saying that, he glanced coldly at the sneaky guys. After that, everyone worked harder when picking up their pickaxes, ignoring what they were thinking. After George finished speaking, he walked aside and chatted with Alexander. Teach me 2 moves. Big guy, do you have any special skills that are suitable for me to use? Throwing. My javelin is thrown accurately. Change. George said these words crisply. The big man patted the back of his head. A little unhappy. He pouted his big mouth, lowered his head to look at his little lord, and suddenly nodded. Yes, boss. You are such a dry little person. And it is really useless to learn how to throw a javelin. Chapter 18 Robbery Mobilization. Teach you wrestling. This is my second best thing, Alexander said. Boss, I found out that you only know how to use a hammer and a book. And you especially like to hit the head directly. But in fact, you should be good at using weapons and body all parts of. Following Alexander's explanation, as well as some demonstrations and guidance, George suddenly had some insights and felt that he had found some tricks. Trip, you understand that if you can easily trip an enemy with a lower physique than yours to the ground, this technique will make you more flexible and adaptable in battle. It's not okay for us to practice together. Looking at the lord who was grinning and kicking his own legs, Alexander said naively, I'll call one over for you. As he spoke, he waved to the servants working over there. A guy came over in a hurry. He just started working hard after hearing the lord's words. So I thought there was something good going on. After trying it a few times, George found that under Alexander's guidance, he became more and more proficient in mastering this technique. If he wanted to, those guys who were thinner than him would have almost no chance of standing up. Although the retinue was thin, he had a lot of strength. His physical fitness should be about the same as yesterday's. But George felt like he was tripping him as easily as he was tripping a chicken. After playing with that guy for a few times without using this technique, George discovered that his extra 0.3 physique gave him an absolute advantage when dealing with him. But if you don't use the tripping technique, it won't be so easy and comfortable at all. Not only does it take a lot of effort to make more calls, but it also won't succeed every time. He suddenly discovered that this seemingly simple technique seemed to have a lot of knowledge, and his master is obviously very good at this. Even aside from his extremely advantageous body shape, he is probably a gold belt wrestler. When I was 12 years old, I was already invincible in our tribe. No one could throw me down. Alexander stretched out his hand to lift the guy, who was almost unable to stand up, and said. George raised his head and looked at this guy's body up and down, and nodded deeply. You have to practice more, boss. Alexander casually threw the guy and his hand aside, hooked his hand, and called another one over. The guy who was just slacking off looked at the guy watching the excitement with a look of despair on his face. The pit was soon dug, and when all the bodies were put into the pit, George began to pray. When the angel appeared in the sky, the sun penetrated the clouds and illuminated the cemetery. The followers who witnessed this miracle stood stunned for a moment and then fell to their knees one by one. This scene is undoubtedly solemn and sacred, especially in these last days. It can't help but rekindle the long-extinct hope in people's hearts. Once connected with the pie that the Lord had painted before, superstition began to gradually arise in the hearts of these people. Some people even took the initiative to crawl over and started crying and confessing to the pastor. Finally, there is an audience to watch me perform a miracle. After the prayer, George took this opportunity to strike while the iron was hot and told the lie. I was originally a high priest of the St. Lake Cathedral. I was inspired by the God of Sanctuary to leave the church and build a sanctuary here, to protect the people of God, although the territory you see is only a piece of desolate land. It is precisely because of this that God guided me to choose to go on a journey of redemption here, because he knows that in this most severely affected area, there are people who need help the most. And I also know that there are the guardians of God hidden among the victims, waiting for me to wake them up. After speaking, he glanced at these people. He nodded meaningfully. Everyone thinks he is talking about themselves. When the followers were burning the corpses and working in full swing, George quietly unfolded his scroll. There are many corpses in this cemetery, some of which have crawled out long ago and wandered to unknown places. Some have been banging on rotten coffins in the soil. But now, in this spiritual salvation, these waiters must have truly rested and will not wake up again. Coupled with the corpses brought in today, George's prayers reached 30 at once. After thinking about it, George improved his inspiration ability. Inspiration LV1. You begin to know how to persuade those ignorant people who have no faith. When you teach them the Holy Scriptures, they will become believers more easily. What's the use? My 10 prayers were wasted. He scratched his dirty and itchy hair hard, and George felt that his balls were extremely painful. The reason why he chose to improve this ability was entirely because he always felt that this inspiration should be more than that simple. After all, in those myths and legends, those legendary great priests can even transform evil spirits into heroic spirits and beasts into guardian beasts. However, The reality slapped him hard. It's also possible that the level of inspiration is not enough. George shook his head, leaving himself with a little hope. However, he swore that if he had 100 more prayer points, he would never upgrade this thing first. It seems that if you don't upgrade it by 1 or 2 levels, it won't be of any use at all. After ordering those people to fill up the burned corpses and bury them in the soil, George was not in a hurry to let these people go out with him to rob. Instead, he returned to the tavern and asked them to fish out the clothes living in the cauldron. These clothes were from the dead soldiers and had Johannes' logo on them. Although it's a little wet, it's still better than before. And after putting it on over clothes, it will probably dry out in the sun during the day, and it won't take long. When the retinue looked at the clothes and hesitated, fearing that wearing the clothes of the deceased would bring bad luck, George pretended to recite a sacred hymn, empty singing without using magic power, to those clothes. He also told them that the evil spirits above had been completely purified. And not only would they be fine if they wore these clothes, but they would also receive blessings from the dead heroes. In addition, if any of you is bitten by a zombie in the future, you can also tell me. I will represent the god of sanctuary and remove diseases and evil spirits from him. The poor followers still don't know that this great priest can only save 2 people a day. The hymn without mana cannot completely remove the poison of corruption. If you really believe him, I'm afraid you may die one day without knowing how. However, it was already too late. These bandits had already begun to become superstitious about the Lord, who seemed to be more powerful than the high priest. Listening to the praises, confessions and random prayers of those people around him, George gave a sacred lecture. But there was something else on his mind. It wasn't obvious when I was cleaning the house before, but when I applied sacred hymns to these clothes, I felt some obvious differences. It seems that these clothes were indeed contaminated before, but the LD1 chant should have had an effect. After thinking about it, he asked the retinue, who were already dressed, to move over a few barrels. Wash your face and apply these dyes on your face. As George spoke, he instructed them how to apply the 3 colors of Johannesburg on their faces. The background color of this company's emblem has no special meaning. It is the color of 3 wines: white wine, red wine, and the best gold wine. Sir, why are we doing these things? A guy named Jack was bolder and asked directly out of curiosity. You scum have caused trouble there before. If you don't dress up properly, you will just pass by like this. Why don't all those villagers run away? Martin, check it out for me. Let them all keep their faces down, George said. He looked at the other people. If someone runs away in the village, I will hang him on the flagpole when he comes back, and let your lord knight whip him with a whip. This great priest is not only stylish, but he also speaks very straightforwardly to the bandits' liking. So these words had the effect he wanted. After the followers took a look at the scary Alexander, no one dared to fool around anymore. Some people draw pictures that you can't even recognize their mother. After seeing that those people had fulfilled his instructions seriously, George asked them to stand in a row, and he put his hands behind his back, holding the riding crop, and walked back and forth in front of them. After checking, George nodded, and like a bandit leader, started mobilizing these scum before robbing them. This time, he didn't talk about rescuing refugees or inspiring them to come to shelters. Instead, he spoke directly into the hearts of the bandits. Listen up. The more people we arrest, the more work you will do in the future. The less. There are plenty of fields outside. If you don't want to be exhausted, just be smarter. He added, this is a place of redemption. And you are the first batch of guardians here. You have a bright future. From now on, these captured citizens will have to serve you every day. After saying that, he whistled frivolously. This group of bandits has been causing harm to various villages all day long. If they didn't have a good base area, they would have built a mountain stronghold long ago. So regardless of the fact that there are more people in each village than them, and regardless of the fact that when dealing with zombies, the guys here are like cowards, but when faced with those who are weak and timid, these bandits, who have committed many evil deeds, can stand up to 10 of them. The so-called serving. The bandits can naturally think of what they should think of. Not only that, the retainers that the Lord has deceived before seem to become more and more real as the number of people gradually increases. Therefore, the bandits were stunned for a moment after hearing this. They did not expect that the great priest would say such words. Wasn't this just leading them to rob slaves? What about the people we promised to protect the gods? However, after being stunned, he started to scream with excitement. If the future shelter is like this, a bandit village full of slaves, then these so-called guardians of God will undoubtedly be the ones who benefit the most. And if this is the teaching of the God of Sanctuary, then they are really willing to compete to be the most loyal believers of the God of Sanctuary. God of Protection. Don't take my word seriously. I will definitely take good care of your divine people. But I have to fool you like this. Because no matter how well the great principles are explained or how beautifully the miracles are displayed, when the bandits never see the benefits, no one will be so obedient anymore. George looked at these guys and sighed inwardly. He knew that by encouraging the bandits in this way, he was a bit helping others to do harm and acting as the bandit leader. But now only this method is the most effective. Follow me, he shouted as he mounted the horse with his whip in hand, riding his skinny horse away from the dust. Chapter 19 Stone Village. Since installing the rune language, George has found that he can see further. Originally in the heavy fog, it started to become hazy 50 or 60 steps away. However, now it has increased to 100 steps away. It seems that the brightness +1 is the distance of 100 steps. George led his soldiers all the way south. I also took a short detour according to the scroll and killed some zombies along the way. After yesterday's cleanup, there aren't too many zombies left. They are all relatively scattered. Therefore, Alexander never took action and let his followers handle everything. This time those really unreliable followers performed much better than before. Whenever they saw the great priest watching them from behind, they would scramble to express themselves. Interestingly, after they were no longer afraid of being injured, they became less likely to be injured when dealing with zombies. However, Alexander was very dissatisfied. He kept yelling at the messy coordination between them. Continuously give them guidance. Each mercenary has participated in many wars, and is a mercenary soldier often recruited by nobles. So even though Alexander usually acted silly in front of the Lord, he was actually a professional soldier. He is very experienced in how to maintain the formation, and how to use coordination to eliminate the enemy most effectively. In his eyes, these zombies are just a group of refugees without weapons. He didn't talk much every time, but he often got to the point. At the beginning, these guys seemed almost ridiculous in their panic cooperation. Some even murmured that they might as well fight the way they used to with their bows, which they could shoot zombies in the head at close range, and their javelins, which they could pin to the ground. But the chief is rude and does not allow any objection or questioning, even if he thinks in his heart. After being kicked several times on the buttocks, no one dared to be kicked by that terrible officer anymore. Soon I started studying seriously. Slowly, these followers finally began to cooperate with each other through constant practice. And those zombies will look very lazy as long as they don't gather in groups during the day. This made traveling on the road very smooth. After they followed the Lord's horses and ran through the misty forest, they finally learned some very effective tricks under the reprimand and guidance of their superiors. At this time, there were fewer zombies nearby. After they arrived near a small river, they never encountered any monsters again. Walking downstream, we'll reach the village. Sir, it's not far away anymore, Martin said breathlessly. During the long period of hunger and flight, these people's physical fitness was average, only slightly better than that of the refugees. So during this walk, the followers were already sweating profusely. Seeing their appearance, George couldn't help but secretly shook his head. It seems that these guys, who have been on the verge of starvation for a long time, need to take good care of themselves for a period of time before they can truly exert their fighting power. In order to allow the followers to recover some physical strength, George slowed his horse. Gradually he led everyone down the river. Not long after, some low stone houses gradually emerged from the mist. On the periphery of those stone houses, there are also some simple small walls made of piled stones. A typical mountain stone village. But the fortifications are very crude. It seems that there was no attack here. Otherwise they would have to raise the wall even if they didn't eat. George also found that the fog here seemed to be much lighter than other places. This made him feel a little strange. At this time, some villagers were fishing and washing clothes by the river. When they saw the people coming from a distance, they dropped their things in panic and ran towards the village. George glanced at Alexander, and the stupid man raised a simple flag and ran into the village with him. The followers behind also quickened their pace. The villagers did not recognize that this group of people was the bandits who had been in the village before. After seeing the flag and clothing, I thought it was the Lord who brought someone here. So only a few pretty women and young and strong men ran out of the village. When the followers rushed in, they immediately stood on the surrounding heights and stared at the villagers eagerly. Whoever dared to approach the village's exit, they raised their dazzling swords, guns and bows. Such a scene made the villagers notice something unusual. But it was already too late. Don't look at these followers. They are cowardly and like refugees in front of Alexander and the Lord. But when this group of bandits met the real group of refugees, they were a bit more ferocious than wolves. 7 or 8 wolves surrounded the sheep. The nobleman in gorgeous clothes, and the tall and terrifying giant holding a flag on the horse made the villagers tremble. Under the arrogant gaze of the nobleman, he didn't even dare to get into the house. "There is no wedding today, sir." A thin, but thick-framed middle-aged man approached cautiously and said. The villagers nearby were scattered around in various places, looking towards this side with some fear. George raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not answer. He knew that the middle-aged man mistakenly thought that he had come to exercise his right to the first night. He ignored him, and after glancing around, he thought to himself, "It seems that there really haven't been any attacks here. And it seems that the lords who came here to cause trouble before were either arresting women or young men. He has already seen the few fish that slipped through the net. But he wasn't worried that they would leak the news. Because if the plan goes well, they will all come back. And if things don't go well, he and these followers may die here. There are many more people here than George imagined. In total, there are more than 30 households. But it seems that some houses are newly built. And the surrounding villagers are also divided into 3 or 4 small gangs. This shows that many people came later. However, most of them are old, young, sick, and disabled. There were only a dozen young and strong. And they were very thin. The strongest ones ran into the forest. "Who said that our lord is here to exercise the right of first night? We are here to collect taxes," Martin said fiercely, answering for the lord. George nodded secretly. The lord collects taxes, and anyone who dares to run away will have their whole family hanged. This sentence had a great effect. After hearing this, the group of villagers became even more frightened. And some even cried out in despair this lord was indeed here to do what they feared most. In these troubled times, the villagers do not have much food. And the so-called tax collection is actually robbery. Sometimes not even a grain of grain is left for people. Moreover, since the heavy fog has spread, there is no longer one lord who comes here to collect taxes. So these villagers no longer know who their lord should be. The middle-aged man was still somewhat courageous. Although he looked frightened, he still planned to defend himself. "Sir, we were just 2 months ago." But George didn't give him a chance to finish. "Your original lord is dead. The king has added this land to my Johannes castle. I am your new lord, George William." He was riding a horse, talking and strategizing. The horse walked back and forth in the village, leaving the middle-aged man. He felt that this old guy was different from the bitter villagers, and a bit difficult to deal with. While Knight Alexander followed him around, glaring at the villagers. "Damn, there are really chickens and sheep in the village. Although there are only a few of them. Their wool has not been sheared. And the villagers have also saved a lot of wool. It seems that they are all prepared for paying taxes. This is so damn good. Thank you to the previous lords for not killing the goose that lays the golden egg. I will accept this thing. Ha 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 ha." The lord's eyes were green, but his expression was very serious. He continued, "According to convention, you have 18 kinds of taxes to pay. This is the law. It is sacred, and no one can defy it." When the middle-aged man who was running overheard these words, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. And those who didn't cry originally also cried, including the infant children, who originally understood nothing, started crying in this desperate atmosphere. What a sin. George observed the reactions of these villagers and laughed secretly in his heart. The preparation is almost complete. Chapter 20 Unexpected. Looking at this group of desperate villagers, George felt that he was almost done. The villagers are different from the gangsters. They are naturally a group of sheep who do not know how to resist. The noble's decrees and verbal intimidation can completely make this group of poor people who keep their own laws completely succumb. "But the great patron God is merciful. He inspired me and gave me an oracle in my dream. By divine command, my territory became a place of salvation. Light penetrated the fog, the light shines there. And I swear that the people I protect will never have to pay taxes. It's all bullshit." However, he played it extremely loudly. "Last night, he told me that there is a group of poor abandoned people here. There are terrible evil spirits who are secretly watching here. Soon, this place will be destroyed. The people buried in that H.L. in the fire. I can't just watch you poor people suffer such a disaster. So I led my loyal warriors and came here. But I can't give up that sacred place of refuge for you. So I won't stay long. There are 2 ways before you. One is to stay here. Fulfill your obligations. Pay your taxes. And then wait for death. The second rule is to abandon this ruined village that is about to be destroyed. Follow your lord. Return to the sunshine. and receive the salvation of the gods and my protection again. Nobles and gods. These are the two most intimidating words in this feudal empire society. And George added evil after these two words. No one would doubt that a noble lord, a guardian wearing a divine robe, would make up random stories. After all, if you offend the gods, you will go to H.L. What's more, the Lord also said that there is no need to pay taxes. The ignorant and simple villagers had never been educated and could not imagine that if the Lord wanted to cut leaks, besides taxation, there were 10,000 ways to do it. Therefore, in their eyes, places that do not charge taxes, whether there is sunshine or not, have become their only hope for survival. So as this magic stick spoke every word, the crying gradually stopped. Until he finished speaking, the whole village was quiet for a moment, and then soft sobbing started again. Then, it was like a flood that broke the dam, and the crying could no longer stop. But the difference from before was that this time the cries no longer contained despair, but were full of hope and mixed with messy prayers. God, I finally remembered these poor forgotten people. Although most people were hypocrites before, at this time, the name of God is more useful than ever. In the end, the villagers all knelt on the ground and began to pray and cry loudly toward the sky, although the prayer words some people said were completely wrong. Some people gathered around him even though they were crying, and even the scary Alexander was no longer afraid. Some of them were praying and praising the priests and lords. Some were crying and complaining about their sufferings, and some were cautiously asking what kind of demon was coming to kill them. And was it the woman at the east end of the village? Attracted by madmen. Although after seeing that the village was full of old, weak, sick and disabled, George knew that the whole process would be very smooth, but he didn't expect that these words would have such a big reaction. This was indeed somewhat beyond his expectation. But he remembered this scene and remembered what kind of effect it would have in this apocalyptic world of faith and magic when he carried out the will of the gods to do things. The enthusiasm of the villagers were even stronger than those of the soldiers. In the process of packing things, some people even came over and begged, asking the Lord to wait for a few people who were out hunting. Of course the Lord will wait for them. He has been talking nonsense for so long just so that those people can come back and be caught by him. The population of these 30 or so households, including the babies, only adds up to 100 or so people. It can be said that people are ridiculed. Originally, in his opinion, if a family did not have 7 or 8 children, they would be sorry for this era. But the premature death rate is too serious. If the people who survive successfully are beautiful, it will be a hurdle. As a male, if you are strong, you will face a hurdle. You will be caught as a strong man. Moreover, there were no fields open in the mountains and forests. There was not enough food, and many people died of starvation and illness. And people who go out to look for food often never come back. Almost every step from birth to old age is like overcoming difficulties, and only 1 in 100 people can live to be over 60 years old. So this made George very troubled. He found that there were not only many old, weak, sick and disabled people here, and there are far more women than men too. The most important thing is that I eat very little. Damn it. I'm afraid all this food won't even last the whole winter. Looking at the small package of food packed by the thin villagers, he felt a little desperate. He originally hoped to store some food here, but this is just bringing back a bunch of mouths. However, he found that the elderly and women here are quite capable of working. If they are full, they probably don't need to be inferior to the men. An old man tied up the fodder that could hold more than half of a carriage, lay on it, and swayed for a few times, and carried it on his back. No help from anyone. He can't even do this job himself. And some of them are women carrying babies on their backs. So they don't need men to do bad work. Just can't be a soldier. There's no need to bring hay or anything else. There's a lot of territory, and it's all yours. After asking those people to put down their useless things, George took a look at the village on horseback. After looking around the village, he found that although the buildings here were low, this was only due to saving materials and habits. So they were not rough. Almost all of the stupid people he talks about can do this kind of work. And although the village looks shabby, everything is neat and orderly. It can be said that although these villagers are timid, they are very diligent. When he saw the monastery before, he thought that even if those bandits were diligent, compared with other villagers, they were just lazy pig heads that were delicious and lazy. I heard that there were originally more young men, but most of them were taken away as slaves by the coal mines in the southwest. I remember that the coal mine was the Viscount's territory, and the knight was also the Viscount's man. Logically speaking, if the knight is expropriated, He shouldn't dig coal. Unless the knight becomes independent. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the Viscounty. At this time, a guard came running over and said to the Lord, "Sir, the few people who ran out before were brought back by a few villagers." George nodded, knowing that at this point, he had truly caught them all. "Please be careful. I will go to the river for a walk." He is no longer needed here. The villagers always want to come to him to confess and pray, which affects work efficiency too much. As for the river water, he was a little curious. After saying that, George turned around and left. Coming to the river alone, he lowered his body and touched the river water, secretly touching his chin. After becoming the god's favorite, he was extremely sensitive to the divine power. And the surrounding environment was obviously different from other areas. It's not my imagination. There is definitely something upstream that can purify the river water. It's such a paradise. But it's a pity that there is no room for them to live here anymore. George, who owns the scroll, knows that there are more and more monsters, and they will spread here sooner or later. And the lords will destroy this place sooner or later. So, I am not trafficking in people. But I am saving you. Hey. George felt that the red scarf around his neck became more vivid. Chapter 21 Migration. George withdrew his hand from the river. The water gradually calmed down, and a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar appeared in front of him. He couldn't remember if he looked like this in his previous life. But at least the eyes shouldn't be brown. Now his hair is gray, and he belongs to the typical Northern Lomanda race. His grandma. "Why is my hair so dirty? How to do it is like letting dynamite explode. This will greatly affect my glorious image as a lord. I used this image to give a speech before?" George's eyes widened, and he swore secretly that he must take a hot bath when he goes back. Correct. Better add some vanilla. He suddenly remembered his notes. After turning out the notes, he found some of the herbs recorded on them. This thing is a required course for priests. And the pharmacology for treating common diseases is also very simple. So after taking a few glances, he recalled everything. The patterns were shown to Mark and a few villagers who seemed to be smarter. Let the villagers pay attention on the way back and pick some if they have the opportunity. Among these herbs, some are curative and some are bactericidal. Basically very useful. But I just don't know how much can be collected. The villagers didn't have a particularly large amount of stuff. And after George's repeated requests to bring everything they could, they didn't add much, although it would have made the move smoother. But it also made him feel a little sore. George looked at the villagers pushing carts with large and small bags. He looked at the stones with reluctance and thought of his castle. After making the decision, if there is a chance, those stones must be moved away as well. The castle is in such a dilapidated state now. If it rains a few more times, it may collapse. When leaving, there was an episode. Several guards came over and told George that there was still a person on the east side of the village who had not evacuated. "Do you still want to ask me about this kind of thing? Kidnap that mad woman. Even a madman has to work for me." The Lord swung his horsewhip and said fiercely to his followers. After those people left, George thought about it again. General called Martin over. After giving him a few instructions quietly, George rode up and followed the team. After listening to the Lord's instructions, Martin's eyes were a little surprised. He thought silently for a while, then called a partner and followed him to the back of the team. After that, these two people quietly left the team at some point. Although George had already walked the road from the shelter to Stone Village, there were more than 10 times more people in the team than before. While he was worried that these people would fall behind, he also had to be wary of monsters on the road. This made him very nervous. People number 100 are a bit like a large class of primary school students going out to watch a movie together. But the order is not as good as that of primary school students. Fortunately, the villagers were very active, and the young people took the initiative to maintain order. Plus those shepherd dogs the leadership of the followers. So nothing big happened. On the way, George opened the scroll and found that the area drawn on the map had expanded. It seems that the road he has traveled will be clearly recorded on this map, and the area near that village actually lit up on the map. However, that village was not considered recaptured, and when it looked as a whole, it didn't look like a sanctuary. This was considered a migration. Although the journey was not far, they still walked for a long time, far more than twice as long as they came. But fortunately, there seemed to be very few monsters near the village. So with the guidance of the scroll, there were no corpses encountered on the road. There are only zombies wandering over occasionally. Compared to the morning, these retinues were much neater. The saved villagers were also very enthusiastic, and they regarded George and his party as their saviors. This made the bandits, who originally only thought about money and women, suddenly have a different feeling in their hearts. Yes, they are not robbing. They are saving these people. The adoring looks in the eyes of those women made the old bandits no longer feel tired, and their spirits became high. This time George did not ask them to save their bows and arrows. And the guardians, who wanted to prove their bravery, became more brave and powerful when dealing with zombies. The evil has been spying on your village for a long time. These zombies are the resurrected servants of the evil. Look, they have been wandering around the village. But don't worry. The guards of God will protect you. And there is no fog in the shelter we are going to. And no evil spirits dare to invade. Along the way, George's words were constantly being verified. The villagers found that they always encountered some zombies when they first came out. But as we get closer to the shelter, there are actually fewer and fewer zombies. When they were almost halfway through, Martin and the guard named Jack quietly returned to the team in this heavy fog. It was difficult to find out when there were more people in the team. Martin is not only decisive and ruthless in his work, but also very careful. Their bodies smelled like fire oil, and their hair was slightly brown and curly. My body was also wet, as if I had been washed in the river again. It seems that what the Lord told him has been completely implemented by him. It's all done, my lord, Martin said when he came to the Lord's side. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. George on the horse nodded to him, bent down and whispered to the two men. Martin, you are different from everyone else, and you will become my retainer sooner or later. Turns to Jack. Is your name Jack? Great. I remember your name. He gently tapped the two people on the shoulders with a riding crop, and George rode away. This gentle pat made people feel so familiar, and it reminded people of the night when the Lord patted Alexander on the shoulder and conferred him a knighthood last night. The Lord actually made no useful promises, but the two of them were greatly inspired by self-hypnosis and were full of longing for the future. George took the time to come to the middle-aged man and asked if anyone in the village knew how to blacksmith. Of course, this is actually nonsense, because he has already seen the iron felt on the cart behind the old blacksmith. There is even a small furnace on the cart behind. The middle-aged man was called Duke, and he was in his 40s, but he looked like he was almost 50. Others taught him the old Duke. He is the de facto head of the village. He seems quite honest, but he is actually a bit knowledgeable. He is from a certain town in the east. Sir, I rely on the craft of blacksmithing. As for the weapons you mentioned, who doesn't know how to do it at this time? When we were in the town, the lords often called us blacksmiths over. Let's make weapons and armor together. I can make common weapons, and I can also repair chainmail and the like. And the scale armor you mentioned, isn't it just sewing iron on the leather? When he heard the previous words, George became happier and happier. When he heard the last sentence, he almost fell off his horse. You don't need to think about it to know what he can do with his so-called chain armor. Hey, let's use it. George nodded and asked, Where were you from before? Ah, it's a small town over Feltus Hills. Sir, it's the one at the west end of Winsong City. After the disaster struck, Duke Adeline's Winsong City was extremely strong and guarded by the priests. So the gentlemen in the city are fine. But those of us who didn't go in have become refugees. It took us less than 2 months to get here. The journey was very difficult, and many people died on the way. Those who survived found a quiet place to live here, and many people came to the village one after another. Chapter 22 The Land of Redemption. George nodded and thought in his mind, Johannes is the easternmost side of the Black Pearl Valley, and the Winsong City to the east is the last fortress in front of me. As long as it's here, the whole valley will be much quieter. This news sparked some hope in his heart. The Adeline family had always been the kings of the west before becoming vassals. After becoming a vassal, he became the guardian of the southwestern border of the Rodunk Kingdom. His land area is vast, with grain-rich plains to the south and pastures to the north. The Black Pearl Valley to the west of Yongfeng City, which is famous for its wine, silver, and gemstones, provides him with a steady stream of gold. Rear. The Duke's Winsong City is actually the largest urban fortress in the entire Western Territory, guarding the main transportation routes. During the war, the southern vassal states came from the south several times with great momentum. But in the end, they all fell into disgrace before Yongfeng City. The fortress of Winsong City and the Duke's Iron Wall Knights are very famous. This is an impenetrable iron fortress, and as long as it exists, the westernmost part of the kingdom will remain, no matter who sits on the throne. The status of the Adeline family has never changed for thousands of years. Therefore, for the successive dukes, all that has changed is their identity, the constant switching between the king of the west and the guardian of the west. George suddenly remembered that many monsters came from the east, and the royal capital was further east from Yofeng City. So he quickly asked again, "When you were fleeing, did you encounter any refugees from the royal capital?" "Yes, sir. There were refugees everywhere at that time. There were monsters on the road. I heard that the situation in the capital was also very bad." The old blacksmith shook his head and said, seeming to recall the scene when he fled, with a trace of despair in his eyes, "Lie. The black year of the blood moon is finally over. The dark tide has temporarily faded. I hope it won't come back again." From what he said, it seems that this is not the first time the black tide has come. And this heavy fog is not the worst. George suddenly frowned. The cathedral he studied in was in the royal capital, but he didn't remember such a thing at all. Even words like blood moon, black year, and black tide were heard for the first time. In the diary, apart from the last words written by myself yesterday, there are also account books further on. He couldn't help but ask, "How long have you been here? I can't remember the number of years clearly. You know, who still keeps the count now? But we have seen 5 heavy snowfalls here. It should be about 4 or 5 years. Right." At this point, the old blacksmith suddenly he sighed. "It's a foggy year now. I don't know when the blood moon will come again." 5 years? The time when I went to St. Welch's Cathedral was 7 or 8 years ago. George suddenly felt a little confused in his thinking. His heart was pounding, and he couldn't remember the missing memories. He felt a little dizzy. His eyes were filled with gray and gold stars, and his head was buzzing. It took him a long time to suppress his pounding heart. After he calmed down, he discovered that old Duke and several young men were supporting him on the horse and asking with concern, my lord, what's wrong with you?" It's okay. I just heard the voice of God." These words surprised the crowd around him, and they gathered around excitedly to ask in detail what the God had said. However, the Lord had already rode away just like those great priests. He was very mysterious. In the last part of the journey, George has used the scroll to no longer encounter any zombies. However, some wolves began to hang behind the team. They seemed to be following the corpses of the zombies. These cunning things are really smart. He seems to be able to tell the difference between the old, the young, the sick and the disabled. They probably treat these villagers as 2-legged sheep. But there were not only sheep but also shepherd dogs in the team. George discovered that the hunters in the village were very timid when facing bandits. But when it comes to dealing with wolves, they are no worse than those bandits. After discovering the wolves, they took the initiative to follow the followers into the fog with crude javelins and bows and arrows in their hands, and soon dragged back the bodies of several wolves. He observed the hunters carefully. The bows they had were all poor, but their javelins were good at throwing, at the same level as the retinues. Although those wolves were very flexible, if a dozen javelins were thrown at them at the same time, the unlucky guy was pierced in the body and could no longer escape, while the other wolves had not gathered together yet. Faced with so many people, they all ran away. It seems that one thing brings down another thing. Alexander had so much trouble dealing with 7 or 8 wolves. But these hunters, who together could not defeat Alexander with one hand, were able to easily kill the wolves. The Rodunk Kingdom is located in the north, and javelin throwing is a very skilled skill of the mountain people. And because of the presence of heavy fog, the effect of the crossbow has been greatly weakened. The clear sight range of 50 or 60 steps is the best range for the javelin to work. After the retinue and the hunters went there several times, the wolf behind them no longer hung around. It didn't take long for the team to get rid of the peepers. It was not until the sky was almost dark that the residents followed the Lord and returned to his Johannes. When entering the shelter, the residents were surprised to find that it was much brighter than outside. And there was no fog. It was as if there was a big hole in the clouds. And the golden sunset fell here alone. They have long been accustomed to the hazy fog and gloomy sky. They have never seen such a scene in this dark and chaotic era. This strange sight was like a miracle in their eyes. Holy land! Holy land! Our place of salvation! I don't know who yelled out first. The voice was very similar to Martin's. And then the first person put down his hand while standing blankly. Thing knelt down on the ground and worshipped. Then it was said that some people put down their things amidst the noisy shouts and knelt on the ground with their hands clasped together. They called God's name and began to pray and worship devoutly, leaving George at a loss. He looked at the shelter not far away and the setting sun in the sky, and suddenly he was shocked. It's so hacking awesome! This time can be said to be just right. When he came back with his followers yesterday, the scene he saw was not so shocking. The scene was a bit chaotic. and George tried his best not to stop this behavior and quickly entered the shelter. It doesn't matter if there are wolves behind you. Even those followers are crazy. He thought that the god appeared and that he had received salvation. Only Alexander slapped himself on the back of the head and stood there wondering. Seeing this scene, George was dumbfounded. Is it so charming? It's not hacking gold and gold. Damn it. Get me in quickly. The wolves and the corpses will come here soon. He grabbed his hair and shouted. He looked up and looked around for help. However, he found that besides himself and Alexander, there was also a female madman at the back who did not kneel down. Seeing this scene, he knew that he could not point to anyone. Suddenly he had an idea, whipped his horse forward, pointed towards the center of the shelter, and shouted loudly, Look! God is calling his people! He is telling us to hurry in! Only then did those people come back to their senses. Then it gets even more confusing. The crowd rushed over with shouts and cheers. Get your stuff! Shall I draft it? Chapter 23 Guardian God. This small episode delayed a little time. But after the excitement of the territorial residents, they began to be busy in the houses they selected. And order was restored in the territory. There was no one living in the shelter before. Only the zombies lived there. Although George and the others tried their best to clean up when they left in the morning to prevent the villagers from causing trouble. But it's still a bit messy. There's even a bit of a stink in some places. However, people were extremely happy. And what shocked George even more was that these people actually started to help him round up the pie. And the explanation given about why there was no one in the shelter, and why there was such chaos and other messy things, also made George drop his jaw in shock. Can't you use the rhetoric I prepared in advance? It's hacking harder than what I'm bragging about. You are bragging. Can you really believe it? But as those happy and dancing people talk more and more, for a moment, even George felt that he almost hacking believed it. He suddenly felt that in this darkest and desperate period, human beings might really need some faith and spiritual sustenance. These people in the feudal era have been ignorant of feudal ideas for thousands of years. They have no education, and most of them are even illiterate. In their minds, they couldn't produce advanced sparks, and it was difficult to understand those great principles. Therefore, miracles, the most legendary things, are the easiest for these suffering fools to believe in them and live in the hope they have created. But nature itself is a miracle. Who can say that there is really no God in this world? And those coincidences and miracles are not God's arrangements. After all, the man who claimed to be sent by God was already standing in front of them. And because, apart from this hope, these people have nothing left. They believed in the God of protection. But in fact, it was because they saw him as the hope of living and the light in the darkness. The hope of living is the most original and sincere appeal and hope of these poor people at the lowest level. For this hope, they are willing to believe everything and justify it, just to have a little bit of light in that darkness. This is the case in this feudal era. Whether you go right or wrong depends entirely on the person who created the miracle. Martin, do you believe in the God of Sanctuary? Do you believe in the patron saint of this world? Who has been protecting us? Looking at the busy people, George felt a little dazed. He actually said something he shouldn't have said. But no wonder. He was too shocked, because he found that these people did not need him to command. He maintained order and started working excitedly in excitement. Sir, I once and now believe in the God of Sanctuary. Sir, I believe you can lead us to drive away the darkness and move towards the light. Martin pursed his lips and said, but his eyes were extremely sincere. He had not yet recovered from the excitement just now, so he did not notice the deeper meaning of George's words. He was an untrustworthy person. George noticed that there was an extra line of words on the top of Martin's head. He used his eyes to pull down the words. Really unreliable retinue. And the two words, believers firmly believe, appeared before his eyes. He had also noticed before that after the pilgrimage, most people became believers. Generally speaking, hypocritical believers need the guidance of doctrine and the Bible in order to strengthen their beliefs and become truly pious. However, many of these false believers became very firm after the pilgrimage and became believers, firm believers. About 1/5 of the population. This kind of firm belief is derived from despair. It is a kind of blind belief that needs to be guided well. Otherwise, not only will other magicians incite these people, one day, someone will also be pushed off the altar. George murmured softly. He felt that he should think about it carefully. The big guy who had been closest to him seemed to hear. I only believe in you, boss. Alexander scratched his belly and said, Boss, I'm hungry. George rolled his eyes and ignored Alexander's next words. It was already past dusk, and the grain could not be harvested today. Although George was a little anxious, there was nothing he could do. But there are more people, so packing up is much faster. He asked the guys to quickly set up several large pots in the small square in front of the tavern before it was completely dark. He also asked people to fetch water from the well. And after boiling it, all the houses were washed. After cleaning up those dusty rooms, it was already evening. Instead of letting the tired subjects go back to rest, he called everyone together and asked them to wash their hands and faces with hot water. He also asked Alexander to carry a large clay pot and pray with these people while spilling the water on his people. This time he used up all the magic power in his body, and the effect of the sacred hymn was even stronger. Although this blessed water cannot be compared with holy water, it clearly has a sacred aura. Even if it is diluted by the water, it can still get rid of the germs and corruption remaining on the skin and clothes. This is the first time he has done this. I had only seen priests do this before. After this time, George felt that he had gained an additional understanding of the mantra. After doing all this, the people slowly had a very subtle psychological change towards this Lord. In their hearts, he has completely overlapped with the spokesperson of God. Many even hoped that the Lord would give him some time to repent and pray to him. God says that labor is the best confession and prayer. As long as you work hard and devoutly, the sins on your body will slowly be dispelled by your sincerity, and the gods will hear the appeal in your heart. The priest answered with a solemn and sacred look. In fact, although George was favored by the god of protection, deep down in his heart, he still firmly believed that it is better to seek God than to seek oneself. In his opinion, rather than doing nothing and waiting for God's favor, it would be more practical to do it yourself. Therefore, when pretending to use God's will, this determined magic stick has no psychological burden at all. He even began to decide that he needed to revise his teachings properly. Boss, there are always many gods in this world. Their teachings are also written by believers who understand God's will. So if I slightly change your teachings, it's okay, right? As long as this core doctrine remains unchanged. You shouldn't care about it, right? Don't worry. I won't let them worship the wrong god. He has been looking through the Holy Scriptures these past 2 days. He discovers that the God of Sanctuary is not just one god, but 7 guardian gods of the world. Some gods prefer farming, and some prefer strength. Some represent love and reproduction, while others represent wisdom. Believers believe in 7 patron gods at the same time, and the Holy See also respects these 7 gods. However, the history and environment of the mainland are constantly changing, and people's preferences for belief will also vary with the times. The core teachings of the 7 patron saints are the same, but generally there are slight differences. Therefore, the doctrine has been modified and supplemented by the Holy See throughout the years. Therefore, the main content of the teachings will be slightly different in different eras. When a certain pope favors farming beliefs, the mainland may usher in a wave of land reclamation. When there are many believers who prefer strength, nobles tend to advocate duel and honor. War and turmoil often occur on the mainland at this time. When the war intensified and affected the entire continent, archbishops often try their best to push those who prefer love and reproduction to the position of pope. It seems that the 7 guardian gods have already reached an agreement after the War of the Gods. The world's beliefs have always maintained balance. It is true that the things they represent are indispensable to human beings, so people always thought they were one. However, all this seemed to be broken after the fog began. An extremely terrifying existence suddenly appeared in this world. Some say he is the new god, while the god of sanctuary is the old god. Some people say that he is the ancient old god, and the god of sanctuary is the new god later, of course. This so-called later date was probably tens of thousands of years ago. The opinions have never been consistent. But one thing has always remained the same, that is, he represents the end and the end. He is about to awaken. The continent has since fallen into chaos, and faith has long begun to be lost. The belief in the god of sanctuary has always been modified and supplemented with the understanding of believers. So George felt that there was nothing wrong with him adding. Standing at the door of the tavern, George looked at the torches moving around in the territory and felt the lively scene. However, there was an unspeakable feeling in his heart at this moment. He felt very happy because he was no longer alone, and felt pressure because the burden on his shoulders was heavy again. He has tried his best to get people, but the food together is only enough for 3 days. Normally, everyone relies on the people who support them, but the robbers came to rob and collect taxes, and they plundered everything very cleanly. So there really isn't much leftover food. The villagers are like primitive tribes who finish eating today and think about tomorrow. There are basically no monsters in the mountains, so you don't have to worry about danger. And if there is really no food in winter, you can also trade things with the coal mine. But in this shelter, if we don't collect food, I'm afraid there really won't be anything to eat. Of course, judging from this year's situation, there are already more and more zombies in the valley. The so-called evils are indeed spying on the village, either monsters or the lords. So if everyone is united, it will definitely be much better here than in the mountains, where there is no tomorrow after eating today. When the troops are trained, they won't be afraid of other survivors. More and more people will gather here, and the shelter will become stronger and stronger. But now there is an extremely serious problem harvesting grain. The food is right in front of you, but it's not that easy to get. The 8 of them couldn't take care of so many people collecting grain in the fog. In fact, the only people who could be used were themselves and Alexander. And if the villagers encounter a group of corpses when they go to the fields to collect grain tomorrow, I'm afraid no one will dare to go out in the future. There should be no zombies near the holy place, and God has no intention of helping. But the villagers have always believed that God will help them in the future. But in fact this is not the case. George discovered that the suddenly silent God of protection seemed to have quietly set a test for him to let the villagers get rid of their dependence on the gods and learn to rely on themselves. If you want these cowardly, sheep-like villagers to learn to pick up weapons on their own, face the monster while grabbing food, then I'm afraid I have to think of some ways before collecting food tomorrow. Otherwise, the god of sanctuary may have to change his CO. George thought lightly in his heart, turned around and walked back to the tavern. Chapter 24 Hidden Dangers Under Peace. During dinner in the evening, George asked the old blacksmith to bring over some of the most reliable young men in the village. He planned to discuss some things with these people and assign work for tomorrow. Before they came over, George was sitting in the tavern and slowly turning the scrolls. After the residents entered the sanctuary, there was an additional gathering area in the sanctuary. According to the scroll, when the sanctuary's grace reaches 300, a special caravan will visit it. A subject can gather up to 3 points of grace. Believers are only the initial standard. A believer can only gather 1 point of divine grace. So that rally is still far away and cannot save the current food crisis. In addition, the disinfection of the territory is also an issue. Today, he wanted to order all residents to drink boiled water and take regular baths with hot water. But after thinking about it, I found that if this was the case, then there would not be enough firewood. And if you go up the mountain to cut firewood, you have to go through dangerous fog. A large amount of wood will also be needed to build camps in the future. After 26 believers appeared in the territory, the divine favor also increased. It changed from 0 to 26/27. And with the increase of divine grace, the fog around the shelter seemed to be dispelled a little more. But even if all the more than 100 territorial residents become believers, it will not be possible to establish a safe zone that is safe enough for everyone to get food and harvest food. Therefore, it is impossible to rely on the power of the shelter to obtain shelter. What really makes this place a sanctuary are the people here. And he also discovered a problem among these villagers today. These more than 100 people seem to be divided into 7 or 8 groups. And the food in hand is very uneven. Some people only have a little food, while others have a lot. If we don't provide relief tomorrow, someone will go hungry. But the key problem is that the relationship between these villagers is not so harmonious. George noticed that the strongest group of people in the village seemed to be lazy men and scoundrels. They had no food in their hands and were very lazy. Everyone came here today and started working. But these people were just wandering around idle. Moreover, these people have no food in their hands, and it seems that they usually eat the villagers. Obviously, these people are the lazy people and scoundrels in the village. And because they are locals, the original residents in the village are all related to them. Therefore, they often join forces to bully those outsiders. These slobs and scoundrels seem to be very cunning and slippery. And he often deceives the villagers and dominates the public opinion in the village in order to gain benefits from it. What's even more interesting is that the villagers not only turn a blind eye to these bullies, but are also very happy to see them. And sometimes, he would join the team of lazy people. He discovered these things in the village. When packing things, those lazy people stole a lot of things. Many villagers turned a blind eye. After hiding the stolen goods, facing the outsider who was looking around, an ant who had witnessed everything pointed at the outsider and cursed on the street. Then other villagers came out and beat the outsider. After the ant finished scolding, she continued to pack her things, and deliberately poured the garbage and dirty water in front of the outsider's door, and then spat on it. These slobs are clearly the black sheep. But the villagers have been helping the evildoers. It's not a damn fuel-efficient lamp. George knew that he had underestimated the lower-class residents of this world before. And among those who are suffering, they may not join a group to keep warm. These immigrants seem to have been patient. Not only that, but they have also been trying to please the local villagers. They help the local villagers with a lot of work when cleaning up the shelter. But everyone is not just a picture of what they should be. It seems that he deliberately did not return the things left behind by the immigrants. George touched his chin and slowly began to think. No matter how these villagers behaved, George always believed that man was a greedy creature. The better you treat people, the more they will ask for from you. And as it should be. Today he preached a lot of great truths, and even used doctrines to fool them into helping each other, saying that God likes hard-working and generous people, but with little success. If you want these villagers to truly unite as one and share their precious food with others, you can't just talk about the truth. While praying outside just now, some people asked themselves whether the omniscient and omnipotent God of Sanctuary had prepared enough food for this holy land to save poor people like themselves. These words were drowned in the miscellaneous prayers. George looked at the wheat waiting to be harvested in the mist outside and said nothing. There was no mention of the barn. George looked at the scroll. At the barn filled with corpses and rotting food. At the fog surrounding the shelter. At the 100 or so easily incited hypocrites in the house. And at the man who seemed to have no intention of helping the villagers. And his own God of protection. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel that he was holding bad cards in his hands. This God and this Lord are good gods and good people. In the face of good gods and good people. Just take what you want, and that will be enough. They still lack true reverence for the God of Sanctuary and themselves. In this case, it is difficult to get them to listen to you and walk into the dangerous fog to deal with zombies. Unless they fear themselves more than the zombie. Unless there is that evil spirit to put pressure on me. Unless the God of protection is angry. As a result, the rotten grain in the barn became reasonable. The ignorant people became sensible. And the stubborn ones were all killed to scare the monkeys. He can enforce the law and fish. However, before this fishing enforcement, he decided to trust these people for once. If after tonight's persuasion, everyone can directly unite as one, then it will naturally be a great success. If there are too many disobedient people, he will let them know something. The door opened just at this time, and the old blacksmith Duke came in with a few young men. They seemed very excited. Not only did they bring 5 wolf skins to the Lord, they also took the initiative to greet the servants in the room, and even called them brothers like believers. Several of the retinues laughed a little awkwardly, and the corners of George's mouth twitched. The paint on the faces of those retinues has not yet been wiped off. He wonders if the old blacksmith and others will call them brothers when they recognize these bandits later. Putting aside his thoughts, George looked up at the old blacksmith and his group. The old blacksmith brought 4 people, all of whom were young men with some charisma in the village. After some simple exchanges, George gained some understanding of these 5 people. These 5 people are usually the small leaders in the village and can lead a group of people by example. Similarly, they are also the most proactive people in the village and are prepared for danger in times of peace. In a joyful and exciting atmosphere, the 5 old blacksmiths, George and other 8 people gathered together, like a group of brothers and sisters, and started dinner. George entertained them with the last food in the tavern, and even took out the few brown breads from the bottom box and toasted them for a while. Before the meal began, George led everyone in a prayer and briefly explained the doctrine. The citizens are not clergy to begin with, nor are they even devout believers. Naturally, they do not know all the complicated doctrines. But now is a new era, and it is normal for there to be some new content in the teachings. Therefore, no one noticed the things he added about labor, joint construction, and sharing of joys and sorrows. On the contrary, it feels very reasonable. This can be regarded as a small foreshadowing. When these new prayers and doctrines form habits and are passed on, they will have a guiding effect on correct values for the people in the future. After the prayer, George tore the hot black bread into pieces and put them into the steaming wolf meat and wild vegetable soup. While eating, he asked about various situations. At the same time, he also started to prepare the first step of his plan. Chapter 25 Trigger. After listening to their report, George nodded and praised Duke a few words. What the old guy said was very nice. Or perhaps what he saw was indeed what it looked like. The residents had already regarded this place as a holy place. So there was nothing uncomfortable about it. Instead, I felt hopeful and full of longing for the future. So everyone is doing everything as usual, just in a better place than before. Duke also mentioned that many people were discussing what they should do for the Lord, and a few people began to feel a little confused. It's good that you have such an idea, Duke. If all of us do nothing and just wait for the help of the gods, the God of protection, I'm afraid the God of protection will give up on us. These words convinced Duke and others. As a craftsman, Duke believed in the god of creation among the 7 gods. So he knew that often only the most diligent people could get the true protection of the gods. Of course, the harder you work, the luckier you will be. After chatting, George confessed his life experience to the public. He was born in St. Wilmic's Cathedral and was a high priest of the church, guided by the god of sanctuary. I came here, and this place is my hometown. Perhaps that's why the god of sanctuary chose to guide me. After sighing, George raised his head and said, "The disaster in the valley is extremely serious now. As a local lord and priest, I naturally have the unshirkable responsibility. And you are the first batch of builders to create a place of salvation. And from among you, the first batch of godly people will be born." The word, God's people, fills the hearts of Duke and others with yearning. This God's people is often associated with the Holy Son, the heavenly armed force who descends to earth. And only in the place where the Holy Son is about to come to the world can God's people appear. Those who are often given the title of God's people by the priests can enter the Holy Court. And many archbishops and Grand Templar Knights are mostly from God's people. They are often the first of the Son of God to come to the world. Platoon of followers. In history, there was once a pope who was the angel who came to the world. In the excited imagination of Duke and others, George continued to be seductive. At this time, when everyone in the tavern looked at this person, their eyes became more and more intense. The matter of the Holy Sword has been spread by the followers as a show of talk when everyone entered the Holy Land today. The owner of the Holy Sword never mentioned this matter deliberately, nor did he show everyone this sacred object that should not be shown off from time to time. This makes the mysterious brilliance of this mysterious person who comes from nowhere become even more dazzling. At this time, in the eyes of Duke and others, the shadow of the Holy Sun kept overlapping with the person in front of him, and they believed in what this person said more and more. Everyone has seen the situation in this territory today. There has been a disaster here. This disaster was an unbelief for my father, but it was a blessing for the residents of the valley. The disaster caused the attention of the god of protection, also attracted the mercy of the gods. Everyone couldn't help but lower their heads at these words and began to pray silently. As George said, this past disaster is not inconsistent with this current land of redemption, because God set his sights here precisely because of this disaster. Only then do we give priority to the valley in Rotunk that needs mercy the most. The current situation in the kingdom of Rotunk is extremely serious. But this valley is not peaceful either. A huge disaster is coming, and this place of salvation is the only safe haven. But I want to let this place be protected from wind and rain, and let the gods grant more grace. We must use our own hands to make the god of protection think that we are worthy of redemption. George looked at everyone with stern eyes. As the first batch of people of the gods, you also have a responsibility. Sir! Old Duke stood up excitedly, almost knocking over the clay bowl on the table. You are our leader. We all follow you. These words made the young men nod their heads fiercely. Even the bandits were eager to get their hoes and prove themselves immediately. Master, tell me, what do we need to do? Don't worry. There are hardworking people in the village. George pressed his hand gently, and the crowd gradually became quiet following his gesture. The god of sanctuary has given us mercy and attention. But at the same time, he has also given us a test. Not all of you are they are all qualified to stay here forever. Only those who are truly hardworking and generous can win that share of divine grace. That night, George issued the task. At the same time, George also informed everyone about zombies. This matter cannot be hidden. Moreover, there are many zombies coming every day, and they cannot be wiped out completely. So not only do we have to inform them, but we also have to rely on the citizens to deal with these zombies. The fire in Old Duke and others' hearts had not subsided yet, so they naturally agreed. But it remains to be seen how many of the more than 100 people will be like him tomorrow. After Duke and others returned in the evening, they mobilized one by one overnight. Duke's plan was very well done. He thought clearly about who would do what, and felt that everyone would have something to do and perform their duties. And according to the previous proposal of the Lord, in order to speed up efficiency, the workers should not cook alone. Everyone should hand in all the food. From now on, dedicated people will cook in a unified manner, and everyone will distribute the remaining food equally. Work together and eat together. Some people even swear that if everyone suddenly doesn't do enough work tomorrow, he won't go to eat. Looking at the burning torches in the territory, George nodded. He believed that Old Duke had conveyed everything he said tonight. But I don't know if he can collect everyone's food. Everyone knows how much food there is in the village. Through the scroll, everyone knows even the food that everyone usually hides. But in everyone's opinion, this is not the case. And there are only 2 bowls of rice at home. I keep them for life-saving purposes. I really need to hand them over. Perhaps. I am afraid that only those 7 gods who come to the world can have such strength, but they must first conjure some food to prove that they are not plagued by evil spirits. Therefore, on the first day after arriving in the territory, the Lord who announced that he would never increase taxes announced that he would collect grain. This policy would make people too worried. Therefore, there was a lot of noise in the territory. But there was probably a lot of talk about how much food Old Duke and the others had scavenged. Whoever has more can take it. Anyway, no one knows about the little food they have hidden, and they all think that their neighbor has nothing to eat. George knew that facing the life-saving food and trust in neighbors and lords, no matter how well you deceive yourself, or how beautiful the future is, it is still a huge choice for the villagers. If you keep trying, you might not even be able to make breakfast tomorrow as long as someone waits and watches for a moment. Everything will collapse. Therefore, he told everyone that there is still a lot of food in the basement of the barn. But the grain in the fields must be harvested first, and then the barn can be opened. If everyone can settle down and harvest the food close to the shelter, then all is well. Food will no longer be an issue. As for the barn, he had plenty of ways to fool it. But if someone instigates trouble, don't blame God for being angry. It's just right to single out these black sheep if there are such people. Bad things will happen sooner or later. Everyone knows the location of the barn, and the wheat in the field is right in front of us. Therefore, good plans and bad plans are placed in front of everyone. It is up to everyone to decide how to choose. George closed the holy book in his hand. He believed that no matter how ridiculous the story was, no matter how true the story was, sometimes it might not be able to withstand the test of people's hearts. Tomorrow, whether good or bad happens, he has plans. The water in the large pot in the fire pit was boiling. Martin mixed hot and cold water in a large basin while giving the Lord a good scrub. In addition, there were several attendants who helped George wash his hair and clothes. George showed no shame in being naked in public. He looked at the warm flames in the fire pit and followed the map in the fire with his eyes. There are already more and more zombies outside. With the current situation in the territory, these zombies tonight cannot be referred to as the residents. Apart from Alexander, the most powerful combatants in the entire territory were the unreliable retinues in front of them and the black sheep in the territory. So before the garrison is established, we have to count on these guardians of God in front of us. Otherwise tomorrow, when residents look at the dark zombies outside, even if they want to work, they won't be able to do it. It has to be cleaned up tonight before it gets too crowded. I don't know if it's because of being attracted by the lingering smell during the day, and because I didn't clean up much during the day, so there are more and more monsters around the territory. At a rough glance, the zombies probably number in their 80s or 90s. Coupled with the wolves, there are more monsters outside than in the shelter. The zombies are still scattered now, but I'm afraid it won't be long. It's very likely that after this night's gathering, a swarm of zombies will appear tomorrow. Oh, there is actually a thing in the mill. When Alexander and I left the day before yesterday, we clearly locked the broken door. This was not a zombie or a wolf, and it looked lazy and didn't look like a ghost. Could it be a new monster? Something you can crawl in from the roof of the shed? George made a special observation and found that the frequency of movement of the thing was indeed very different from that of the ghost. A new monster has appeared. George shook his head and checked the current danger level of the territory. It was very dangerous. Fortunately, it's not a critical situation. This shows that we can still deal with it. Well, that's good. I don't need to put zombies in the barn anymore. Chapter 26 Pie. George stopped caring about it, withdrew his gaze, and started thinking. He had to go out with Alexander tonight, as well as the retinue. Although these bandits have undergone some changes, they have not changed their unreliable nature. You have to take this opportunity to train and train. George looked at the busy followers in the tavern and thought to himself, you not only have to be my reliable force, but you also have to have blind faith in me. Only in this way will you be able to take care of me tomorrow. Currently, among the retinue, only Martin can do this. Obviously Martin alone is not enough. After George was washed, his clothes were also washed by the retinue. After the robes were wrung out and dried, George told the men to go to bed early. The time now is actually only about 8 o'clock. But people at this time are accustomed to going to bed early and getting up early, and they have been tired for a long day. So it didn't take long for snoring to start in the tavern. Alexander was lazily hanging a large sweet potato. After cleaning up the Lord's bed, he was going to lay the floor outside. George knew that it would be impossible to ask this big man to go out with him at dangerous night, and he might not be able to do it rationally. And if you want your followers to go with you, You have to get rid of this big guy first. He rolled his eyes, lay on the bed, and watched Alexander fool around. Hey, Alexander! I might be hanged by those villagers tomorrow. Why? Master? You have done so many things for them. Why do they want to hang you? Don't they support you very much? Alexander patted the back of his shiny head and asked a series of words. He had no doubts about the Lord's words. So he really couldn't understand why those stupid people behaved like this. Because there are evil spirits bewitching them. George sighed helplessly if these villagers are not well trained. It is impossible to say this. And as the spokesman of God, he might become a wizard. As for the sacred objects in the sanctuary, naturally whoever came first will get it first. And after he dies, maybe the god of sanctuary will choose another person. Martin is very good. Where is the evil spirit? I'm going to kill it. Alexander widened his eyes and said, Kill all the villagers too. There is no need to kill the villagers. I still have to use them to work. Alexander, help me kill the evil spirit, and the villagers will wake up. George looked at Alexander pitifully and said, The evil spirit is outside. I believe you can lay it out easily. But it's hidden and won't come out until late at night. Then I'll go in the middle of the night. Well, that's a good idea. Alexander, you're so smart. But I'm afraid you won't be able to get up. Then I won't sleep. As he said this, Alexander shook off the rag he had just wiped his face with, and sat down on the ground angrily. He stared out the window with wide eyes. Staring at the moon without moving, he knew that it would be late at night after the moon got into the fog. Okay, wake me up then. I'll go with you. Otherwise you won't find it. Also, we'll wake up your retinue, then you are a knight. Alexander, you can't let your master commit a crime. Come on. Let the servants sleep at home, George said drowsily, rubbing his sore thighs. After riding for a day, I was still very tired. Don't worry, boss. Whoever doesn't get up and go out with us by then, I will chop off his head. Okay, George hummed and slowly fell asleep. The moon hid itself in the mist, leaving only the stars shining in the sky above the shelter. When the tall knight roughly called the servants up, they looked confused, and some even complained in their hearts. But when they came to the fire pit and saw the Lord sitting quietly there, all their sleepiness was awakened, because the look in his eyes was exactly the same as that day in the monastery, which made people feel chilly in their hearts. You damn sinners! Not only did you not hang yourself to atone for your sins, but you are also enjoying my protection. Now you are still dreaming about letting those big-ass village women serve you tomorrow. But you have never thought about it. Are you already dead? The subordinates, who had not yet figured out the situation, were completely confused after hearing this. They didn't understand why their lord suddenly pulled them out of their sweet dreams, and then brought up the old things again with a murderous look on his face. Did you not perform well enough during the day? But he has obviously praised himself. They couldn't understand it, but they had some hope in their hearts, hoping that this was just a joke played by the Lord. But fear still made them kneel on the ground with weak legs, begging for mercy in a low voice. The pie that the Lord had painted for them was so beautiful that they could not imagine what would happen if the pie was wiped away. What will happen? I said I would give you a chance. And today is the time to prove whether you are qualified to win this chance, George said. Just now, the god of sanctuary just pulled me up from my dream and told me that some zombies had wandered nearby. He could not watch those people imprisoned in a rotting SHL and not be reincarnated. And he would not allow it. There is such a dirty thing near the sanctuary. He is summoning his guards to purify these living dead who should be resting in peace. Originally, Alexander and I could solve them all, but your respectable commander remembered you. He hopes to use this opportunity to share the glory with you and give you a chance to atone for your sins. The Lord continued, I think God is right. As guards, shouldn't you fulfill your duties? The people are here now. They will cook and wash for you. I will even spend money to have some village women are sticking their butts out to you. But the prerequisite is that you must first atone for your crimes and fulfill your responsibilities. The subordinates suddenly understood that the Lord wanted to lead them to eliminate hidden dangers nearby. They have been anxious and worried for the past 2 days, trying hard to do everything well, hoping to be forgiven by the Lord. However, the Lord only praised Martin for, well done, and did not say anything else. So it seems now is the time to put them to the test. Do we have to go out now? Some people can't help but want to ask this. But at this moment, Alexander suddenly shouted, Aren't they just zombies? I can kill 100 of them when I'm full. Seeing this terrible and arrogant and unreasonable officer, the subordinates suddenly remembered the consequences of raising questions. It must have been the suggestion made by this fool. Only he could come up with such a nonsensical and torturous idea. The servants all lowered their heads and did not dare to ask questions, because the officer was so powerful that they couldn't even have a single thought of anger. They would rather fight zombies in the dark than see him lift that big sword. Well, Sir Alexander can indeed fight 100. So you can just deal with some odds and ends. George scratched Xiangxiang's hair and said. The servant's eyes suddenly widened. Yes, with such a powerful knight, what do they have to worry about? Aren't they just zombies? They also dealt with it at night. They didn't live in a shelter in the past. Monsters often harassed them at night. Some people blushed and plucked up the courage to ask something. But the Lord spoke first. But there are only a few zombies in total. So those who want to atone for their sins and be blessed by God's grace tomorrow should pay attention. Because the opportunity is rare and the number is really limited. George's words made the followers suddenly they became nervous. At this moment, they no longer paid attention to whether they would go out tonight, but focused on more important things. Kill 5, and you can atone for your sins. Kill 10, and I will lead you. You pray to God, and let him watch you. Oh, by the way, Martin has killed 4, and Jack has killed 3. I saw all of this. So some of you are already very close to your target. And as long as you continue to move forward and follow the footsteps of your Lord Knight, then one day in the future, you may not only break away from your status as a pariah and become my retainers, but you may also become the guards of God. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Generations of your ancestors may have dreamed of having such an opportunity one day. Now it is right in front of you. George suddenly said loudly, Stand up. Bring your torches and weapons and seize this opportunity. There has always been an unbridgeable gap between the common people and the nobility. Being chosen as a knight, becoming a noble, by a lord has always been as rare as winning the lottery. If you are in that fog, it doesn't matter whether you have the status of a knight or not. But in this sanctuary, there is no fog. The pie that George drew was so beautiful that it made these ignorant followers feel that they could clearly see the promising future. They can see what the nobility and knights mean after the order is re-established. You can see the citizens who are constantly gathering. You can see how you, the first batch of builders, will be treated in the future. This may be a bet. A bet where you have to use your own life as a bargaining chip. But as George said, the opportunity comes once in a lifetime. If it weren't for this troubled times, they would never have such an opportunity. This night battle had completely changed in the minds of the subordinates, so they could no longer hold back the words in their hearts. As sir, can we use bows? Someone grabbed their clothes and carefully asked the topic they were most concerned about. They believed in the pie the Lord had drawn for them, but they still had to save their lives tonight. Okay. After hearing this, George frowned secretly, but still turned his eyes to her and said gently, You can use anything. Someone else asked, What if someone killed more zombies? I mean, what if someone killed more than 10 zombies? This time, George nodded and said, God is watching here. He can see everything you do. And the more you do, the more likely you are to gain his approval and become God's guardian. You should have heard how majestic the gentlemen in the Cathedral of Winsong City are. Right. When this sentence was said, some people became excited, but some people were not too emotional. However, the Lord added another sentence. Of course, in addition to God, I am also watching you. So, every time someone kills an extra zombie, I will reward him with a silver fox. When the color of all the really unreliable retinue faces turned from white to red, they excitedly picked up their weapons and started fighting. George knew that these inspired rabble were finally going to be able to do something. What they are thinking about is no longer how to escape and what kind of excuses they can make. Instead, I started to think about how much merit and silver coins each zombie would get in exchange for it. However, even Martin and Jack, who were excited, did not remember that they had killed 3 or 4 zombies. Chapter 27 The Mob. Under the leadership of the Lord, a group of people silently walked out of the tavern carrying coal lamps and torches. But George did not take them out directly, but patrolled the territory. On the way, George used his eyes to check the new situation of these followers. He found that the words really not very reliable finally became so gray that they were almost invisible after his deception. Became a rabble. And there is an additional special status. Evaluation, mobile, when the number is superior. It can fight with the wind. Under the threat of the commander. It can fight reluctantly. Status, inspired, without defeating the enemy in the first round. Will not drop the weapon and run away. This effect lasts for 2 hours. After the status is over, unless you get a great stimulus, you will not be able to escape for a period of time. Be inspired again. You can do it. You can do it. George couldn't help feeling a little headache. But no matter what, Rabble is much better than not really reliable. When passing by those farmhouses, some of the guards put on pitchforks, they had an iron front. After that, all the bandits threw away the tatters in their hands with bright eyes, and replaced them with these new things. After the citizens arrived, although there were still no spears with iron heads, there were many more things like pitchforks. Although these pitchforks have been used by the villagers for many years, they are still very well preserved. It can't be compared to the rusty and rotten wooden poles in the territory. The movement outside the farmhouse alarmed some of the residents. From the sound and firelight, they could tell that the people outside were human and not zombies. But they still huddled in the house and did not come out. This is the first night of living in the shelter. Many people are still a little nervous in this strange night. George looked at the flickering lights in the window and thought to himself, but the beloved Lord you just finished singing is at the door. Don't you have any intention of coming out to inquire and see if there is anything that needs to be done? Midnight itself was very quiet, and after the Lord led the guards on a tour, those houses became even quieter. Even the sound of snoring was gone. Finally, 2 citizens came out of the room. These 2 people were 2 young hunters that George had met while eating. However, George did not say much to them. Instead, he led the 2 enthusiastic citizens on a tour of the territory with a smile. Seeing that there was nothing strange in the territory, the originally nervous Orion felt relieved. After being comforted by George for a few words, they all went back. If you want to contribute, wait until tomorrow. I don't feel comfortable taking you 2 newcomers out tonight. He was afraid of what the 2 hunters would say to the neighbors tomorrow after seeing the situation outside tonight. After watching the 2 hunters go out, George led everyone outside the shelter. The servants looked at the foggy night and the tall knight walking at the front, constantly encouraging themselves in their hearts. The same goes for George. But he acted very calmly. When we came out, we specially asked these people to drink some wine. I hope they will be bolder after a while. At least don't pee your pants when you see a ghost. When he thought of ghosts, this guy who was a little afraid of ghosts couldn't help but shudder. It's a bit funny to say that I am a priest after all, but I have always been a little afraid of things I have never seen before. Someone asked if they wanted to bring the horse, but the Lord said no. The situation at night will be very complicated. If something unexpected happens, the horse is frightened and takes him into the fog. Then he really had no place to cry. It's safest to just stay by Alexander's side. After picking up the scroll and taking one last look to make sure there were no unknown monsters in this direction, he raised his head towards Alexander and followed him into the dark night. The guards, holding pitchforks and torches in their hands, followed closely around the Lord. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like the fog around the shelter has receded a little. George counted and found that the retreating distance was about 20 steps longer than in the morning. Shaking his head, George walked into the fog. There were indeed no monsters wandering around the edge of the sanctuary. However, when the heavy fog enveloped everyone, and the only light source around them was the torch in their hands, they could feel that there were unknown things around them peering at the night watchers. However, the visual distance is only a few dozen steps. Unlike everyone else, George's new mace was inlaid with the words of the magic rune. The effect was not too obvious during the day, but at night, it showed a huge difference. After entering the fog, he found that not only was his eyes like daylight, but also like a searchlight, and he had even seen through part of the fog. 50 or 60 steps are all within his visual range. Relying on the scroll to point the direction, he can know all the conditions around him. Like him, there are zombies who have no pupils, but after nightfall, their eyes will emit a faint blue or green light. When those torches suddenly illuminated the 6 stiff figures, all the zombies standing there looked over. That earthy, rotten head with assorted hairs, when it suddenly opened its mouth and made a sound, the heartbeats of the patrolling people slowed down by half a beat. Several arrows were fired in panic, but none of them hit the zombie's head accurately. And those arrows that were lucky enough to be shot were as if they were stuck in wood and had no effect at all. The bows and arrows of these followers were unable to match Alexander's, and the living dead whose bodies had already stiffened could not feel the pain at all. So the moment they were shot, they seemed to be enraged and rushed over at a completely different speed than during the day. It seems that at night, their combat effectiveness doubles. "Keep formation!" George shouted in a low voice. He had specifically told Alexander not to charge randomly, because the fog was too heavy and Alexander did not have a scroll. So there's a good chance he'll run away and never be found again. Then a group of people will have to follow George to find him. The servants came to their senses after hearing the Lord's voice, nervously put away their bows and arrows, and took out the iron forks on their backs. Alexander, who was at the front, strode forward and swung the big sword in his hand, and 2 zombies immediately fell to the ground. The remaining 3 zombies bypassed the giant and rushed over crazily. 2 of the zombies were held up by 3 iron forks that stretched out in panic, while the other one pounced on it as if there was no one in the world. Among the crowd. At this moment, the subordinate screamed and jumped away in panic. At this moment, a foot stretched out from the crowd and cleverly put it on the zombie's leg. Then, the guy who was about to bite someone fell directly to the ground. George raised his head and looked at the other zombie, who had just thrown away the iron fork and rushed towards him in panic. He turned his body sideways, and with a wave of the hammer that served as a torch in his hand, the zombie jumped on its companion, who was about to stand up in the flickering of light and shadow. With a pop, a pile of dust rose up from the ground. At this time, the subordinates suddenly came to their senses, rushed forward and swung their iron forks, dismembering the 2 rotting zombies. Seeing such a scene, George touched the veins on his forehead and said nothing. He originally thought that this ragtag group of people could be more useful. Fortunately, these 2 trips were perfect. Otherwise the night would not have ended. I'm very curious about how the really unreliable retinue will behave. Just throw away the weapons and lords and run into the fog. After all 3 zombies were dealt with, the 6 guys gathered around with angry faces and hurriedly explained. It's so sudden. Sir, we didn't expect there to be so many. Yes, I didn't expect it to be in this direction. I was looking behind me just now, and there was a strange sound there. The wind at night was really scary. Sir, I just got distracted. George nodded. Understanding the meaning of their words, he had done a good job and tried his best. This is the virtue you have. He slowly took a step in front of the servants, and without saying a word, he glanced coldly at the faces of these people. The voices of the servants gradually became silent, and some people swallowed their saliva. They knew that every time Lord Dew started, it meant he was angry, and his words also proved this. This is the first time. George said these words coldly, his tone as cold as ice. Chapter 28 Night Fight. This is the first time. The Lord slowly spat out these words. Under his cold gaze, cold sweat broke out on the backs of the servants. Also, put away your stupid bows and arrows. I really don't understand how you guys, holding torches and hanging lanterns, shot out those arrows. George almost spit into these people's faces. He continued, Martin, your archery skills are really good. You actually shot a zombie in the belly. Ha ha. I'm not hacking praising you. You don't have to be shy. Slapping each of the archery guys on the back of their heads, George roared in a low voice. You used to be murderous bandits, not refugees and trash. Where are those bloody wolf cubs of Johannes? What? Why? Do some crazy refugees even want their lord to take action himself? George's words were somewhat flattering, but also very explicit and harsh ridicule. It sounds very embarrassing. Shame. Shame and anger filled the chests of those people, and the servants all lowered their heads, their faces flushed. They all saw the foot that the Lord stretched out just now, and even he could easily defeat these things. It was like tripping a crazy old man. But as a guard, he was panicked and scared to death. Therefore, the Lord was right when he said they were useless. This made the bandits very embarrassed, but they had no way to refute. I could only secretly hold the iron fork in my hand, hoping to get another chance to prove myself. Alcohol and anger finally produced a chemical reaction. After hearing the Lord's angrily reprimand, these people finally forgot their original fear. They even ignored the occasional strange calls in the fog and the howling cold wind. Lift your heads and tell me if you are all men? George suddenly yelled. Yes. The servants were stunned for a moment before giving their response. This time their voices were much neater than the last time. Very good. George nodded and said, There are a few crazy refugees over there who have heard the noise and come over. They don't seem to believe that you are men. Hurry up and teach me a lesson. Don't let me go back to the territory and scream. Those 2 kind-hearted hunters came to protect you losers. This sentence played a big role. Thinking of the villagers who were so timid that they would lose their courage to fight if they saw bandits. The subordinates felt a sense of shame from the inside out. After the Lord finished speaking, the angry bandits finally remembered who they were. They fiercely raised their weapons and stared fiercely in the direction pointed by the Lord. There were 4 lunatics running towards this side with their teeth and claws snarling. Stay in formation. The words that came out of George's mouth were still the same. But this time, the situation was different. This time Alexander stood by the Lord's side and no longer stood in front. Because after seeing the behavior of the servants when the 2 zombies rushed into the crowd, he decided to stay by the Lord's side. But those brave soldiers no longer need the shield. They stuck the torches in their hands on the ground, hung the lanterns on their waists, and raised the iron forks in their hands. Although the 6 propped-up steel forks looked a little scattered, they were firm and powerful, holding the zombies firmly in place. 2 of them even pierced the zombie's head. The subordinates suddenly recalled what the commander had given them during the day. Some people were holding on to the iron fork tightly, while others cooperated with their comrades to pull out the iron fork from the zombie's body and inserted it into the zombie's brain. The 4 zombies were quickly eliminated. Even the soldiers did not expect that they could be so neat. You must know that zombies at night are very different from those during the day. Crazy and scary. When they withdrew their weapons and looked at the corpses lying limp on the ground one by one, the followers couldn't help but look at each other. They both saw the excitement in each other's eyes. After this time, the followers finally regained the confidence they had when they were bandits. As the Lord said, "Aren't these zombies just a group of crazy refugees?" With such a thin and shriveled appearance, even if it were to charge towards him, he would be able to knock him down with just one kick. The high priest was standing behind them, so there was no need to worry about being bitten or caught. And at the critical moment, the commander will come to the rescue. So what else is there to fear? George, who was observing quietly from behind, nodded secretly, knowing the number that their team could deal with now. If Alexander took action, they could deal with 7 or 8. If it exceeds this number, or even doubles it, although Alexander can still handle it, these new recruits who have just built up their confidence will lose confidence and panic and flee. And I am afraid that I will be in danger. Zombies at night are much more sensitive and more powerful. In this heavy fog, if Alexander is not careful, he may be scratched. George looked at Alexander's leather armor that had been damaged yesterday and couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Their current equipment is indeed quite poor. After the followers simply cleaned up the corpse, they planned to burn it directly. George looked at the scroll and knew that they had better move to another place first. So he ordered, "There is no need to burn the body now. We will do it during the day. Let's go somewhere else." Since time is a little tight, George does not plan to do extra work tonight. And now several mantras have reached level 1, and further upgrades require 100 prayers. Therefore, even if all nearby zombies are added together, it is not enough to improve once. He simply didn't want to waste any more time and simply led his followers to speed up their actions. During the march, the followers could not help but feel curious when they saw that the Lord would always check the scroll. In fact, during the day, they had already discovered this habit of the Lord. And tonight, someone finally couldn't help but ask about it. This is just an ordinary map. Of course, if any of you can hear the voice of the gods and understand the prophecy, then you can naturally be guided by the gods when observing the map. You can then know that there are things nearby. What monsters? George said, holding a torch in his hand and looking at the fields illuminated by the fire. Sir, do we also have the opportunity to hear the voice of God like you? Someone asked excitedly. This sentence made George stunned. He suddenly withdrew his gaze from the scroll, stopped, looked back at the man's head and said, Yes, maybe you can't understand the profound mantra of prophecy, but as long as you have God in your hearts, you will one day be able to understand it. He who hears the voice of God in his heart. After the words fell, the eyes of the 6 subordinates gradually became fanatical, and George suddenly discovered that besides Martin, the other 5 people also had 3 more words, believer, believe in, above their heads. There are also 5 more points of divine grace on the scroll. It became divine grace, 31 of 32. As for the zombies who were originally close to the territory at the other end, they also took a few steps away from the scroll display. He looked into the eyes of these people and added, At that time, you will not only be able to become God's guards, but you may even speak for God, become his priests, or even paladins. Another steaming piece of pie was thrown out. This piece of pie made the servants look so dreamlike and so unattainable. But precisely because of this, it is even more attractive. Martin suddenly said excitedly, Sir, when I killed those zombies, I seemed to feel God's gaze. Can I really become a paladin? Just like the old men guarding outside the church in the city. They have honor like a noble? It really hypnotizes yourself. George looked at the top of his head and said to the bandit, who had been completely poisoned by his own poison, Of course, I said, God is watching you. And every time you kill an evil creature, you will get more attention from him. He suddenly found that the words above Martin's head began to blur. And I will give you a silver fox, George said with a smile. And he also added in his heart, You have to find a way to get the money back later. The words, believers, blind believers suddenly appeared above Martin's head. After the blind believer appeared, the divine favor displayed on the scroll suddenly increased by 3 points, reaching divine favor 34 to 35. The zombies around the territory pushed a few steps away. And on the blind believer, there is this explanation. Blind believers, these people believe in gods to the point of blindness, which makes them superstitious that gods will give them strength no matter what desperate situation they're in, and therefore will not feel desperate when fighting against evil things. Combat power +1. Although believers, blind believers, have extremely firm beliefs, they can easily lose their way and take the wrong path, and can easily be used by the devil and become cultists. They need correct guidance. Only by becoming devout believers can the power of the soul point them in the direction and exert their true power. After firm belief, one should be pious. Yet you develop fanatics. God is a little disappointed with you. Please develop 20 devout believers/believers as soon as possible. The word shemin, firm belief, above the heads of the other people did not change. But the words became more obvious. George felt speechless for a while. Damn! You gave God a favor. And you said you were dissatisfied with me. Are you a little too arrogant? Also, you are so disappointed. I am a magician to begin with. But you have too high expectations for me. This blind believer is also your believer. So just accept it well. Chapter 29 Walnut Crusher. Thinking about it, after spending so many years in the church, didn't I just become a false believer? It has only been a few days, and it is indeed difficult to become a devout believer. Hey, it's just a matter of urgency. I really have no choice but to do this first, and then give them doctrinal guidance when I have time. Otherwise, this group of blind believers, who have not yet fully established their concept of faith, will be easily deceived. And whether they do the right thing or the wrong thing, they will think that they have heard the voice of the God of protection, and think that they are right. This reminded George of the great priest. He felt that he had to do a good job in psychological development for his subordinates. Otherwise, one day, these people will be cultivated by themselves with great difficulty. But he was deceived by the priest of the Holy See. Then he would cry without knowing where he was. Shaking his head, George looked at the scroll again. A believer can get 1 point of divine grace, but a blind believer can get more divine grace. After the base number increases, the fog will be dispelled. If there are enough believers in the sanctuary in the future, won't even the fog in those fields be dispelled? Furthermore, warriors with different levels of faith will actually increase their combat effectiveness when dealing with evil objects. This shows that the warriors of the God of Sanctuary are naturally capable of restraining these evil things. So if any of them really became a temple knight or something, wouldn't that be awesome? George curiously searched for his attributes and planned to see if there were any new titles. Logically speaking, if he can actually deceive people into becoming blind believers, that means he has a special talent. Of course, this talent may disappoint the God of Sanctuary, but this is still an achievement, right? Isn't it too much to give him some special care and become something like Street Point George William Austin? At this moment, an extra line suddenly appeared on my note. It was as if the God of Protection heard the voice in his heart. George's eyes widened, and he stared at the fonts that suddenly appeared one after another, which said, Walnut Crusher George. As a walnut crusher, you can eat walnuts even without using tools. The ability to eat walnuts +1. Don't look at it. I have no choice but to choose you as a magic stick. Dot! This thief is really blind. The red dot on the scroll flashed, and 5 zombies were approaching. They should have heard the sound or sensed the popularity here. Count how many zombies each of you has killed. A few crazy refugees are coming to add to your achievements. The Lord's words brought the followers back from their fantasy. After the words fell, several zombies happened to appear in the fog where the Lord pointed his finger. The servants turned their heads and stared at the 5 crazy refugees running over, their eyes full of fanaticism. These 5 zombies were dealt with even more neatly than before. This made George and his followers feel extremely excited. Especially George, because he can clearly see that every time these people kill a zombie, the words above their heads will become clearer. He felt that this was a kind of hypnosis carried out in the minds of the followers after his own suggestion. But spiritual strength does make people more determined and stronger. As their combat skills improve, their bodies and strength will also become stronger through continuous training. I am leading my troops to level up. But after tonight, I will pay these guys for killing zombies. My heart is bleeding. No. I'll try to come up with something like donation to get them to donate the money back. The team combed through the fields according to George's instructions. The zombies here are relatively scattered, and after walking through, I killed about 20 or so. George slowly discovered that when dealing with these zombies, Martin, who had become a fanatic, became extremely brave. One person almost takes over the role of 3 people. The other subordinates are no longer as afraid of zombies as before. There are 2 guys who have killed the most zombies, and the words above their heads have become clearer. At this time, they had circled to the south side of the territory, and were not too far away from the mill. The only zombies left around here were the 10 that George deliberately left behind. They were all gathered together, and George had not dared to touch them before. But after a while, you can try to let the followers handle it. Apart from here, there are 2 remaining locations where zombies are relatively dense. There is a group of less than 20 people on the west side of the territory, and a small group in the northeast. Only a dozen in total. There seemed to be something that looked like a ghost around this small group. There is also a ghost and 3 zombies in the cemetery to the south. George had been observing the cemetery, and he knew that those things did not come out of the cemetery, but wandered there later. It seems that the undead are very fond of places like cemeteries. Even if they are far away, they will gradually be attracted to them. Even now, in the group of corpses not far from the cemetery on the west side, there are also a few zombies near the periphery who are breaking away from the group and wandering unconsciously in the direction of the cemetery. On the contrary, there were not many zombies around the mill, and there was only 1 red dot inside, and the 10 guys not far from them all seemed to be keeping a distance from the mill. This made George frown. It seems to be a new monster indeed, and its aura seems to make the zombies afraid. But what kind of scavenger is it? Can also climb walls. I thought about it, and didn't care about it anymore. Anyway, this thing in the mill won't be dealt with tonight. Otherwise zombies will have to be put in it. He looked at the scroll again, and confirmed that the danger level displayed on it had been reduced to somewhat dangerous. The guy who seems to be able to deal with it seems to be immobile. I don't know if I'm full. Well, let's deal with the 10 zombies in front of us first. This is the first challenge for the followers tonight. George asked these followers to take a rest and drink some water. While resting, he observed the movements of the red dots on the map while telling his followers stories from the Holy Scriptures. These stories are inspiring and can also add some moral value to those who are uneducated. Of course, there are many of George's personal belongings. In this world, knowledge is something only the aristocracy has access to. Common people often can only rely on the elderly, lords and churches to establish their 3 views. Over thousands of years, the nobles have domesticated these people into 2-legged sheep with no independent thoughts and easy control. This rigid, decadent, and foul-smelling feudal ideology has become deeply ingrained in the hearts of the common people. Right and wrong were entirely decided by the nobles. The story told by George is completely different from those of the knights and lords. The followers couldn't fully understand it, but they felt it was very novel, and those mythical stories also make people yearn for them. These things seem to have some effect. During the narration process, the 2 followers who had killed the most zombies before had the fonts on their heads becoming clearer and clearer, becoming the 2nd and 3rd blind believers. Looking at their increased combat effectiveness, George felt that he had finally found the meaning of spreading faith, and looked forward to how the strength of these followers would improve after the school grounds in the castle were restored. But even if there is no castle for training now, these retinues seem to be enough to deal with some minor problems. At least it seems that there should be no problem in ensuring that the people in the territory harvest food in the next few days. When they first left the territory, the subordinates were already in a hurry to deal with the 4 zombies. After these followers were stimulated and inspired, and Martin became a fanatic, they easily killed 5 of them. And now, George finally had some confidence in dealing with the 10 zombies in front of him. He put away the scrolls and scriptures in his hands, looked at his followers who were sitting on the ground and looked at him, and said, "Someone just told me that since I heard hymns outside the church when I was a child, I was born to become a priest. The dream with the Templars. Maybe these dreams have been forgotten by you because of the cruel life. But I tell you, starting from today, you can pick up this dream again." George looked at the confused followers and spoke slowly. He turned his head to look at the fog in the distance and stretched out his hand. "There is something wandering towards the light over there," he said. "Today, I will teach you the first mantra hymn." The followers followed his gaze and looked over there. 10 zombies were walking out of the fog and appeared in front of him. At this moment, an uncontrollable fear spread in the hearts of this group of people, and the ghost screams that had always been heard in the fog were finally heard by them again. Who knows how many strange things there are in the fog? Some people stood up in panic, took a few steps back, and became timid. They've never had to deal with so many zombies. The encouraged crowd, above the heads of the retinues, gradually faded away and was about to turn into the panicked and unreliable retinues. However, at this moment, Waves of sacred and firm songs rose up and resounded throughout the room. Behind them, this song overwhelmed the frightening screams of ghosts and flowed into their hearts like a warm current, dispelling the fear in their hearts. It's called chastisement in the holy name. The zombies suddenly became confused in the empty hymn, and the fonts that originally faded above the heads of the subordinates suddenly began to become clear. The rabble, fighting for their dreams and beliefs, took up arms. Martin and others shouted to revive the morale of the subordinates. Their eyes suddenly exuded a fanatical brilliance amid the singing, and the zombies that had rushed over began to become a little dull in the praise of the holy name. They forgot that the giant should be in front of them first, threw away the torch in their hands, hung up the lantern, and raised the iron fork in their hands. Chapter 30. Horror in the Cemetery. The first few zombies who rushed over were still in confusion, and were directly stabbed to the ground by the subordinates, who suddenly burst out of their own potential. Such a scene had a chain reaction, making the zombies even more confused, and some even tripped over the corpses and fell to the ground. "Keep the formation!" Alexander roared and chopped up 2 zombies that came around and tried to jump on the Lord. And these words also pulled back several of the retinues, who had already rashly moved forward. The formation was a bit chaotic, but still effective. Following the instructions given during the day, the subordinates continued to thrust their iron forks forward in coordination, stabbing several zombies, who had stood up again, to the ground. But after this time, their chaotic movements looked more like a mob in front of this group of soldiers. There were 2 more combined thrusts. After the thrusts, the enemies in front of the soldiers fell down in rows. The mantra chants continued to echo in the ears of the soldiers, making them more courageous as they fought. The mindless enemies opposite them lost most of their aggressiveness in the singing. After being stabbed down, they even crawled on the ground and ran around. They were all quickly killed by the soldiers. Indeed, as the Lord said, when they threw away the fear in their hearts, these zombies were a group of unarmed and crazy refugees. After one hymn was played, a new hymn was sung again. The moonlight suddenly penetrated the fog during this hymn and illuminated the place. These bright lights not only illuminated the undead on the ground, but also illuminated the followers. Such a scene was extremely inspiring and completely built up the confidence of these soldiers. George did not waste this opportunity. He looked at the stunned followers who were looking at the sky, suddenly raised his finger and said loudly, "Look! God is watching you!" These words were like a thunder. "Oh God!" With a cry, I don't know who was the first to burst into tears. After that, everyone knelt down on the ground excitedly and joined in the prayers and crying. They kept opening their hands, looking at the light in the sky, and sang hymns indiscriminately. As these out-of-tune and wrong-worded songs sounded, the fonts above the heads of the servants gradually condensed, and they completely threw themselves into the embrace of the God of protection. However, it is not piety, but blind faith. George blinked and checked the words on the notes again, but found that it was indeed the case. You are a blind believer again. I have said this doctrine and holy scriptures, so you can't be pious and have to be superstitious. It doesn't matter what I did wrong. Anyway, I need them to be more blind now. The excited followers were ordered to gather all the corpses together and burn them. George took the scroll and read it. There are 5 zombies in the cemetery. The monster in the mill remained motionless. He put away the scroll and thought, the followers should not be afraid of ghosts now. Right? During the short rest, George checked the bodies of these followers. He found that although these people had some bruises and scratches on their bodies, most of them seemed to be caused by themselves in panic, to give them peace of mind and prevent unwanted infections. George sang a light version, without magic, of the holy hymn and prayed in conjunction with them. Although this faint sacred breath cannot heal wounds quickly, it can dispel corruption and infection. At this time, the subordinates, who have completely blindly believed in the Lord, can always feel a comfortable chill in this kind of chant, giving them courage. But in fact, it was just after exercising, and the wind blew away the sweat. You have been blessed by the God of Sanctuary. No matter what evil spirits or monsters are today, they will not be able to corrode you. With a solemn and holy face, George began the real casting. After playing in the lake, he suddenly closed his eyes, listened for a moment, and said, "Let's go to the cemetery. God told me that there is something over there that needs to be transcended. And he also wanted to see the power of God's guards. Your bravery has caused him to fully focus on you." After hearing this deception, the subordinates became extremely energetic. They were eager to pick up the coal lamps and torches, and seemed to be impatient. "This is my first time dealing with a ghost, so don't give me a hacking trap." George encouraged himself in his heart, and led everyone around the mill, and walked towards the cemetery. The night was dark, and there were not even a single star in the sky above the cemetery. The sparse branches of the withered old trees nearby were slanting down, surrounded by the mist. There are many tombstones, and a little green fire floats around them. Occasionally, the swooshing sound of a flying crow caused a rustle in the forest, and a few hares popped out of nowhere, making the forest feel desolate and windy. After George and his group got into the iron railings that had long been rotted and damaged, they stopped at the edge of the cemetery. Under their feet was a new pit filled in during the day. This was not the first time for George to come to the cemetery, but he had never felt that the surrounding environment was so eerie and terrifying. He pinched the top of his thigh to stop it from trembling. He glanced at the subordinates beside him, only to find that these guys didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he stared at the zombies in front of him, eager to try. Mother Sheepy, you are so ignorant and fearless. George swallowed and looked at an underground tomb made of bluestone not far away. His ancestors were buried in another tomb under the castle, and in this underground tomb, buried are retainers, loyal servants, and illegitimate children. He had seen in the scroll that the foreign ghost was wandering in the tomb, disturbing the sleep of the deceased. A certain servant waved the torch in his hand, and 5 zombies were immediately attracted by the light of the fire. Looking at the 5 crazy refugees staggering towards them, the servants raised their iron forks and were about to start fighting with them. At this moment, George suddenly felt a gust of wind coming. He turned his head suddenly and found leaves spitting near the tomb. A pale withered face swept through the dead leaves and flew out of the mist above the tomb. There were long echoes of wow wow from its mouth, which made George panic in his heart. He was afraid that his followers would be disturbed. So he immediately turned the hammer on his waist into a holy sword and shouted loudly to encourage them. Don't be afraid. Deal with the zombies first. I will deal with that monster. This holy sword in my hand, you can kill it with just one strike of your sword. Really? However, when he turned back, he found that the soldiers had not noticed the thing and were concentrating on fighting the zombies. Only Alexander looked back at him with a strange look on his face and said, Who do you want to kill? Sir, I'll do it. He had been watching the battle and was feeling a little itchy. George's eyes widened, and he watched the ghost float over the heads of Alexander and his followers. Whenever it floated near a person, the people nearby would shiver unconsciously, and their vitality would be reduced by 1 point. But neither noticed the ghost in front of them. It's like it doesn't exist at all. Of all the people, only Alexander was not affected, and the ghost seemed to deliberately avoid him, as if he was afraid. However, this powerful warrior could not see the ghost. The ghost's empty eyes glanced at everyone, as if he was selecting food. Finally, he fixed his gaze on George. Then he found that there was no one around, and he suddenly appeared in the center of the cemetery. He turned around and looked around. The strange trees were baring their claws in the thick fog. The surrounding fog swept in from all directions, making his whole body colder and colder, and something like hair was constantly tickling his back. The neck and shoulders also became heavy. George suddenly felt a chill running from his back to the top of his head, and even his hair exploded. He didn't have time to think, turned around and waved the long sword in his hand, only to find that there was only a wooden stick in his hand, and there was nothing behind him. At this moment, a rotten and pale face suddenly stretched out from his shoulder and stuck right in front of his face. George, whose hair exploded, loudly praised the reputation of the god of sanctuary. But although he had already chanted the entire hymn in his mind in an instant, the syllables he uttered in his anxiety were so brief that even he himself couldn't tell which patron saint he was calling. But it seemed to work. After hearing this, the ghost suddenly covered his face with his withered hands in fear. Then, it burst into flames with a shrill scream. The scene around him suddenly changed. George blinked and found that the nearby followers were cleaning up the corpses of the zombies. There was no thick fog around him, and the trees were still the same trees. The position he was standing in was still the same as before. That place. The body no longer felt as cold as before, but instead felt a heat exuding a divine aura. But his whole body was soaked. He recalled the scene just now. It seemed that he was in crisis and unconsciously uttered the entire mantra. A big face suddenly came over, and George, who had not yet recovered, jumped up in fright, and even the long sword in his hand flew aside. What's wrong with you, boss? This big face was none other than Alexander. He was looking at his lord with curiosity. After speaking, he also stretched out his big hand and slapped George on the shoulder. A pile of white ash fell from George's shoulders. George lowered his head and found that there was still a small pile of embers at his feet. It's okay. George took a breath, looked at the pile of embers, and reached out to grab them. Alexander stared curiously at the boss's actions. He thought George was crazy because he didn't see anything in the boss's hands at all. George ignored this fool. He opened his hand and let the ashes fly away in the wind from his fingers. Seeing the ashes flying in the sky, George no longer felt fear in his heart, because the unknown has become known. Chapter 31 Growth. Who are you going to kill? Boss, tell me quickly. Alexander's big face came closer again. George stretched out his hand expressionlessly and pushed his big face away, not wanting to see him again. At the most critical moment, you have to rely on yourself. George shook his head, feeling a little depressed. Pile all the corpses over there and burn them. And add some more firewood. Let's stay here for a while. As he said that, George took out the scroll and observed it. He knew that these fires and this cemetery should make the zombies in the distance disperse more. Above the scroll, the thing in the mill remained motionless. But the zombies in the west are moving closer here. But they have become more scattered. If we scatter a few more, we should be able to deal with the rest together, he thought as he wiped the sweat from his head. After just releasing that mantra, he felt that his whole body had become hot. Only a small amount of mana was used. But the ghost was killed instantly. This can't help but make this magician feel a little worshipful to his boss. The great god is indeed different. Even his name is very memorable. Although I don't remember who I am talking about. George scratched his head and stopped thinking about it. He opened the scroll and found his information. And found that the number of wishes increased by 3 points. Get rid of all the monsters tonight. And then go through the process of salvation. The prayer should be able to reach 100. Now these mantras are only level 1. But they are already that strong. It seems that they are extremely powerful when dealing with evil things. It seems that those mantras in the Holy Scriptures that have not yet been studied should be taken time to study carefully. The fire not far away gradually brightened, and the smell of barbecue appeared in the air. George took back the scroll, looked at the fire that had just been lit by the followers, and continued to think. Ghosts are actually not scary. The visions he saw before should be due to the fear in his heart. And the divine power that filled his body at this time made him feel that he was no longer afraid. He could imagine that Alexander was fearless even if he was not filled with holy power. Previously, he believed that Alexander's body was too strong. But now, when he was thinking of some words in the Holy Scriptures, the power of the mind. There are many references to the power of the mind in the Holy Scriptures. It seems that if a person has a strong mind, he can defeat evil spirits without resorting to other powers. And Alexander has a heroic heart. The Scroll of Sanctuary said that heroes cannot be evaluated with numbers because they are often able to defeat invincible enemies. Therefore, we can only make generalizations about their combat effectiveness. Maybe if he, or the followers he is training in front of him, want to become a true hero, then the first thing is to have a heroic heart. There is indeed a big gap between fearless me and the big guy. Shaking his head, George shook the thought away. What is a heroic heart is still too hazy for him now. When thinking about this, it is better to read more scriptures. The mantra hymn just now remained in his heart. The feeling of reciting it silently at that time was very wonderful. But if you want to fully grasp it, you probably need to know more about the book in your hand. The reason why the great priests are powerful is not because they sing certain hymns beautifully, but because they have a deep understanding of their faith. Although I am a prophet-oriented believer, this does not affect my understanding of faith. George's words are somewhat flattering to his own face, because he is a complete stickman. The so-called belief is entirely due to interests. Even though he knew that the God of Sanctuary really existed in this world, he could not kneel down and devote himself wholeheartedly to that belief. He is a complete infidel. But there is one thing he firmly believes in. That is, theologians may not believe in God. The servants kept throwing firewood into the fire, making it burn bigger and bigger. Not long after, a guard suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Sir, something seems to be coming from the northwest." George looked at the scroll and knew that 3 zombies were coming from that direction. On the other side, not far away, there are only 12 zombies left. It's just 3 zombies! Go get rid of them. Let's continue on our way, George said absent-mindedly. He waved his hand and continued to read the holy book. The servants didn't go there for long. After a while, they came back towards the fire while discussing something in a low voice. Others held some dry firewood in their hands. George looked at Alexander beside him and realized that he had not followed him just now. At this time, he looked at the heads of the subordinates, and after scrolling down, he found that this group of rabble actually had one more fairly reliable evaluation. George lifted the scroll and took a closer look at the information about the followers. Status: fighting for beliefs and dreams. In this state, the followers will try their best to fight. Reduce the chance of escape. and have a certain degree of initiative. Evaluation fairly reliable. These subordinates have finally learned some simple cooperation and can complete some tasks independently without being under the supervision of their superiors. Title: Blind Believer. When fighting for faith, you will not easily feel despair and fear, so you will not run away easily. When fighting against evil objects, combat power +1 at this time. These followers are fighting for faith and disappear in this state before. The blind believers will die until they die. I don't know how long the state of faith can last, but as long as no one dies, this state should not disappear. George nodded, knowing that they could deal with the zombies now. Pack up our things and prepare to go there. We will have a tough battle next. After hearing these words, the faces of the subordinates became a little solemn. It could be seen that they all felt a little nervous, but their hands tightened their weapons. The mental state of these subordinates is completely different from when they first came out. George nodded secretly and led them over there. The zombies to the west were not too far away from here. When George and his party walked there and saw the pairs of green eyes in the fog, the bodies of the subordinates all tensed up. However, when they saw that this so-called tough battle only had 2 more zombies than the 10 zombies they had dealt with before, they were no longer nervous. And someone sang hymns loudly. The zombie team was a little scattered. After seeing the fire here, all these slow-moving guys rushed over. This time George ordered Alexander to join the fight. The purpose of tonight's training has almost been achieved. Now, these subordinates, who are already a little tired from the continuous battles, need to completely build up their confidence. So George decided to speed up the pace and deal with the last 2 batches of zombies quickly. This group led by the knight was simply unstoppable. When Alexander rushed forward, the 12 zombies flew away completely. The followers followed the footsteps of the knight in front and moved forward steadily, stabbing all the zombies behind him to the ground. When the soldiers followed George and sang the mantra to the 6th verse, a total of 8 verses, there were no more zombies standing on the ground. And the soldiers also began to finish off the zombies still alive on the ground. In the end, even the subordinates felt a little unbelievable. Only then did they truly realize that the things that had made their legs weak before were actually able to be solved so quickly after joining forces. And the so-called tough battle, under the leadership of their 2 adults, was like a chicken and a dog. The followers suddenly felt as if the god of protection was really helping them secretly. This made these followers even more determined in their faith. George can feel that these believers are already devout enough in their faith. All they need is to understand the Bible and doctrine. After that, some people will become believers, can become monks, and be trained into clergy. Of course, individual people may be able to become ascetics. I don't know what characteristics the ascetic monks have, but they are the most powerful clergy members of the Holy See. After this battle, the servants' legs and hands were already a little sore, but they felt very excited, especially after hearing the Lord say that there were still the last batch of enemies. These guys wanted to get there quickly. Very good. I have already taken the initiative to ask for a fight, and I finally look like a soldier. It seems that soldiers must still grow up in battle and victory. Although it was only one night, the followers had to deal with enemies that were 10 times their own. It could be said that from this battle on, this group of soldiers could no longer be said to be novices in dealing with zombies. And with just one more blood donation, these soldiers can become veterans. The only shortcomings are that the coordination and discipline of this group of followers are still a bit poor, and the equipment is not good. George observed that they always made some aggressive advances during the battle, making the formation always become a little scattered, and the coordination is a bit messy. If there is no mantra chant, some people are likely to be jumped by zombies and die directly as a result. After all, even if you are jumped by a zombie, your throat may be bitten, and if they are pulled into the zombies, they will be cut into pieces in a blink of an eye due to lack of equipment. If they practice well, have shields to resist, and are equipped with a few more javelins and a sword, then these people will probably have no problem dealing with 2 or 3 times more zombies alone. While rushing to the north, some of the subordinates couldn't help but whisper on the road, talking about how many enemies they had killed, which village woman had a bigger butt, and who was ogling them during the day. After George, who had been quietly pricking his ears next to him, heard this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his silver fox. So far, they have killed more than 60 zombies. Some people have killed more than 10 zombies. After tonight, he will still have to take out a dozen silver foxes to encourage these soldiers. The sky in the distance was gradually turning red. When crossing the edge of the territory, George noticed that there were already some torches shining in the territory. It seems that Old Duke and others have organized the people to start preparing to light a fire for cooking. But there weren't many lit torches. and he heard a slight argument in the distance. Chapter 32 Riot. It seems that breakfast did not go very smoothly. George withdrew his gaze and urged his followers to move on. They came from the back of the castle to the north of the territory. Not long after, they heard bursts of crying and saw pairs of green eyes. The cries of ghosts had always been present in the fog, but here they became more pronounced. However, the servants were ignorant and fearless, and had already regarded the crying as wind even if it was true. There was a great priest beside them. Right? So they, who had experienced so many battles, were not frightened by it. They quickly organized their formation and prepared to face the dozen or so zombies. Now in the eyes of these people, zombies at night are no different from crazy refugees. However, the Grand Priest's classmate was a little nervous. He looked at the white thing floating above the corpses, raised the Lord's sword in his hand, and sang a hymn loudly. It's like cheering myself up again. But this mantra hymn is different from the one sung before. The mantra with added mana is far more powerful than one sung in vain. The light of dawn suddenly pierced the fog and shone here. The zombies that were rushing towards them suddenly screamed in terror during the chant, and along with an even more shrill scream above them, the white mass the shadow burned directly in the light. Looking at the confused enemies, the knight roared and led his followers to charge directly. They were like pushing away a pile of bricks, killing the enemies who were twice their size to pieces. Many zombies shuddered, and a few on the edge even covered their faces while taking staggering steps and began to escape. In panic, they wanted to stay away from the sound and light. However, the followers who had their hands free chased him and stabbed him down several times. This final battle went extremely smoothly, because George has become a true priest, and the people he leads are no longer refugees and bandits, but brave soldiers. After the battle, George stared at the puddle of white ash on the ground for a long time, and finally put it into a small bag. According to some rumors, wizards are able to make use of many weird gadgets. So the next time adventurers come, even if they can't recruit a priest, they might be able to exchange this for some money. Well, maybe special merchants will also accept it. The Holy Court is so powerful. The Holy Court, where my body once practiced, is extremely powerful. In the south, there must still be a monetary system. The great nobles may still enjoy it every day. He now only has more than 200 pieces of silver fox left. If there are lords in other territories, the silver can still be exchanged for something. For nobles and businessmen, the more troubled the times, the better the opportunity to search for gold and silver. Although prices may be soaring now, human transactions such as serfs will depreciate greatly. After all, in these troubled times, the most unnecessary thing is people. But what is most lacking in this shelter is people after the autumn harvest. There is still a wave of autumn planting. Whether you can survive the winter depends on the potatoes, cabbage, mushrooms in the basement, etc. planted in autumn. Now there are more women than men in the territory. There are more people to eat and less work. After calling the guards, George and them began to walk back. It was almost dawn at this time, although the morning came relatively late amid the fog. The residents got up early. Thinking of this, George took out the scroll while walking and checked the residents' movements. He found that less than half of the residents came out, and most of them were still in the house. It looked like the people outside were making a fire to cook, but a dozen or so people seemed to be walking towards the mill. And along the way, he also called those who had not left the house. Sure enough, I went to the barn. I know I can't blame you for this. After all, I would do the same thing. But the bud determines the head. Today, I have to perform a fishing law enforcement. George took back the scroll and laughed. These gods now probably regard themselves as the masters of this place of salvation. Since you are so cooperative, don't blame me for a while. Facing the riot that was about to break out, George quickened his pace and became excited. Today, everyone in this territory must be united. Everyone will be able to show their courage and generosity. In front of the mill, Duke was distraught. He couldn't figure out why things turned out like this. When the villagers started shouting because they didn't have enough food, he felt something was wrong. However, things were still beyond his control. As the men walked toward the mill, Duke shouted at the villagers to stop them. However, the villagers all lowered their heads, and no one responded to him. She didn't even dare to touch his eyes. He could only lead the few people around him to pull. But more and more people were disobedient. Some people even began to insult them, and those who came later, even old Duke was counted as an outsider, saying that they didn't care about the people in the village at all, and wanted to starve the children to death. Why doesn't the Lord distribute food and wants to compete with poor people like us for food? We are working for him. You're farting. Daniel! Duke pointed at the guy he had seen growing up. and was so angry that he couldn't speak. Along the way, his throat was dry from shouting. But more and more people joined the mob. In the end, even those who originally respected him stopped listening to him. And the words he said became increasingly unpleasant. Some people even began to distort the facts, saying that the kind Lord actually wanted to open a position. And old Duke is now preventing everyone from opening positions entirely, because he wants to express himself to the Lord. Duke's beard was so angry that when he went door to door to persuade and convey the Lord's words last night, everyone was obedient and seemed sensible. But this morning, when those people saw the scattered food, it was completely different. Many of the people who got up first and were the most active were the ones with the least food. Originally, they hoped to get some advantage during the day everyone's food was put together, so they couldn't starve. Therefore, being able to have enough to eat and receiving praise from God would be a happy experience for everyone. But even if these poorest guys in the village hand over everything, how much will they have? It was indeed possible to have a full meal, even a meal at night. But when some smart people who had food in their hands, but deliberately hid it, and mingled with the team, the food was really not enough. This made everyone who got up in the morning complain, both about those who didn't come out and the Lord for not distributing food. The first ones to rise up and challenge were the villagers who had hidden the food, especially the lazy men in the village like Daniel. Not only that, they also took the lead and called together those who were hiding in the house and looking for various reasons to avoid working today. When those people don't plan to work, there are many reasons to prevent leakage. They have to repair it today and go to work later. Or maybe you feed the chickens first and don't eat in the morning. As for handing in the food, you naturally take it out at night. What's more, when they heard that the food was really going to be collected, they locked the door directly, and when someone knocked on the door, they simply pretended that they had gone out to work and there was no one in the house. These villagers are indeed very smart. In their view, old Duke is a member of their village and should naturally take care of himself. The Lord is a good man, and God protects them. It's not like those bad lords and evil gods are unreasonable. So even if I am temporarily busy, I did not hand over food or participate in labor today. What can be done to them? But when they heard someone shouting to open the barn, all those who were not inside came out, more active than those who planned to participate in labor. Now everyone in the village is gathered around the barn. But in fact, most people are just watching and enjoying themselves. There are really not many people who really want to cause trouble. They seem neutral, not taking a position on what Daniel said, and remaining silent on old Duke's call. But in the eyes of the mob, they became their accomplices. And this silence and those eyes have also become encouragement to myself. With more accomplices, the courage will naturally increase. There are too many eyes, and when people are noticed, they want to show off their muscles. Therefore, this mill dared open. In the end, Duke was the only one standing in front of the door. Those few hunters, as later outsiders, did not dare to argue with so many people. These hunters, who had never dealt with wild beasts and had never experienced anything like this, were sweating profusely. But they did not dare to raise their bows and arrows against the people in their own village. Their heads were dizzy now, and they could not tell whether they should or not. It's time to open a position. 2 hunters ran out directly, wanting to find the Lord to make the decision. When the mob saw the scene, they didn't bother to talk nonsense with Duke and pushed him to the ground, intending to open the door. At this moment, a thin girl rushed over, blocked the door, and stammered, "No, it can't be opened. It's a monster that eats people. Eats people." Chapter 33 Female Madman. This girl was born with a stuttering defect. Her parents died young, and she never looked good after entering the village. Usually when I see people, I like to shrink my neck, and my whole body will always tremble when I get excited. This makes her unpopular. In addition, her face is always dirty, and she never communicates with others. And she always says and does things that are incomprehensible to everyone, which makes her a madwoman in the eyes of the villagers. Just like now, the words coming out of her mouth made everyone laugh. Amid the laughter of the villagers, Daniel felt a little blushing. He felt that those people were actually laughing at him. Daniel, who was ashamed and angry, stretched out his thick arms and pushed the thin girl hard. It was like pushing a ridiculous rag doll. However, the result was unexpected. Although the girl was being pushed back and forth, she was shaking like a ridiculous roly-poly. But her hands were tightly clasped on the door frame, and several grown men did not pull her away. The laughter of the villagers became louder and louder. During the tugging, the broken door finally failed to hold up, and with a crash, it fell down together with the girl. The dust was flying, and the dark big mill was like a monster's mouth. with a strong stench blowing from it. Time completely stopped at this moment. The situation inside made the villagers freeze on the spot. And there was no longer any laughter and noise. They saw that in the center of the mill, there was a mountain of corpses. And on top of the mountain of corpses, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened, as big as 2 red lanterns. Bang bang. The torches in the hands of the villagers fell unnaturally in shock and fear, and slowly rolled in, dimly illuminating the things in that mill. The monster's eyes slowly swept over, and everyone in front of the door seemed to have seen the eyes of the god of death, and felt as if their whole bodies were filled with ice. The thing lying on the broken corpse slowly got up under everyone's gaze. However, the villagers seemed to be locked and unable to control their bodies. In their eyes, the world seemed to turn into black and white at this moment, and even the floating dust slowed down. Its appearance is very similar to humans, but it is much larger, and its body seems to be skinless and covered with rotten abscesses. It had only eyes and no nose on its head, and its mouth was split almost to the base of its ears. It opened its mouth and spit out its long scarlet tongue, licking out a rolling torch. Its densely packed tusks were illuminated in the final light of the fire. Once again, the mill returned to darkness. Several mobs in front of the door suddenly threw their torches and tried to escape quickly, but their legs weakened and they fell to the ground. He is no longer as rough and strong as he was just now, and this shrill and frightening scream seemed to break the spell that stopped time, causing everyone to suddenly come to their senses. Evil! Ah! The villagers fled in panic, disappearing in the dust in the blink of an eye. Only a few people were left paralyzed on the ground, screaming and incontinent. The monster, which had already been full, slowly crawled out of the door, staring at the people screaming on the ground. The strong mob finally stood up at this critical moment. They shouted and fled desperately. Before leaving, Daniel viciously pushed the girl into the door. Only at this moment did the girl react from her daze. She climbed up on the ground in horror and despair, struggling to stand up. However, her feet and legs were weak, but she could not struggle no matter what. At this last moment, she looked into those scarlet eyes, and suddenly knew the name of this thing, Rock Crawler. She heard it boasting to itself, its claws ripping through the mail like paper, telling herself that although it was full, it didn't mind playing with its toys. It wants her fear, her flesh and soul. She is the most special one of all, and she is fatally attracted to it. Liquor? Oh, it's a scavenger! Alexander! A shout suddenly came from the distance, pulling the girl back from her nightmare. Several torches suddenly flew over her head, followed immediately by an afterimage, whizzing away from her head with the sound of wind. She vaguely saw that the afterimage looked like a thrown iron fork. Then he suddenly saw the monster in front of him flying towards the stone pillar in the distance, as if it had been shot by a giant crossbow. The girl's eyes widened. Before she could recover, 2 more iron forks whizzed past and penetrated the monster's body one after another. Then a huge figure roared past her body and rushed into the darkness. In the dark mill, there were constant roars and crashing sounds. And then, after a few roars from the monster, the entire mill suddenly became quiet. The girl grabbed her clothes and looked nervously at the dark mill, waiting for the winter to come out of the darkness. The time of a few breaths is so long. Her heart could not help but gradually beat wildly, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. At this moment, a strong arm picked up the girl's neck and lifted her thin body up. By the way, he patted the dust on her, but the girl turned around blankly and saw a clean face. Ahem. Sorry. I tore your clothes. George coughed awkwardly. George didn't know how he felt when he looked at this mad woman. He had been quietly observing from a distance, but he did not expect that this girl's small body would have such great power. This also caused him to change his original plan. George looked at the villagers hiding around him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking back, he smelled the stench of the mill, fanned his nose with his hand, and looked at the big thing nailed to the pillar to make sure it was dead. This made him feel a little surprised. But his surprise was not that Alexander saw the monster so quickly, because he had expected this result from the danger level on the scroll. What surprised him was that Alexander was really good at throwing. And it's pretty accurate. This shield is not disabled at all. A naive voice broke the silence of the mill. A bald man walked into the light falling from the shed roof, picked up a potato from his arms and gnawed it. Seeing the girl staring at him dumbfounded, he smacked his lips in return. This image is silly and stupid, but in the girl's eyes, it is like a god descending to earth. I told you, I have killed a lot of these things before. Fortunately, I have eaten a lot these days. If it had been the night before, I would have had a little trouble killing them. Alexander touched his big bald head. I feel like I have regained some strength in the past few days. He thought it had something to do with eating. After finishing speaking, he pulled several iron forks off the monster's body. With a popping sound, the monster's body slid to the ground. Alexander stretched out his big hand, grabbed the corpse by the neck, and dragged it into the light and shadow. It was like a big brown bear dragging a black bear. George held his nose and nodded. He looked at the situation inside the mill and found that there were a lot less corpses. They must have been eaten by scavengers. It should be cleaned up quickly. With that said, he walked out of the mill and chuckled. Let's go! Take that monster with you! Let's go see our lovely villagers! Having said this, he hooked up with Martin and said in his ear, Take a few people into the barn to pack some rotten grain and hide it in the cloak. I will tell you later how to do it. Looking at the villagers hiding behind the houses not far away and looking cautiously towards this side, George patted the little madman on the shoulder and said, Follow me! From now on, no one will dare to do it again. I bullied you. There was a look of understanding on the girl's face, and George had already left with his followers. The monster has been dealt with, and the villagers have cooperated to mess up the card game. Now, it's time for him, the shuffler, to come on stage. In the center of the territory is a simple high platform built from some debris and boxes, with the demon's body placed on top. Lord George was walking back and forth above, talking, and looking at the people surrounding him in a circle below. And when he looked up, he could see the farmhouses behind the people. At this time, some farmhouses had been covered by fog again due to his secret operations, but the residents did not see the changes behind them. In this world, there are three types of people: civilians, priests, and nobles. And civilians are divided into three types of people. George said while scanning the people below with his cold eyes, speaking from the mouth of an outsider. He said three titles that all nobles in the world use for common people. They are called pariahs, fools, and mobsters. Chapter 34 Burn that witch to death. These citizens knew that they had done something wrong, and the tone expressed by the Lord now suddenly reminded them of the appearance of this guy when they first met in the village yesterday. At this time, the stupid villagers remembered that their Lord was not a talkative priest, but a frightening nobleman. These less knowledgeable people could not fully understand what the Lord said, but they could hear that he was angry. The early morning in the sanctuary was silent, with only the Lord's words echoing around. The first type of people who are untouchables are like animals, born with sins. They know that because of the sins they committed in their previous lives, they will never be able to turn around in this life. But the Lord is enlightened and God is merciful. So these untouchables can use their own efforts to live a better life in the process of atonement. And if the sins in this life are redeemed, they will have the opportunity to no longer be untouchables in the next life. The second kind of people are called stupid people. They are not only as lowly as untouchables, but also stupid. They are born with sin, but are unaware of it. The Lords think that they are only worthy of being whipped, and let them do that kind of thing. The most despicable things. But God is merciful. So the more despicable things they do, the more they can atone for their sins. As long as they work hard, they still have the opportunity to live a good life. The third type is called the mob. Not only are they despicable and stupid, but they also like to go further and further down the wrong path. Such people only deserve to be hanged or burned. But God is all-embracing, and in their sins at the end of their lives, as long as they repent before death, they will not go to hell. They will still have the opportunity to be human in the next life. George now plays an angry lord, and the three types of civilians he talks about are all extremely insulting. However, the villagers don't take it seriously because they have long been used to hearing them, and even regard these names as common sense. George knew this. In the dark feudal era where he lived, this group of common people who had been circulated like sheep by the nobles were educated in this way. This kind of education makes them have no ideas, no independent thinking, no independent opinions, and no questioning spirit. They are a group of insensitive, cannibalistic zombies. And in this world, no one has experienced the baptism of revolution. And naturally they don't know how to resist and question. What he plays today is such a lord. He wants to use these three types of people to divide the rioting people. Let them play the cards in their hands to their teammates, and then have a landlord fight with them. In this melee, he will complete a major shuffle, and naturally all the bad cards in his hand will be replaced by good cards. Some people understood what George said this time, but more people widened their eyes and thought about the meaning of what the Lord said. The Lord paused, glanced around with cold eyes, and asked, "Tell me, who among you is a pariah? Who is a fool? And who is a mob?" This time everyone understood it. They were frightened, started to feel chills all over, and started shaking like a sieve. They looked at the monster hanging up by several brackets behind the Lord, looking around to see who among them was a pariah, who was a fool, and who was a mob. Looking for who should be hanged today. People who have no food. Some blame those who hide food. They are the ones who caused these troubles today. Those who had food complained about the guys in the lead, but they seemed a little troublesome. So I started to worry about whether I would be hanged. Some of the three groups of people began to feel weak in their legs, but they all ignored the lords whom they had complained about before because they could not unite at all. How could the peasants fight against the landlords if they did not unite? The scene was deathly silent, and the morning was getting colder. The Lord suddenly broke the silence, interrupted the thinking of some smart people, and did not give them any chance to unite. He said, "The untouchables are smart, and the ignorant people know what to do with everyone. I think you already know it. You know who the mob is. Report him, of course. I hope he can stand up on his own, and I will give him a chance to redeem himself." This time, the scene was no longer so cold. These words of the Lord completely divided these ignorant people. Almost all of them believed that they should not be part of the mob. They hoped to be untouchables, and strive to be untouchables. They all hope to do something for the Lord to prove that they are untouchables, like reporting on the mob. But who are the mob? Who is suitable to be a mob? Some people just can't figure it out. These are slower to respond. Some people are smart and know what's going on, but they lack some courage. Therefore, those who were boldest and most smart stood up. They were the most cunning and lazy mob of Daniel. As these real werewolves suddenly stood up, stretched out their fingers, and shouted loudly, everyone's eyes followed what Daniel and others pointed at, and all looked at the poor crazy woman. The crowd roared and a consensus was reached almost instantly. She is the mob that deserves to be hanged. This crazy woman can be offended by everyone and disliked by anyone. If she is hanged, it will put the matter to rest. You can easily read this article. Everyone is happy. It doesn't hurt the harmony between neighbors. It's her! It was her sins that brought that evil spirit here. It was she who made that evil spirit look at us poor people with one finger. Master, we are all untouchables. Not a mob. I am a fool. I am a fool. Whip me with a whip. The former lord whipped me every time he came. I have evidence. I saw her sneaking around in the cemetery in the morning. It must be her fault. Yes, she's making a deal with the devil. Everyone was talking and extremely united. No one was a mob. It was the crazy woman who deserved it. They became restless and pushed the trembling girl in front of her, hiding themselves behind her. When she was dragged to the high platform, some people started throwing stones at her, shouting to burn her to death. The brave are angry and draw their swords against the stronger. The timid are angry and draw their swords against the weaker. George looked at all this coldly. He knew that the first people selected were the most innocent and truly innocent and pitiful people among all the villagers. He had just seen the farmhouse where the thin girl lived on the road. It wasn't even a farmhouse, because it was originally used for corpse collectors. There are many good houses in a shelter. Although they are simple, they are not bad. There are only about 30 households in this group of stupid people. No matter how they are divided, she can get a decent house. But she lived in the worst and crudest one. Not only was it half collapsed, but it was also closest to the cemetery. Because she doesn't deserve it. Not only the villagers refused to let it go, but she herself also felt that this should be the case. Ugly people, sometimes even going to the toilet in the morning, will falsely accuse them of entering a cemetery to make a deal with the devil. But she was used to it. Just like the group of people who strive to be untouchables. She was used to the word witch. Even now, even though the villagers were tearing her apart, dragging her up to the high platform by her dirty hair, and throwing dirty things and stones at her, she was bruised and unresponsive, and felt that maybe she really deserved to die. But this damnation was not because she felt she had made a mistake, but her heart was already dead. This world is too painful, and she has been labeled since she was born. She was born in the black tide, and the fearful people put all their hatred of the black tide on her. In the place where she originally lived, when she was young, she was dragged to a bridge by her father and almost hanged. After the rope broke, she drifted to the shore at the bottom of the river. She was rescued by refugees and began to become homeless. During her escape, she once felt warmth, which rekindled her hope of living. But she is destined to be a hateful and unknown person. She can always know things that others don't know. She knows that she shouldn't tell them. But she can't watch the people who saved her and gave her food die tragically. I don't want what happened in the dream to become reality again. However, after each incident was confirmed, people began to believe that it was her who had brought unknown circumstances to the village. Gradually, Those once gentle eyes began to become cold and strange, and gradually began to reject and hate them. She had tried to commit suicide, but all her wounds would only heal quickly in the darkest mist. Perhaps only the sacred flame can completely purify her. Chapter 35. Poor people must be hateful. A burst of light and warmth suddenly warmed her body, and all the wounds on her body began to heal. But this time it was not because of the mist under the blood moon, but because of the Lord's hands. The crowd suddenly became silent, because of that magical scene, because of the Lord's actions, and because he opened his mouth. No one is qualified to know who is a fool and who is a mob. Only God's eyes are the most convincing. He has long been watching all this, you see. Sinful people are no longer protected by God. The villagers turned their heads following the Lord's gaze, and were shocked to find that some people's houses had been shrouded in fog again. There are not many farmhouses shrouded in fog, but they are speeding up. This scene makes everyone panic and frightened. They don't know why God suddenly abandoned them, and they don't know what the next house shrouded in fog will be. It won't be yours. Just when the villagers were in confusion, their eyes widened and their whole bodies were shaking, not knowing what to do. The Lord's words suddenly sounded like thunder, deafening. Your sins have been punished by God. God is extremely disappointed with you, but at the same time, he is also pitying you fools. Yes, you are all fools. The bad ones are those who call you out of the house and instigate you to go to the valley. People in the warehouse, this is getting something for nothing. You, who were originally favored by God, were just a group of untouchables. But because of this, God regarded you as lazy and ignorant people who want to get something for nothing. The citizens suddenly exploded. Oh God, what should I do? It was him. He was the first to say that he wanted to go to the barn. I was a poor pariah. It's all Daniel's fault. He instigated us. He is devil. Jumping in anger, these devils have framed us. They have made a deal with the devil a long time ago. Lure us into corruption, and even tempt us to be eaten by it. The voice is a bit like Martin's cunning old bandit. The crowd was excited and chaos arose. With red eyes, they pulled out the few people who were so frightened that they were lying on the ground. Even the people who whispered for them were pulled out by their hair and beaten and beaten. It's like burning them all to death, and you will be innocent. Even the trembling old man bent down with great effort, picked up the stones on the ground, and threw them at those people with a grin on his face. Now everyone has become a fool again. Anyone can be punished and anyone can be forgiven by the Lord. He has the right to decide everything. So he spoke. Seeing George open his mouth, the crowd gradually became quiet. The villagers grabbed the sinners and looked at the spokesman of God with excitement or fear, as if they were waiting for a reward or to be judged. I said, none of us have the right to say who is right or wrong, because only God can. I heard what he said. Raises a finger, tie them to the high platform. Let God see. Between them among them, who is the devil who deceives you? The people all think that the Lord is simply too smart. That's right. We are all deceived. God has seen it, and he wants to bring out the devil. He is always watching over us. Therefore, these people all have the opportunity to be forgiven by God. The villagers were all vying to be the untouchables the Lord called them. George looked at the bustling fools below and felt a deep irony. He had seen with his own eyes how this group of people treated the girl who saved their lives. Now, he wants this group of people who are ungrateful and unworthy of mercy to treat themselves like this. Therefore, dealing with these truly troublesome villains is just the beginning. Soon, the 8 tied people were dragged to the high platform. In order to bind them more firmly, some people even untied the ropes tied around their waists and wrapped them around them again. Daniel and others struggled hard and yelled, saying that they were bewitched by the witch, the crazy woman, and that she was the real sinner. These words almost made everyone shaken. But before anyone could react, a sudden shout rang out from the crowd. Quickly shut their mouths. They still want to confuse us, so that we can become stupid people again. Even the mob. Voice very much like Martin. Immediately, the full man took off his smelly shoes and stuffed the stuff filled with sheep dung into the mouths of Daniel and others. Daniel and the others were so desperate that they were about to cry. They looked angrily at the girl who was standing next to them. Bewildered and trembling, they almost struggled out of the crowd and almost threw themselves on the girl, as if they wanted to eat her flesh. Same look. George kicked him hard in the face and kicked him aside. Seeing the Lord's reaction, everyone swarmed forward and pushed Daniel and others to the ground. Someone even slapped him and slapped him hard. Daniel felt the burning pain on his face and looked at his Lord in despair and disbelief, as if he didn't understand why the Lord wanted to stop him from doing the right thing. and why he had to kill him. That's right. He is the devil. It's all lies he made up. He is confusing everyone. I should be a citizen of God favored by God. However, he never had a chance to speak again. People pressed his head to the ground and yelled. He could only lie on the ground and keep crying and roaring. The citizens are now gathered around the high platform. Many people are frantically trying to jump onto the high platform and beat Daniel and others several times to show that they are good people. There were also those guys who couldn't occupy the side and attracted the attention of the crazy woman who was pulled behind by the Lord. However, after receiving a cold look from George, she jumped to the bottom of the high platform with a chill all over. Those who were holding Daniel down looked at the Lord with expectant faces, like a mangy dog who had finished his work and asked for credit and food. The Lord finally spoke. He glanced at the creaking high platform under his feet and was about to collapse. He nodded and said, God said that those who should be punished now are all standing on the high platform, and only those below are standing on the high platform. Talent is good. After speaking, he glanced at the people on the high platform. With a crash, the high platform instantly became empty. Many people even took several steps away in fear, leaving a circle around the high platform. There were only a few silly guys holding down Daniel and others, looking expectantly at the Lord, looking forward to his praise. Someone suddenly shouted softly at the fools who were still standing on top. And only then did the fools react. The retinues took their place. The knife was placed on the neck, and some people spread themselves on the ground and did not dare to move anymore. But the worst ones struggled and almost got away. But they were suppressed by vicious bandits. Jack and the others cut off their hamstrings without saying a word. George frowned and glared at them, thinking, these people could have done the dirty work. However, that bad and crippled guy can't stay and waste food. Seeing that Jack and others were still looking to take action, George hurriedly said, you guys don't have to rush to prove your innocence. God will give you a chance. He has heard what you say in your heart. After a while, the fog will disappear when someone goes down. He is sinless. Chapter 36 Shuffle. This time, everyone on and off the stage was completely quiet. They looked at the houses and the Lord from time to time, looking forward to him redeeming himself. George reminded loudly, my soldiers are all guards of the sanctuary. They are the guards of God. They kill the evil spirits for you. They will not interfere with the results on the stage. So as long as the guilty people are on the stage, when all the sinless people are in the audience, God will give a hint. The people were convinced of this and praised these warriors. This made the subordinates extremely excited. They felt that they were not only praised by the people, but also recognized by God. The spokesperson said that they were God's guardians. George stood on the far left, and the girl stood behind him. He ordered everyone to be pulled off the stage one by one, starting from the far right, for testing. After testing one, tie it to the pillar, freeing your hands to get the next one. The whole process is slow and heart-wrenching. Everyone hopes that they are innocent, but they are also very worried. After being pulled up to the high platform again, I could only despair. Even all my strength was gone, as if I had gone through a mental purgatory. When the last Daniel was tested, not only the people on the stage, but also the people in the audience were desperate because the mist didn't react at all. And the witch must be guilty, so she will definitely not react when she comes down. So that means, is there anyone among them who is guilty? They began to hope that when the poor girl came down, the fog would clear. There was even a villager who secretly swore that if she came down, the fog would disappear. Then I would forgive her. These villagers who swore secretly were the ones whose houses were shrouded in fog. The most selfish and prejudiced people. They are also the most thoughtful, have the most food, and hide it all. The moment they remained in the house, George marked their house on the map. So he will never let these guys who have food go. He must plunder them all today. Even a chicken feather must be in his hands. The moment the girl came down, the fog suddenly dissipated. All the people knelt on the ground, and some even began to pray for the girl. Only those guys who were tied to the pillars looked at all this in despair and felt cold all over. However, when the fog suddenly enveloped those farmhouses again, the citizens who were kneeling on the ground suddenly became quiet. They were stunned, and some couldn't figure out why this was happening. But he felt chilled all over and completely panicked. The Lord did not give them a chance to think more, and said, the God of Sanctuary has given a hint, but the fog has not completely cleared. Not everyone deserves to be punished, because God is merciful, and he is willing to give you a chance. But he has not yet fully forgiven you, because your sins have not yet been fully cleansed from you. There was a crash, and many people cried and shouted the name of God loudly. saying how good and pitiful they were, and that they should not be treated like this. But they all talked without getting to the point. God's spokesperson gave them guidance. Let's try to pray together. I will help you bear these sins and see if God can forgive you. The ignorant people began to praise loudly while crying, feeling that their Lord was an extremely great person. The voices grew unified, and they followed the prayers from George's mouth. Amidst the singing of praises, the fog gradually receded. But after the prayers, it swept in again. The citizens looked at their Lord in despair, and saw the Lord sigh. Oh, did you just hear the voice of God? He told us that we should work more, build shelters together, and share the joys and sorrows together. Trouble, however, you who are already guilty have made mistakes once again. Some of you have not repented even now. They hid their food and watched their brothers and sisters starving alone, working, but lazily lying in a warm bed and enjoying the results. Once again, the hatred was diverted. Those villagers finally knew who the foolish people were. So it becomes clear who the untouchables are: those whose houses are not shrouded in fog, most of whom George randomly selected. The villagers began to accuse and curse each other in a one-sided manner. When a few people face the majority, they have no chance of making a huge difference. Even those who had hid the food but were not enveloped by the fog in the room were so excited that they wanted to take action against those few people. At this moment, the Lord suddenly shouted, "The extra food and finances caused them to fall into the original sin of greed. God told us not to gluttony. Those original sin things are in the house shrouded in fog." Houses shrouded in fog are the minority. So clean good guys are the majority. Moreover, these majority people are backed by righteousness in God. So justice naturally overwhelms evil with an absolutely overwhelming advantage in the blink of an eye. In the midst of this angry crowd, the unlucky ones shrouded in fog could only cry and defend in despair, but were soon drowned out by angry voices and pointing fingers. Stop accusing and yelling. Help them. They are also innocent. They were instigated and framed by the devil. Take out the items that tempted them to be greedy, and you can atone for their sins. Martin, take them quickly. Find those sins source of. The Lord's words got to the point, and those who hid the food began to cry and shout that it was all Daniel's fault, and that they were poor good people. While pleading, he said that he was willing to give up everything, just asking for forgiveness from his neighbors and God's forgiveness. The crowd poured into those rooms like a tide, searching everywhere under the leadership of the bandits. Some people seemed to want to atone for their sins, and even took the initiative to take out the food and finances from the room. There were also some people who wanted to keep a little bit of their only treasures, but they were pulled out of the house, while begging and beaten violently. After being beaten violently, Old Duke and others would also scold and teach them. After that, these people looked at the fog gradually fading in their room, and then they knew what they should do: join the team to atone for their sins. The people whose food was found became crazier and more attentive than others after joining the team. If Martin and Duke hadn't managed to maintain order, many houses might have been set on fire. There are also some very radical guys, those who have hidden food, but whose houses are not shrouded in thick fog. They make up the majority. It's as if persecuting those neighbors can atone for one's own sins. They work harder than anyone else, also more nervous and excited. However, when the entire search began, these people gradually discovered that their houses were suddenly shrouded in fog. They defended loudly and tried their best to prove their innocence. But the things that were found proved everything. These villagers are very good at hiding things. The repeated tax collections by the lords have trained them to know how to hide things better than mice. But they were facing neighbors led by bandits, so not a single feather was left behind. Some people who hid things became filled with panic. Not only did they take the initiative to take out their things, but many of them even fled back and secretly took out their things while the fog did not cover their houses. All taken out. There are always more righteous parties than evil parties. After someone is searched, they will join the search team. This leaves those hiding the food with no chance of resistance. And God told them that taking things out was the right thing to do. So even though there are many who are hypocrites, after being raped, he became the blind believer. Until the end, no one's room was spared, but no one was paying attention. Recommended vote drop box. One day, George suddenly discovered a mysterious box in his territory. After using 2 of them out of curiosity, he looked at the notes on the small tickets and couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? It can have such a magical effect. Moreover, it is written from above. Judging from these words, am I being broadcast live? He suddenly raised his head and found that there were sporadic barrages and comments coming from the sky. After using the recommendation ticket, it is like a miracle. It can make stones bloom, and the barrage can actually protect the body. It would be great if there were more. Chapter 37 let you get what you want. Looking at this big reshuffle, George felt very satisfied. After today's big drama, the citizens were completely under his control. However, in this territory, in addition to the easy work, there are also many dirty and tiring tasks such as handling those corpses. Someone has to do this. The rioting villagers must also have a final outlet. Therefore, for those guys who have done bad things and still need training, George has to make arrangements for them. The residents of the territory need to be divided into hierarchies, so that those who work hard can feel superior. And the current situation in the shelter also requires a group of people who work hard to squeeze themselves out. George nodded, feeling a little surprised when he saw the rising, divine grace. The number of blind believers produced by this big search was actually more than when we prayed just now. The big search ended quickly. Looking at the results, the people felt that they still had unfinished business. These people excitedly piled food and finances on the platform at the feet of the Lord, expecting the Lord to tell them that God had praised them. The Lord is naturally not stingy with his sweet words, because no matter what kind of mentality he has when doing things, no matter whether he does good things or bad things, if you do things according to your own words, you have to praise them. Otherwise, no one will listen to you in the future. As for right and wrong and moral concepts, these things can only be gradually smoothed out later. The future territorial citizens will all become people like Duke and Orion under his own training. And today's torment should come to an end. Look! The fog has completely dissipated. We have done the right thing. And God has rewarded us with... Okay. The Lord on the high platform stretched out his finger and pointed in the southwest direction. The citizens turned around with curiosity and found that not only the fog in all the houses had completely dissipated, but also the fog in the cemetery in the southwest, shining brightly in the morning sun. A miracle! A miracle! God, you have finally forgiven me, a sinful poor man. I praise God. I praise my compatriots. And I praise my Lord, who made me. We reversed our mistakes and guided us in the right direction. Voice very much like Martin. George nodded secretly. Martin, the old bandit, was very spiritual. He did many things that he didn't explain to him very well. The voices gradually became unified, and I don't know which of the subordinates was taking the lead. The people actually followed the gradually rising voice and sang the holy hymn. Although the lyrics are not quite right, they are also a bit off-key, and they are not appropriate for the occasion. But this was a great sign. The food was brought in and everyone was happy. Look, God of Sanctuary. Am I a very competent CO? The dawn light that secretly observes everything, and the numerous homeless heavenly armed forces and archangels in the sky. Dot! George began to lead everyone to pray and worship again. In the process, he secretly glanced at the words on the heads of the people, and was excited to find that most of the people had finally become blind believers. It seems like there are almost 100. He knew that these citizens were finally able to do some work like the retinue. As long as we spread the faith and tell them what is right and what is wrong, all kinds of chaos will no longer happen in the territory. After that, even if new residents join, under the guidance of the old people, he doesn't have to worry too much. George knew that the scene could finally come to an end. After praying, he said to his people who were kneeling on the ground, Look! Many of these foods are completely rotten and spoiled. When the citizens looked up and found out, they began to panic again. They begged and asked at a loss what was going on. Are there still evil spirits that have not been exorcised? Yes. Burn him to death. Burn those devils to death. The citizens began to get confused. They looked at the desperate sinners crying bitterly on the pillars, as if they were burned to death, the food would be turned back. Even the food they had looted would be turned back. George stroked his hands and said, God said that these rotten foods are indeed the work of the devil. The reason why they are not all rotten is that God left enough food for us. He has seen it before now. Excess food will allow us to be tempted by the devil and destroy unity and greed. And overeating will make you more sinful. So he did not save all the food, just so that we would not. Let's have another argument. George looked around for a week, took a breath, and raised his voice. We should share the joys and sorrows, restrain our greedy desires, and work hard to prove ourselves to the God of Sanctuary. Only in this way can we. The more food you can get, the more divine grace and miracles you can get. The Lord's words were deafening and inspiring. Although the people did not know why God had to do this, they found various reasons for the God in their hearts. Soon they convinced themselves, fell to their knees on the ground, and began to cry and worship. The great God of Sanctuary is all for us. We will not make mistakes again. We will atone for our sins and prove ourselves to God, Lord. But I am afraid that some people will not be able to control their appetite. What should I do if I am bewitched by the devil once and let disaster happen again? The voice sounds a bit like Martin. Yes. The citizens began to think. And they began to talk noisily. Some even waved their arms excitedly, swearing to the sky that they would never make another mistake. The Lord spoke. Don't worry, everyone. I have discussed it with Duke and others before. In order to prevent everyone from making mistakes again, I will distribute food on behalf of the gods. In the future, the untouchables have the least sins and are the most diligent. Poor people, you will get more food. The stupid people made a big mistake because of their greed and selfishness, which destroyed unity and caused this disaster. They must do more work to atone for their sins under everyone's supervision. And restrain your greed. When you pay off your sins and can truly restrain your desires, you will be promoted to the rank of untouchables and even the supreme believers of God. His words finally define the word food. Everyone thinks that they are not fools. Even those who hid the food just now turn it in. Everyone thinks that others are fools and do not deserve to eat more. So they will strictly monitor and demand others. This just brings into play the specialties of this group of fools. Just like they did with the crazy female before. And George returned this kind of treatment to others. Therefore, this proposal was passed smoothly with everyone's approval. And George believed that this proposal would not be overturned in the future because he, who was responsible for distributing food, would never do it so clearly. Today, there may be a little more people. But tomorrow, there will suddenly be fewer. Whoever does more work, whoever restrains his appetite, and does not shout against it will naturally get more food. Food, force, ideas. After rounds of shuffling, he slowly shuffled these 3 cards into his own hand. From now on, he can play however he wants. The citizens were finally united. So naturally they had to do something to celebrate burn the sinners to death. This is to allow the masses to vent. And at the same time, it is killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. But you can't go too far. Otherwise not only will some people die in despair, but many people who have made mistakes but cannot look back will go to extremes in the future. As for George, the initiator of all this, he naturally knew what to do. In his clever words, he spared a few people and only accepted whippings, but not the fire, leaving everyone with hope. And many people who did the dirty work followed. George also told everyone that in the future, these people will do the lowest and most difficult work to atone for their sins. And everyone can whip them with whips to atone for their sins as long as they don't nod. These cunning, troublemaking guys will never have a chance to stand up. George gave these people a word to satisfy the villagers' inner needs. Bad people. In this way, those people who are classified as foolish people today also have a sense of superiority. And everyone praised him and praised his kindness. Led by Daniel, as well as those unlucky ones whose hamstrings were broken. They will have to go through a fire. While the locals were actively carrying the firewood and weeds, George whispered to Daniel beside him. Mr. Daniel, this is what you wanted. Haven't you been shouting that you want to burn the devil to death? You are the devil, and we are going to burn you to death now. Chapter 38 Complete Control. You are the devil, and we are going to burn you now. Daniel struggled desperately. But when he looked at the people below who were glaring at him, he heard the villagers scolding and framing him. He couldn't help but feel an unprecedented grievance. Finally, his eyes couldn't help but plead. And the look he looked at the Lord made people feel a little pity. Like a child who doesn't know he's doing something wrong. However, the next words he heard made him feel dizzy. Daniel, I know you are a devout believer, but you will not be able to go to heaven after death, George said coldly, because God has considered you a devil. So you will not only be burned to death, but also he will be burned in hell for tens of thousands of years. Stars flashed in Daniel's mind, and he suddenly felt that his whole world was falling apart. He suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the Lord with a look of extreme hatred. He felt that he finally understood who the real devil was. He wanted to tear this person alive and let the villagers and the God of protection take a good look at what was inside that skin. But God is merciful. He told me that he will give you a chance to prove yourself. George looked at the man in front of him quietly and suddenly said, Daniel, are you willing? This sentence was like a hammer suddenly hitting the big bell in Daniel's mind. He stood stunned for a moment, as if he was understanding the meaning of this sentence. However, in the next moment, the hatred in his eyes was no longer there, replaced by a kind of prayer. It's as if the person he just resented is not this person. As long as he can let himself go, he is not a devil. Whatever he wants to be, he will recognize it. George looked at the capricious guy in front of him and smiled coldly in his heart. He knew that this was a guy with no bottom line, the most despicable person who could never repent. It's not that they have much faith in themselves or gods. It's just that they love themselves more than anything else, and would rather deceive themselves for the sake of profit. He felt that his foreshadowing was enough, and he wanted to completely squeeze out the last bit of value from this miserable man. "Listen, Daniel," George said. "As long as you don't scream in pain in the flames, keep praying to the gods, and keep reciting the prayers loudly. Every word is correct. He will let you in the flames. Reborn." This was like the bewitching voice of the devil, echoing endlessly in Daniel's heart. Even the guys tied up with him opened their eyes in excitement and started struggling. George nodded. In his heart, he didn't care whether these people believed what he said, but as long as they have the desire to survive in their hearts, his goal has been achieved. "Come on! Each of you counts. I will read you the core teachings and prayers. As for how much you can remember, it depends on you, and there is only so much I can help you. So you can please don't call me wrong when you meet." When George took the smelly shoes out of their mouths, these people finally recited what he gave them in the fire. At this moment, these dying people reached out to the life-saving straw in their extreme despair. Even though the straw was so illusory, it made them forget everything, and only the words from George's mouth remained in their hearts. In the raging flames, the victim stared at the sky with wide eyes, and started shouting over and over again. The shouting covered up the crackling sound of the fire, and the screams. Maybe it was no longer clear which ones were the screams, and which ones were the words they shouted. But even though those people know that they have recited it wrong, they still continue to deceive themselves in the pain of purgatory, and recite the prayers and shouts firmly. This scene will forever be engraved in the hearts of the people. And this scene also made the residents more and more certain of one thing: they were devils. That's why they were so repentant. And that Lord completely influenced these evil spirits. The citizens looked at the burning stake and listened to the screams of the guards on the stage as they beat other prisoners. They fell to their knees and began to pray together, with the shouts coming from the blazing fire. They chanted and prayed over and over again. And eventually even the man who was whipped began to pray. And under the light and shadow of the fire, the Lord of the sanctuary took complete control of everything. After the carnival, the sanctuary became quiet, while those who are busy are excited in their hearts. Old Duke's idea last night was finally put into practice. Everyone has something to do and perform their duties. Moreover, these hardworking people are very active, and they don't have to worry about how to distribute even the most painful, dirty and tiring work. George looked at the crowds who were busy again, and he knew that from this day on, no one could shake his status as Lord, even if a real devil suddenly attacks him. These people will be the first to stand up. In the tavern, George, who lacked sleep, looked at the scroll in his hand and rubbed his aching head. From the moment he woke up in the early morning until the end of the show, his whole body was tense. After returning to the warm fire pit of the tavern, I felt a little tired. After completing the task of gathering the residents, the sanctuary officially became a village. Rewards are still being settled, but there were some changes in the scroll. In the task bar of the current scroll, there is an additional daily task. Daily task shelters have become villages and towns. Daily quests will now appear on your scroll. These tasks may come from daily patrols and guarding of the territory, or from the prayers of believers. Assigning your subordinates to complete these small tasks will increase their merit. Explanation: the merits will appear on the scroll after the school grounds are established. There are currently some patrol missions on the scroll. George has just simulated the power on it, and ordered Martin and others to take people to carry out. Go. The patrol team was divided into 2 groups, with 6 people in each group, patrolling around the territory. One group seemed to have just encountered 3 zombies, but soon the 3 red dots disappeared on the scroll, while the blue dots stayed in place for a while, and then continued to patrol. George nodded, put down the scroll in his hand, and felt relieved at the same time. These 2 groups were led by Martin and Jack respectively, and the others were all leaders. They will patrol until noon, and then those retinues who have had a good sleep will take over from Martin and Jack to continue patrolling with those people. The equipment of the 2 groups was a combination that George had tried several times on the reel before. Finally, it was found that the combination of 1 retinue, 2 hunters, 1 young man, and 2 inferior civilians had the highest patrol mission completion rate, reaching 87%. I don't know what this merit is for, but with these daily tasks, at least I can allocate manpower reasonably. In the daily tasks, there are many demands from the people of the territory. It seems that the God of Sanctuary has heard their voices and called his spokesperson to help believers realize it. For example, Aunt XX prays to the God of Protection and wants to have a monkey with the Lord. Obviously this task comes from the assignment of the God of love. And the tavern waitress hopes that terrible Lord won't force her to be here and other trivial matters. Ignoring those things, George started thinking. Those 4 scoundrels seem to have a kind of pathological blind faith after being whipped. George touched his chin, somewhat confused as to why such a result occurred. But among the 12 blind believers in the patrol group, apart from Martin and Jack, the bad people are indeed the most devout in their faith. Just like those followers who became devout believers after being baptized. They all became devout believers. These bad people are even more pious than the followers. Blind faith must be blind faith. But in this doomsday, if you don't blindly and crazily believe in the hope of the future, you will have no chance of living. God of protection. Their belief in you is devout and blind. It is just the hope of survival. So you don't blame me. Only by remaining blind like this can I let them overcome their fears and have a good chance of survival. George nodded, seeming to understand. As he said himself, perhaps what the people in the territories blindly believe in is not the God of sanctuary and their lords. They just need a reason that cannot be destroyed so that they can firmly believe in the hope of the future. Don't say I didn't think of a way to keep you from being disappointed. God of sanctuary. The word pious is there. I have completed 6 of the 20 tasks of pious believers. I know that the taste of piety is a bit special. But you didn't mention giving me a reward for this task. So you just don't worry too much. There's nothing I can do about it. The scroll said that the devout believers did not have any more combat power. But they could learn mantras and hymns. Once you understand the teachings again, you can send them to a monastery, where they can become a trainee priest after undergoing monasticism and baptism. In addition, devout believers will continue to spread their beliefs as they understand them to those around them. In other words, with their efforts, there will be more and more blind believers. If used positively, this blindness will never let the hope in their hearts be shattered. Moreover, the fighting power of blind believers is extraordinary. George took a sip of hot water and sat on a chair next to the fire pit to warm himself up. He felt that he would have to draw more pictures for these free cakes in the future. As for whether the God of protection will be satisfied with this matter, if you can't stand it, change it. I can only do this to this extent. This is the fastest and most efficient solution I can think of. He rubbed his head and sighed. His body felt very tired, but his spirit was very excited. The other guards and Alexander had already fallen asleep in the room. But he couldn't fall asleep. Indeed, he was now full of thoughts and extremely confused. From last night until now, everyone in the territory has changed. Although he did this all by himself, the pace was so fast that he was caught off guard. He must sort out the current changes in the shelter in his mind to think about the next plan and make the right decision. He had specially observed Martin and Jack before and found that the combat effectiveness of these 2 guys had undergone new changes after experiencing this night of fighting and spiritual baptism. Basic combat power has been increased from 2 to 3. These 2 guys were still a little thin due to malnutrition, but their mental strength and determination allowed them to exert even greater power. Therefore, George felt that after their bodies were recuperated, the combat effectiveness enhanced by firm will was by no means this point. Elite George showed this word in his heart. Chapter 39 Little Stutter. These 2 blind believers can deal with evil creatures such as zombies. It's no problem to fight 3 or 4 of them alone. This is almost the same as when I used a hammer. But these old bandits have undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the beginning. They used to be afraid of dealing with 1 zombie. But now 1 person can fight 4. Presumably after leading this group of newcomers to fight zombies once. The newcomers will regard them as brave commanders. There are currently 16 guards in the territory. And weapons, equipment, and school grounds must be accelerated. And the new mission is also about this. Shaking his head, George lowered his head and found that the God of Sanctuary's evaluation of him had already appeared on the fire. In the past 2 days, God has witnessed the farce you staged. What you did not only made the God of Sanctuary feel disgraceful, but also smeared a layer of black ash on the corners of his clothes. But as you said, in the face of that disaster, everything is urgent. And maybe only with such a crazy attitude can we win a future in this doomsday. The God of Sanctuary has chosen you, a faithless person, so he will naturally be responsible for what you have done. Although what you have done has refreshed the mental construction of several guardians, the God of Wisdom is extremely satisfied with your efficiency and believes that the flaws are not covered up. And if what you do can really lead your people through the end of the world, and then guide them to do the right thing, then the guardians of this world are also willing to bear what you have done. As you said, they will pay attention to everything you say and do. And what you do after that. Provisional rating, A+. The God of Sanctuary gives you this land as the land of salvation temporary. The firelight flickered, and the font slowly disappeared. George took out the scroll from the fire and found that it seemed to have been unsealed again. And its appearance had become more primitive. The sanctuary received the God-given place of redemption. And the power hidden in the sanctuary was once again unlocked. Redemption Land Ability 1, Manufacturing Blueprint. You can now craft blueprints via Sanctuary Scroll. How to use. Use the Shelter Scroll to align the object and pray to obtain the blueprint of the object, including, but not limited to, buildings, items, and rare objects, non-unique attributes. Redemption Land Ability 2, your shelter can be renovated by consuming Divine Grace. After different buildings are transformed by Divine Grace, not only will their appearance change dramatically, but the units and items produced by the new buildings will also have a greater chance of becoming high-quality products. If you have servants of heaven, or if you have devout believers guarding the new building, the units and items produced will bear the crest of heaven. Example, after the blacksmith shop has been transformed by Divine Grace, devout believers/servants of the kingdom of heaven will be like divine help, understanding part of the crafts of the kingdom of heaven, and forging the willow nail double-layer mail armor and full-body knight heavy armor, double-layer heavenly crest mail armor, and heavenly crest full-body knightly armor. These two types of equipment will have a heavenly crest and grooved, high-quality design compared to ordinary items. This sigil has the same effect as the groove, but can be stacked. It will be the equipment that can withstand more slashing and piercing damage, deflection. The shirt and lining will be able to absorb more impact because they are printed with the pattern of the Kingdom of Heaven's coat of arms. And after being penetrated by an arrow, the arrow can be easily pulled out, making it easier for patients to treat. Believers who wear holy war clothes/holy war armor will have extremely strong willpower, and will be less susceptible to temptation by evil spirits and mental control. Summary: the comprehensive ability of items is increased by 30%, 10% for fine products, 20% for emblems. When the Divine Grace building is repaired, the repair time is faster because the structure is more reasonable. Land of Redemption Ability 3, in the Library of Heaven. Many secrets about this world are recorded. And now, you can also check part of it through the scroll, including the words of the runes. And whenever you look up a part of knowledge, the shelter will also recognize it later, which will make the notes you see more detailed as some adventurers appear in front of you here. Maybe you can I saw more things in them. Limited by the current situation of Divine Grace in the Sanctuary, you can currently only access the words of Level 1 Divine Rune 17 types in total. Get into new work as soon as possible. The construction of the shelter has just begun. George's heart beat violently. As far as he knew, the coat of arms and the language of the talismans were the core secrets of the Holy See, and only the most elite core Templars can wear such a uniform with the emblem of heaven. Although the armor and weapons have undergone various enchantments and blessings during the forging process, in addition to the heraldry and divine runes, whoever is qualified to wear one must not be a great noble, big shot, but here in the sanctuary, as long as it is a regular soldier in the sanctuary, even a small soldier can get one. My Knights Templar. George clenched his fists tightly. He could already imagine what it would look like when a group of such troops appeared on the battlefield. Although there is no enchantment and blessing technology like that of the Holy See, you can slowly study this thing. Shaking his head, George calmed himself down and put down the pie that God had drawn for him. Mission completion rewards have been released, and they are all related to future construction, including the blacksmith shop. But he hadn't had time to take a closer look at the newly recovered cemetery in the morning. There are already 3 more special residents there who can be transformed into heroic spirits and servants of heaven. The sanctuary cemetery can automatically save the undead. After the scavengers are thrown into the cemetery, there will be 1 more special resident, because its soul reached the standard and was transcended to the kingdom of God. It must have been inspired and restored its human body in repentance. So Gene God was kicked back and can serve as the guarding heroic spirit in the future. The other 2 special residents were Daniel, who was burned to death, and another mob. They brought a great surprise to George. Originally they just wanted to use them to deepen the impression of the people in the territory. Unexpectedly, they turned into fanatics at the last moment before their death. After being thrown into the cemetery, their souls adopted by a shelter. The title of fanatical believer was just a hint, and George did not see its specific role. But that long list of words is much more awesome than a blind believer. However, thanks to the cooperation of Daniel and others, their last swan song made all the people in the territory become believers, firm believers, and more than 20 of them reached the level of blind faith. Today's scene has left a great shock to them. Later, with a little guidance and a small fire, The number of devout people will quickly increase. Now among the 114 people in the territory, 4 were burned to death. Except for George, the madwoman and Alexander. They basically all have faith. A blind believer provides 3 points of divine favor. According to this situation, the territorial divine favor can reach up to 333. Currently it is, divine favor, 156 of 186, plus 7 divine favor recovery/week. That special ritual allows the missing that 1 point of divine grace was restored. And then it costs 30 points of divine grace to recover the cemetery. There is no problem with converting this number into 1 heroic spirit and 2 heavenly servants. Their costs are 60 divine grace and 20 divine grace respectively. The weekly grace consumption is 4 and 1. Regarding the heroic spirit guard, George has not yet had a suitable mission that can simulate its strength. But there is no problem if he patrols alone. As for the specific situation, you have to wait until you go to the cemetery to transform and check the notes to know. However, the ability of the Servant of Heaven is clear in the simulation of the scroll. It takes at least 10 people to repair a certain part of the castle. But the Servant of Heaven can do it alone. These servants work using their thoughts. At this time, the tavern waitress came over cautiously and got some hot water in George's wooden cup. Then he left carefully. George turned his head, looked at the thin back, and frowned slightly. He couldn't even see her specific information clearly. Only few notes. Summary Barona. Evaluation. You always feel that this little stutter is a little special. I can't tell what this special feeling is. Maybe it's because she is also a staunch infidel? George shook his head and looked back from her slender waist. Or maybe blue eyes and gray-black hair are weird. Her eyes were different from the ordinary blue. And also different from the monster's ice blue. But as deep blue as the sea. Very special. If these eyes had no pupils and glowed brightly at night, people might mistake them for monsters in the mist. But for some reason, whenever George saw these eyes, he always felt a sense of déjà vu. Well, maybe it's because I saw too many blue eyes outside last night. George still felt a little helpless about the new waitress in this pub. But now it seems that this girl is more suitable. And he doesn't want to take a second look at the other village women. Although Lorna's hair was dirty and messy, she looked like a black-haired lion covered in charcoal. There were also streaks on his face, which were as messed up as a tabby cat, and there were 2 clear tear stains. George can now imagine what kind of expression he would have if an adventurer suddenly came and saw such a waitress walking over with a plate. I have to give this girl a bath when I have time. Thinking of this, George nodded fiercely. Little Lorna, who was wiping the table, raised her head just in time for the Lord's scary look. Her eyes widened in horror, and she turned around blankly just like an ostrich, turning its butt. Actually, this height is still okay. When I straightened up, I was almost as tall as me, and the face shape is okay. If she has time to take a hot bath and dress up, it will definitely not be too bad. I hope I don't have freckles. George was actually very curious about this mad woman among the villagers, because he found that this girl seemed to be a staunch disbeliever just like him. This gave me a little sense of identity with her. In fact, he had misguided thoughts about this crazy woman at first. At the beginning, he had the idea of burning Lorna to death. And he had the idea of framing her as a demon who destroyed food. This thought flashed away, scaring him so much that he broke into a cold sweat. To this day, whenever he recalls that thought, he still gets a little palpitating. He couldn't help but think about a question. If you can save a group of useful people by sacrificing an unimportant person, what decision should you make? So, what if the person who was sacrificed was a pure-hearted, brave and kind-hearted person, and the people who were saved were a group of selfish and greedy people? Maybe before that, if someone asked him the first question, he could give the answer without thinking. But now, he discovered that this problem was actually not that simple. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about this. In any case, everything is now operating according to plan. After the people were tamed, they began to work. The result can be said to be very smooth. However, there are still many things that the territory needs to solve next. God has drawn a lot of pie for him. But the road still has to be walked step by step. There is still a long way to go. Chapter 40: The Foundation of a Foothold. After sorting out his thoughts, George looked at the new tasks on the scroll. Judging from the first 2 tasks, these tasks are the next important needs of the territory. Main mission: the foundation of a foothold, establishing a town. You already have the first batch of people. Hurry up and build your town to dispel more fog and protect more people. Basic completion conditions. 1. Have food sources, mills, wood sources, lumber yards, and basic mineral sources, coal mines. Salt mines. Iron mines. 2. Own a church and a complete castle. 3. Shelter 1,000 plus population. Basic reward for completing the mission. New investment, your sanctuary scroll will unlock the ability. Seal the demon. Side mission 1. Own an outer manor, more than 20 kilometers away. Reward. Divine Grace Fire. Use the Lord's Seal to activate the Divine Grace Fire, shrouding a land in divine grace, and purifying the evil spirits and filth there. Explanation. Demons will be greatly weakened in the land of divine grace, and humans will be protected by great resistance here. Duration. 1 day. Side mission 2. Own an outer castle. Reward. Possess the ability to create divine fire, requires church. Side mission 3. Eliminate the source of the plague in the valley, raising the necropolis. Reward. Valhalla Blueprint. After seeing the main mission and the 2 straight-line missions, George touched his chin and became stunned. 8,000 people seal the demon's divine grace fire. George pursed his lips and shook his head repeatedly. He could see that this new mission was actually a suggestion from the god of sanctuary to the future planning of his sanctuary. And if he wanted to develop well in the future, he would need both population and mineral veins. If nothing else, if you want to survive the terrible winter that the old blacksmith talked about, you must have lumber camps and coal mines. And if you want to fight against more and more monsters, iron ore is also needed. When there are more and more people, then there must be a manor. After all, Johannes's land was limited and not particularly suitable for growing food. But several mines are in the hands of people who are not easy to mess with. It's very difficult to get your hands on it. Not to mention the iron mine. The coal mine and the salt mine are a very difficult task. The best coal mine near here is the one owned by Viscount Jeffrey, and the salt mine is under the Viscount Jeffreys. The best manor near me in the southwest of your lord's territory also belongs to the Viscount. The terrain there is flat. The land is fertile. And there is the Pearl River and a small dock. In addition to being rich in wheat, there are also many farms. There is a lot of food and livestock. So let me fight with him. Could it be that Lord Viscount believes in ancient gods? George's eyes widened when he thought of this, feeling more and more possible. As for the best iron or countess estate, it is built on a special mineral vein, and several mines in the valley are also within her territory. He shook his head and didn't think about the countess matter, because it was not practical yet. But he was able to guess one thing. That was the territory of the Viscount and the Earl. There seemed to be a problem. Otherwise God would not give him just draw a big pie and seduce him to grab it. But regarding that coal mine, maybe after a while, we will really get to know each other. That coal mine is the largest gathering place of survivors from me, just to the west of Stone Village. According to the people in the territory, the knight-headed there often causes trouble everywhere, and he has more than 100 soldiers under his command. These 2 have taken over a village not too far away from him, so there is no telling when they will meet him. But as long as you give him some time, you will find him before he comes. At present, everyone is busy with the autumn harvest. The knight who wants to rob must also be after the autumn harvest, so they should have some preparation time. George rubbed his eyes and sorted out his thoughts. He discovered the current development situation of the shelter and the problems it faced. Maybe he really followed the order of the mission. Mills, autumn harvest, lumberyards, coal mines, salt mines, iron mines. The lumberyard may have to prepare to go there in the next few days, because there is not enough wood now. The school grounds and castle are also in urgent need of repairs. Otherwise, it will be difficult to repair if it rains again. Besides, the wood used in blacksmith shops to make weapons is all substandard. Thinking of this, George rubbed his head. After resting for a while, I plan to go to the blacksmith shop and the cemetery, and take a look at the working people, and finish what I should do today. Before going to the blacksmith shop, he first took off the word of the divine rune on the hammer, aligned it according to the instructions on the scroll, and started praying. Immediately afterwards, among the things that the blacksmith shop could produce, there was a new blueprint word of the talisman number 1 light. The cost is 3 points of grace. If gems or other special items are used as materials, they can be reused. And if mithril is used and engraved on the equipment, it will be disposable, unless there are other runes that can be combined. This price/performance ratio is not very high. George was very curious about how the blacksmith shop forged equipment through the blueprint. From his point of view, this blueprint was not a design scroll. After the blueprint of rune language appeared, the blacksmith shop only had one more option. However, there is an additional prayer calling for the blueprint on the scroll. It seems that it is at the blacksmith shop, and he can find out. After taking a sip of water, George stopped sitting still. He stood up and walked towards the door of the tavern. The autumn wind in the morning was a bit cold. After walking out of the tavern, George felt refreshed by the wind. There was a lot of excitement in the territory. Although most people were in the fields. Some people were cleaning the mills and barns. Although the harvested food will also be placed in 2 buildings near the tavern. But the mill and barn must be cleaned as soon as possible. And they must be repaired. Otherwise they will collapse if there is a heavy snowfall later. Moreover, it has become a rat nest. Cleaning it up can solve a lot of rat problems. But looking at the busy work, the progress should be very fast. And it should be completed in 2 days. George blew the cool autumn wind, and his cloak rustled. He looked that way for a while. You can see some firelight in the distance. It should be rotten grain that was cleared out of mills and barns, sent to nearby fields, and burned into fertilizer. The residents went back and forth between fields, mills, cemeteries and territories, carrying water, pushing carts, and transporting items and corpses. These farmers worked very quickly, and the fields near the mill had basically been harvested, and the fire in the distance seemed to shine again. It seemed that the weeds and other things after harvesting were cleared and ignited. It's still farming and burning. But modern people also burn straw. It's a good thing that the citizens work fast. But it also means that there aren't many things in the fields. Most of the crops grown near the mill are wheat. And potatoes and sweet potatoes are in other places. The yield of these 2 things should still be good, even if the growth is not very good due to insect pests. After harvesting, you can still sow autumn potatoes. In addition, cabbage can also be planted in autumn. George unfolded the scroll and took a look and found that food 121 had become food 167. It's only been more than an hour. And the growth rate is still very fast. The efficiency of the leaders is really high. But they have already harvested 5 or 6 acres now. Right? 1 piece of food is 10 kilograms. So 1 acre of land only contains more than 70 kilograms of grain? Chapter 41 Urgent Need. George covered his face, rubbed it vigorously, clasped his hands with dull eyes and prayed. Damn it! God of Sanctuary! This is the first time I have sincerely prayed to you. How can you give me some face? Can make the grain harvest in my other fields better. I was hacking ass to farm by you. You can't ignore me. After flipping through the scroll again, I found that Johannes had actually planted a lot of fields. And it had only been 1 morning. So there's really no rush. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little more settled. Let's not think about it for now. The grain output of each field is uneven. We can only know the specific situation after harvesting them all. George felt that no matter what, if he tightened his belt, he would not be able to hold on until the autumn potato harvest. Now the scope of the shelter has expanded a lot. The surrounding fields that have been purified by divine grace can still be carefully tended because there is no fog. The territory should have no problem supporting the winter. I hope there should be more food. It's not a good thing to tighten your belly and eat like this every day. The bodies of young people need to be recuperated before they can serve as a force for the shelter. There are more and more monsters in the east. Maybe because of the water transportation in the morning. Some places were a little muddy, especially near the farmhouses. Not only was it muddy, but there was also a foul smell. George shook the mud off his feet and scratched his hair. Confused. On the side of the road, a group of barefoot children walking in the mud happily passed by, seemingly trying to grab a big grasshopper. Seeing this scene, the Lord's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved, called the children over, and assigned some special tasks to the only idlers in the territory catching grasshoppers. After deceiving the children for a while, and telling them to keep this little secret between them, George walked away happily. When they arrived near the blacksmith shop, Old Duke was leading 2 strong men, busy in the shed next to the blacksmith shop, and some old women were gathering in front of the door, processing wolf skins, wolf sinews, weaving baskets and other things. As I got closer, I felt a rush of heat, mixed with the smell of sulfur and sweat. Sir, are you here? Duke picked up the rag on his shoulder and wiped his sweat, and said with bright eyes, I'm so lucky that the furnace here can still be used, and it's much bigger than mine. It saves me a lot of trouble. The few of us have just picked out the ores and coal, and are now smelting them. The other scrap iron must be remelted. Otherwise the weapons made from them will not be used a few times. George nodded, understanding. In his original impression, smelting required something like a blast furnace. And in ancient times, this kind of thing might have been built with dirt. He didn't quite understand. But he felt like this. But in the memory of this world, the furnaces he had seen were not built by manpower, but molded tools. This is the contribution of a scholar who has studied alchemy deeply, and has solved many high-temperature problems. So some furnaces are even very small. But those miniature furnaces are specially used for alchemy, the furnace of precious magic materials. Even some meteorites. After coming back to his senses, George glanced around. The pile of coal that had been covered with dust and sand had been turned over again, and performed the OK filter. The iron ore on the side is also being sorted and sorted. There is a pile of charcoal not far away. It seems that these three people have not been idle for a while. He asked, "Can those chainmails still be repaired?" The old blacksmith was just about to open his mouth to talk when he saw a few people from the territory rushing over from a short distance away. After these people saluted George, they hurriedly took the old blacksmith to discuss the matter. "It's so busy." Seeing that the old blacksmith was so busy, George had no choice but to go aside and wait. Although the citizens are now performing their duties, they have no backbone, so they couldn't make decisions on many things. So they still had to come and ask this knowledgeable, experienced and literate old blacksmith. George listened from the side, but he didn't understand these farm work or chores, so he didn't help much. After the leader left, Duke told the two young men what to do next, and then took the time to report to the leader. "Sir, what did you ask just now?" "Oh, look at my head. What about the chainmail? I'm so busy that I fainted." After saying this, old Duke took a handful of sweat from his hair. He quickly walked to the workbench on the side and lifted the oilcloth. Pointing to the tattered pieces of mail, he said, "Sir, the ones you put here before are all broken. So the one you had on you before is still okay. But this is not bad. At least I don't need to make any more iron rings. So if you take it apart and mend it, you can still come up with 2 pieces. Tear it down and patch it up." After hearing this, George looked a little bitter. He nodded and thought, it doesn't matter how it works. It's just as long as the durability is low. At this time, another leader came over and discussed with Duke all about the details of the work and some problems. George listened nearby and suddenly felt a headache. If I have to worry about these trivial things every day, I'm afraid I won't have to do anything. It seems that if the territory wants to develop in the future, I really can't do it alone. Shaking his head secretly, George wandered around again. While observing the information of the blacksmith shop, George discovered that the current iron resources in the territory were 43 units. And this number has changed since the territory acquired the old blacksmith. In the beginning, it was just single digits. After thinking about it, he understood the reason. Previously, the shelter followed up on his and Alexander's levels to estimate how much iron the territory could use. In other words, if the two of them come to make iron, how many kilograms can they make? But old Duke is a professional blacksmith, so his level cannot be compared with theirs. Old Duke told me before that the scrap iron in the territory plus the ore can be smelted into more than 80 kilograms of iron. So it seems that 1 unit is 1 kilogram. After a while, old Duke informed the few people to leave. When he turned around, he found that the Lord was staring at the 2 young men who were singing and playing in a daze. "Uh-huh. Sir, this is a song passed down from my ancestors. As long as you sing it 5 times, the iron in the furnace will be almost the same. Many people think that we use this kind of song to perform witchcraft when we are making iron. In fact, otherwise, this is just some experience we have passed down," old Duke said with a smile. After hearing this, George's mouth twitched slightly. "I rely on songs to judge the time and temperature, but that's too much." However, George discovered that these blacksmiths seemed to know how to refine pig iron into mature iron. But pig iron is too brittle and difficult to forge, and wrought iron is too soft. So the things produced are not very good. George frowned and thought hard for a long time, trying to make some suggestions based on his status as a time traveler. However, during the communication process, he found that the common sense he knew was not as much as these ancient blacksmiths. In George's imagination, iron ore was thrown directly into the furnace, but the blacksmith ground the iron ore into powder and crushed the charcoal before starting to make it. For things like this, he found that in fact, even as a modern person, he could not guide others across industries. Otherwise it will just make a joke. It seems that if we want to develop our technology tree, we can only rely on the smart people in this world. There are specialties in the arts, so those who don't understand them should stop giving random orders. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but sigh. How long will the current iron and coal last? We have a lot of iron in our territory, and there is still some stock in the blacksmith shop. So the iron is enough for us for the time being. But coal is a little short, because winter is coming soon. After saying this, the old blacksmith couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Sir, in a few days, we have to prepare some wood. Although it is not as burned as coal, It is better than weeds. There will be constant snowstorms every winter, and the snow will collapse all wooden houses and destroy newborns. The children froze to death. Having said this, Old Duke couldn't help but look at the Lord cautiously. Previously, the village was in a deep forest, and several people froze to death even if they burned wood. So how do you survive the winter in this shelter that lacks wood? There are only so many people in the territory now, but there is too much work to do. I'm afraid there won't be much time to get much wood by then. So if all the wood is used to repair the collapsed castle, the villagers will be really useless. Then, this winter will be more than just a few elderly people and children freezing to death. Everyone involved in repairing the castle might freeze to death. So what Old Duke said was actually asking the Lord what he meant in disguise. George was a sharp-minded person. After hearing what the old blacksmith said, he guessed what he meant. He looked at the honest man in front of him, nodded, patted his shoulder, and said nothing, unless absolutely necessary. He didn't want these people to brave the bitter blizzard to see wood, knock stones, and repair the castle. After all, if we really do this, I'm afraid everyone will die in this winter. However, the problem of wood is indeed very urgent. But George already has some plans. When it comes to transporting wood, he has a way, and doesn't require many people. Although the quantity would far exceed the old blacksmith's imagination, George would definitely not be willing to part with it if it was used to make a fire. Coal is also needed. This thing can be burned more than wood, and there should be a lot of other good things in that coal mine. I don't know what the various lords are doing now. Chapter 42: The Family Tomb Sealed by History. At this time, several local residents pushed a cart and brought some wine barrel lids. They were picked from the mill and were ready to be converted into shields. Seeing these wine barrel lids, George sighed secretly, found a corner beside the shed, sat there and stared at the blacksmith shop in a daze. The information about the blacksmith shop appeared in front of him. Blacksmith shop LV1. Artisan or servant of heaven 3 out of 10. Forgeable items, farm tools, weapons, protective gear, words of magic runes. More items require blueprint. Sitting in the blacksmith shop, George prayed in his heart and called out the blueprint. Then he suddenly felt an extra memory in his mind. It was an angel with light wings on his back and wearing a battle armor. He was forging the words of the talisman. The stone on the iron felt was made of an unknown material, but he was actually using a hammer to beat it. As the stone was flattened into a small piece the size of a thumb, the divine symbol also appeared. Then, the angel reached out to the sky and grabbed it, and a ray of light was injected into it. Immediately afterwards, the angel placed this piece of talisman language and another piece of number 1 talisman language into a piece of armor, and the armor shone with a sacred brilliance, just like the light of dawn. George noticed that the full-body knight's armor with heraldry and beautiful grooves had only 2 runes inlaid on it. There is another weapon with the same 2 runes on it, but the brilliance it emits is slightly different, sharper than dawn, just like the dawn after dawn. Opening his eyes, George had a realization. However, although he knew how to do it, he had no hands-on experience. But there is no problem in forging by people who teach professional skills. Suga, come and see what equipment is suitable for engraving. George couldn't help but rub his hands, wanting to be extravagant and waste 3 points of divine grace. Then his eyes moved slightly, and he rummaged through the notes in the blacksmith shop. However, when he discovered that most of the weapons and armors that the blacksmith shop could forge started with inferior, his heart became cold. The current specifications of the blacksmith shop are only level 1 in the shelter's evaluation, and the quality of tools, stoves, and furnaces are very average. The quality of the things forged will not be much better. What's more, although the old blacksmith is very experienced, the real good weapons, equipment, and technology are in the hands of the nobles and the Holy See. It is not enough to just bring the finished products to him for research. For example, a high-quality long sword and an ordinary long sword. The former may be made from a variety of steels after hundreds of forgings. The carbon content of each steel is proportional. They are all different. Some are flexible and some are hard. The forged weapons are both tough and as hard as iron. But if the type of steel used and the process are wrong, no matter how much effort is put into it, or even 1,000 forgings, the thing produced will either be too soft or too brittle. The styles of weapons are also very learned, such as javelins. What the old blacksmith can do now is called unbalanced javelin. The effect is actually minus 20% hit rate, and the increase in overall combat power is only 1 point. And if you know how to throw, it's only 2 points. If you want to come up with something good, you need a blueprint. Just make do with it. George already felt a little used to it. But the thought of consuming precious divine grace was completely extinguished. Looking at the armor again, he found that the old blacksmith's craftsmanship on these things was pretty good. But it took a long time. Crew chain armor. Overall combat power plus 3. Consumption, 12 kilograms of iron. Time spent, 40 days, 3 ordinary craftsmen. It takes these 3 brothers together more than a month to get a piece of mail? And it was the same thing that George had worn before. The one with the gap the size of a coin. But with rivets. Rather than the double-layer fine wicker mail worn by noble knights. If it is full-body armor, it will take more than half a year. Of course, if there are some craftsmen who can carry 20 people with 2 people, and they don't eat, drink or rest during the day and night, they can probably make a piece of chain mail in 2 days. What most knights wear is a rivet mail coat with a canvas shirt on top. Thinking of this, George's chilled heart couldn't help but get excited again. A piece of mail weighs more than 10 or 20 kilograms. According to the current materials in the territory, each of his soldiers can be equipped with 1 piece. And Alexander no longer has to wear the leather armor that was bitten by wolves. Although mail armor is not as good as full-body armor, it is more flexible and lighter, and does not require the heavy armor training of knights. After the followers put it on, in terms of protective gear, it can be said that they have been directly upgraded from garbage militia to Eastern Crusaders. Pair it with a javelin and a shield and train well, and you will be a copycat version of the Roman warrior. George couldn't sit still anymore. So he greeted the old blacksmith directly, and told him that he would pray to the gods, and ask the Holy Spirit to help him with his work. Then he made the old blacksmith look confused, got up, and went to the cemetery. When passing by Lorna's small shabby house, he couldn't help but take a look. This house was originally used for corpse movers. Not only is it as small as a toilet, but it's also half collapsed. George shook his head and stopped looking, after deciding to let the tavern waitress live in the tavern. Well, I still have to take a shower. He quickened his pace, and passed through the broken railings of the cemetery. He couldn't help but knock on the rusty iron with his hands, thinking that if the iron was not enough, he could also dismantle the scrap iron. After walking around the cemetery, unlike at night, the recovered cemetery no longer has that gloomy feeling. It just seemed a little quiet. Its message has changed somewhat. Cemetery. Special residence, 3 out of 10. Heroic guard, 0/2. Servant of heaven, 0/6. The divine grace is bathed in this place, and the remains placed here will be directly inspired and find true rest. Some of the inspired souls, spiritual strength or belief must meet the standard. Otherwise, even if they are inspired, the soul cannot be embodied, will directly enter the Hall of Valor/Tomb Chamber. According to the display on the scroll, those 3 special residents are hidden in the underground tomb. After glancing at the tomb, George walked over there. The underground tomb is made up of large pieces of bluestone aligned together, and the overall size is quite impressive. It can be said that except for the castle, this is the only place in the entire territory that is pretty decent. When going down the steps, George picked up a torch on the wall and lit it. After walking through the 2-story rotating stone platform, there is a tomb chamber like a long corridor. Those retainers and loyal servants sleep on both sides of this wide corridor. They have served the Austen family all their lives, and they should have a better resting place after their death. This can be regarded as the place where Johannes's heroic spirit lives. In fact, Johannes's first lord was a very powerful baron. There are more than 200 knights under his command alone, all of whom are elite veterans, who made achievements with the Duke on the battlefield and survived. At that time, they also experienced several very famous battles in history, and they can be said to be the founding fathers. He is said to be a baron, but in fact, he is no different from a count. Moreover, the Austen family didn't rely on anyone at the beginning. Their backer was directly the Duke. Placing him at the entrance of the valley was also to take care of each other with the newly built Windyoung city. It can be seen how strong these 200 knights are. Later, history continued to change, and the Duke's family was divided. One of his children inherited his mother's inheritance and became the Earl of Black Pearl. But even at that time, the Earl was still courteous to the successive Baron Johannes, and the wine in the territory also made the armed strength of those generations of barons very high. The title of Great Baron was well deserved. It's a pity that the later lords were either drunkards or gamblers. Not only did they squander all their ancestors' savings, they also lost a lot of territory in various bets. In these generations of their family, they are considered to be the most oppressed. Only a part of the land is left, and it still owes a bunch of foreign debt. Even the castle has not been repaired for many years. As of today, half of it has collapsed. Looking at the cobwebs hanging on the ceiling of the tomb, there are also mice scurrying around underfoot from time to time. George couldn't help feeling a little sad. Chapter 43 Visitors from the Kingdom of God. Many of the stone tablets are already somewhat damaged. He used a torch to burn away the cobwebs on the stone tablets. When he rubbed his fingertips on them, he found that they were all covered in ashes. It's true that no one has taken care of them for some days. His voice echoed in the cemetery. Someone seemed to have heard his call, and there were echoes like responses in the tomb. But no ghost or anything emerged. The previous scroll showed that 3 special residents were in this tomb. But George walked around and didn't see them. He took out the scroll and checked it again, and found that it was behind him. Nima, the hairs all over George's body stood up, and goosebumps fell all over the floor. Sure enough, the unknown is the most terrifying. He kept hypnotizing himself in his mind, telling himself that these were all good ghosts. But my heart still couldn't help but jump. Damn! Even that evil ghost was subdued by me. Why are you still afraid of this good ghost? Ahem. George cleared his throat, pretending to be nonchalant, swallowing quietly, and slowly turned around. However, he found that there was still nothing behind him. But in the display of that scroll, they are face to face with themselves. Why don't you kneel down when you see your lord? George shouted with a majestic face. But he didn't get any response. Then he even began to threaten the air in front of him and sang hymns. However, the tomb remains quiet. No. Why does it look like it doesn't exist? George calmed down the panic in his heart, and couldn't help but become curious. Are they really invisible? Only after being transformed by divine grace can they truly be in this world? Thinking of this, he clicked on the residents, found those special blue names, and prepared to inject divine grace. There is a man named Ivan who can be transformed into a heroic spirit called Night Watcher. It also requires the most divine grace 60 points, in addition to the transformation cost. These 60 points also include the study fee for learning martial arts in the Kingdom of God, as well as the round-trip travel expenses. And it takes 4 points of divine grace every week to maintain his existence. The other 2 can only be transformed into servants of the Kingdom of Heaven. The cost of divine grace is 20, including the learning fees and travel expenses for learning skills in heaven. And the weekly divine grace consumed is only 1 point. This gave George a sigh of relief. Ivan should be the scavenger. Scavengers were all humans when they were alive. But not everyone is qualified to become a scavenger. Most of them are mindless zombies. Curiously, I looked through the heroic spirits information and found that there was such an explanation. Heroic spirits, special guards transformed by divine grace. They take it as their duty to guard the sanctuary and God's people. They can move within 4 miles outside the shelter. Once outside the range, they cannot stay for too long. This time is associated with divine grace. If the night watchman's grace consumption is 4/week, you can travel 4 hours a day. Currently, there is a lack of Hall of Heroes, and can only be transformed into guard-level heroic spirits Night Watch, the lowest level heroic spirit, which is a level 3 unit of the sanctuary, with a radius of 2 kilometers, 12 square kilometers. Most of Johanna's territory is covered. It's a pity that it's not rectangular. Otherwise the patrol area would cover even the vineyards on the mountain. After Ivan was transformed into a Night Watcher, his combat power actually reached 37. But this is considered a level 3 unit. The assessment of this shelter is a bit harsh. But aren't the soldiers trained by the shelter also very powerful? George checked the Hall of Valor, but because it did not have the construction conditions, he could only check the most basic remarks. Hall of Heroes, heroes in life, heroes in death. The heroes of the sanctuary can return here after death, so that they can continue to shelter the people they protected in life after death. Seeing this, George felt a little sad for no reason. Alexander might die one day, but he hoped that would never happen. After all, he is the future great priest. As long as he breathes, he can revive him. Thinking of this, George came back to his senses and continued to look down, which showed the Hall of Heroes can provide residences for more special residents, and both heroic spirits and servants of heaven can live here. The Hall of Heroes can specialize special residents through divine grace. Heroic spirits of night level and above, suffering knights, faith has requirements, and believers/believers need to materialize them. Divine grace knights, faith has requirements, and believers need to people/believers who materialize it, all fall into this category. It sounds awesome, but the requirements are quite harsh. It seems that the people must think that these transformed heroic spirits are heroes. Otherwise, guys like scavengers can only become guard-level heroic spirits. The specifications of the Hall of Heroes are the same as those of the church, also with 5 levels. The prerequisite for the establishment is a cemetery plus a church. After being established, each level of the Hall of Heroes can not only transform more powerful heroic spirits, but also can accommodate more heroic spirits. Otherwise, the current specifications of the tomb can only accommodate 2 heroic spirits and 10 servants of the kingdom of heaven. However, the burial chamber alone is already large enough because the sanctuary's current divine grace is not enough. So the tomb chamber is enough to last for a while. The divine favor is restored based on the base number. The faith provided by 100 ordinary believers will only produce 4 points of divine favor in a week. Although there are more blind believers in the territory now, the base of divine grace is relatively large, reaching 186 points. But now it's only 7 o'clock a week. It seems that without a monastery, the recovery of divine grace is almost the basic number divided by 25. However, there is still some storage capacity of divine grace. Even if the tomb is filled with heroic spirits and servants of heaven, it will be enough to last for a while. Moreover, 1 heroic spirit is enough now. The servants of the kingdom of heaven eat little and work a lot. If there are enough souls, you can summon all the servants of the kingdom of heaven first. George couldn't help but look at his invocation skill written on the scroll, and thought of the ghosts he met last night. After placing all the remains outside the territory in the cemetery today, my prayer is almost enough. Without thinking any more, George directly started the divine grace transformation ceremony. To transform special residents, you need to call their names in your heart and pray for them. Heroic spirits and heavenly servants each have a set of prayers on the scroll. If they are recited according to the prayers, they will be bathed in divine grace and become related heroic spirits and heavenly servants. While praying, George felt that a light seemed to penetrate the earth and reach the tomb. And the heroic spirits and servants of heaven also followed this light and appeared in this world. Seeing that, divine grace, 156 of 186, slowly turned into divine favor, 56 to 186. George couldn't help but feel heartache. It is said that the shelter charges are too high, including travel expenses and tuition fees. But when he raised his head and saw the 3 newcomers who were gradually becoming brighter, he forgot all his previous complaints. They are different from ordinary ghosts. Their bodies are extremely pure. Especially the sacred aura on the heroic spirit night watcher is very strong. Although his face is hazy and his figure is unreal. But George could feel that this guy would appear. And people with faith could see him. His whole body was covered in a large pure white cloak. The armor was slightly thin, but it was printed with exquisite patterns. If you look closely, you will see that the embroideries are all representative symbols from mythology. There is a striking resemblance to those found on the domes of the Holy Scriptures and St. Its level of sophistication is far beyond that of the attire worn by noble knights. The night watchman holds a lantern and a sword. There is light in the lamp, and the sword is sharp. It allows those believers who are lost at night to see this patron saint at a glance in the midst of horror and uneasiness. Chapter 44 Mysterious House. George walked around the night watchman, as if he was looking at a statue, when his eyes turned behind the night watchman and saw the pair of light wings behind him. His legs softened, and he almost knelt on the ground. Angel? He wiped his eyes vigorously to confirm that he had seen correctly. The servant of heaven also has a pair of wings of light on his back, but they are shorter. By the way, there is a God in this world. I almost forgot it again. Patting his chest, George immediately calmed down. In the mythological stories of the Holy Scriptures, every believer will be taken to heaven after death, and those who descend to earth are the messengers of God. Among the illustrations in the Holy Scriptures and the church murals, the appearance of the angels is very similar to that of the night watchman. But there is no doubt that the patterns on the night watchman's armor are much more delicate than those in the church murals. Although it is very expensive, just looking at the appearance, it is indeed worth the money. George nodded, very satisfied with his purchase. George tried to talk to him, but the heroic spirit never responded. In the subsequent series of attempts, he gradually discovered that the night watchman was like the most rigid soldier, only reacting to his own orders. Judging from the behavior of the heroic spirit, he obviously has his own thoughts and wisdom, and he seems no worse than ordinary people. But he really doesn't like communicating with others. Go on patrol. George sighed after saying that, not intending to waste any more time. After listening, the night watcher bowed. Then he spread his wings and flew out of the tomb. Seeing such a scene, George raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy looks pretty cool. I believe the residents working outside today will be in for a big surprise. As for how to brag tonight, in this moment, he had completely thought about it. After coming back to his senses, George cleared his throat and regained his lord's majesty. Then, he turned around and looked at the 2 more illusory lights and shadows. He knew that this was the Holy Spirit. He told the old blacksmith. The servant of heaven is even more hazy, with only a rough outline of the blue body visible. But the two short wings of light behind it are very conspicuous. Those who were closest to them during their lifetimes may be able to sense a familiar aura from them. But it may be because he is a spirit body and has already been to heaven. Therefore, the memory of the mortal world has been forgotten. Or they regard it as a fleeting break in thousands of reincarnations, and they no longer miss the mortal world at all. Daniel, you have become a Buddha instantly. Ahem. You said the wrong thing again. But no matter what, I did another good deed. George couldn't help but smile and touched his neck, feeling that his red scarf became more vivid. Although the divine aura of the servants of heaven is not as good as that of the heroic spirits, it is very gentle. One can tell at a glance that they are people from the good and lawful camp. Occasionally, his face flashes, and his expression is like that of the characters in the frescoes on the dome of St. Willick's Cathedral. And every move is like the most standard saints in the Holy Scriptures. The one who can deceive the most is the God of Sanctuary. I am so little, but I can't train such a servant. George touched his chin and thought, but aren't they just farmers? Why are they so cool? Sure enough, gods like this kind of vanity and hypocrisy. The servants of the kingdom of heaven seem to be smarter than the heroic spirits. But they never speak, just like a rigid butler. But when George expressed some of his needs, their flexible responses and amazing memories left George stunned. He just said that the tomb was too dirty, and there was a hint in his words that he wanted the place to be cleaned. Immediately afterwards, I saw the two servants of the kingdom of heaven put their arms on their chests, bowed, and then started busy. The way they work is completely different from humans, almost like magic. While walking, with just a slight wave of his arm, the tombstones quickly became clean and tidy. Moreover, George found that the places that had become clean were not only as tidy as new, but even the broken places were restored to their original state. No wonder one can be worth 10. I have been gilded after my trip to heaven. It will be different after I come back. My castle can be saved. Looking at the tomb that had completely changed in a few minutes, George felt something in his heart. It was as joyful as those lights, constantly emitting brilliance. Go to the blacksmith shop to find Duke. He will tell you what to do. The two of them bowed again, as if they were well-trained aristocratic butlers. Then he flew out of the tomb and disappeared. The training fees spent in the kingdom of God are not in vain. Even when running, they are faster than normal people. George felt that there seemed to be someone who could help with the wood that was difficult to move in the lumberyard. Servants of the kingdom of heaven can stay outside their territory for an hour. At their speed, they can walk 20 to 30 kilometers an hour without any problem. The straight-line distance between the logging camp and the territory is more than 10 kilometers. Although the mountain road is winding, the actual distance is far greater than this number. But George remembered that there was a river near the lumber camp. If you use river transportation, you will save a lot of time. A river a few kilometers away in the southwest of the territory should be the downstream of that river. At that time, with the help of these farmers, it would be possible to move a large amount of wood at one time. Even if there is no time to transport it to the territory, you can still ask the people in the territory to take it over to the river. After thinking about it, George clapped his dusty hands and walked out of the tomb. In the morning, George was still a little breathless from the pressure, but now he felt lighter. When passing by Lorna's small shabby house, George, who was in a happy mood, couldn't help but look at it. The door was broken and there was a big crack. He was in a good mood and couldn't help but raise his waist curiously and looked inside. As a good lord, he cares about the living environment of his subordinates. Is this a reasonable reason? This house is really run down. George cleared his throat and walked inside. The environment inside the house was very different from what George had imagined. There was no smell in the room of the woman, who looked very bad. Instead, after getting in, he smelled a faint fragrance of flowers. This floral scent seemed familiar to him, like some kind of herbal medicine. This couldn't help but make him feel more curious. And he also felt that it was more reasonable for him to come in. The environment in the stone house is small and seems a bit crowded, and one corner has collapsed. It seemed that the stone had not been completely cleared away, and it was only covered with a broken straw mat. There was no bed in the room, just a pile of weeds, but it was clean and tidy. There are several neatly arranged bottles and cans in the corner opposite the bed. There is also a bouquet of flowers in a clay vase on the small wooden cabinet on the wall. Near the bottle, there are several garlands and several brightly colored spotted mushrooms. Other than that, there was only one clothesline in the whole room, and it almost hit George in the head. Looking at the white bra hanging on the clothesline in front of his forehead, George swallowed redly and looked elsewhere. The things on the clothesline are extremely personal things for girls. Apparently, little Stutter was too embarrassed to hang it outside, so he hung it inside the house. However, it is still clear to see. George cleared his throat, moved his face pretendingly, and leaned over the small wooden cabinet to look at it. He discovered that the scent came from the bouquet in the clay vase. Fragrance flower? This is a real herb. After being refined into a potion, it can greatly restore mental strength. It is rare in the forest. Where was that little Stutter found? It doesn't look like it was ground into medicinal powder. I probably collected it just because I liked it. And she seemed to not only like this kind of thing. After George opened some bottles and jars, he was surprised to find that there were many other types of dried flowers and plants, and even many colorful mushrooms. And these things that even the mountain people who knew some medical skills could not identify or collect were collected by her. These things have not been ground. That is to say, the collectors are not prepared to refine them into potions. This proves that the collector did not do it intentionally, but just out of interest. However, all these things are special herbs. No exceptions. Chapter 45 Treasure. Especially those mushrooms, some of which can sterilize, reduce inflammation, and treat abscesses. Some of which can be used to refine hallucinogens, and some of which are dangerous poisons. And girls don't all seem to know which ones are harmful. In addition to these, there are also some small stones of various colors and strange insect specimens. Most of them are butterflies and pupae. Some George knew, some he didn't. But the ones he knew all had special purposes. This special purpose refers to alchemy. Holy shit, George's mouth widened and he froze, suddenly realizing that this was really a witch. He should have thought a long time ago that there is only one kind of person in this world who is a staunch unbeliever. No matter what miracles they witnessed, they would not change. And this will happen even if they have not yet been enlightened by knowledge. That's the wizard. They are born with special abilities, able to see many things that others cannot see, and even know many things naturally. Miracles seem to them to be something else entirely, and they can even create miracles themselves. Therefore, wizards have long been accustomed to things that are difficult to explain with common sense. Only then did he recall why he felt there was something different about Lorna. The feeling was the same as that mysterious witch who walked into the tavern. She's a witch too. That's why I am involuntarily attracted to magic and collect those magical things. George couldn't help but get extremely excited if a witch serves as a waitress. She will definitely attract more adventurers. Her grandma's. My tavern now only has a few damn strays. No. I have to let her wash her hair and face well later, when this girl usually walks by the river. Wouldn't she be frightened by her own appearance? And I can't live in this house anymore. So I'll live in my tavern, right next door to me. Yes. Otherwise it would be bad for people to discover these bottles and jars. So, I am protecting you. Little Lorna. You should be embarrassed to ask me for salary in the future. Right? Thinking of this, George happily grabbed his clean, vanilla-scented hair. This witch is obviously still in a hazy state of magic, and has not yet been enlightened. If you can cultivate it well, you will definitely become a good follower. But for now, I'll just act as a waitress. There's nothing I can do about it. There are indeed a lot of women in this village, but none of them are suitable. There must be one person in the tavern. At least this girl is more pleasing to the eye than those village women. George never understood how the aesthetics of his retinues was formed, and neither did Alexander. Those guys just like fat and vulgar village women. And the fatter and fatter they are, the more they like them. As if they only see Nako in butts. And her very special pair of blue eyes always gave him a weird feeling. It's like we know each other. After regaining consciousness, George turned over the jars on the ground. He found that this girl didn't have any food in store at all. She took the initiative to hand it over. Really honest. But judging from the traces in the jar, the original food was only a finger deep. I guess I can just make a bowl of porridge and drink it. It can be seen that during these days, she usually relied on wild vegetables, fruits, and even grasshoppers to satisfy her hunger. Villagers are extremely afraid of eating grasshoppers, believing that they represent evil spirits. But the little stutterer can only eat this stuff. Hey, no matter what the evil spirit is, I will have to eat this grasshopper from now on, even as a lord. After one last look, George took steps to leave, but his heel accidentally hit a small jar. When he bent down to lift up the jar, he found that it contained some white dust, which made him feel very familiar. He frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, I grabbed a small amount of something from the bag at my waist. After comparing it, I found that it was exactly the same as what was in the small jar. The villager said earlier that Lorna had been to the cemetery in the morning. It seems that these things were collected by her in the cemetery. But this dust is invisible to mortals. And I can only see it when I have the words of the magic rune with me. The little witch's rating in his heart has risen a bit. Without being polite to Lorna, George put those things directly into his bag. He originally planned to go to the cemetery to look for it. If he hadn't seen this thing today, he would have forgotten it. He is going crazy now. As for whether this thing can be sold for money, let's put it away first. Those special merchants should collect strange things. George's eyes suddenly widened when he thought of this. He found that the whole house was full of silver foxes. Hack! George shouted excitedly. These things are special items that can be sold for money. Over the years, this girl has accumulated a lot of inventory. After all, she will definitely be able to sell it for a lot of money. Thinking of this, George hurried out of the door, planning to call someone to move it. But when he was making the broken door, he almost broke it. Sir, what are you busy with? A voice suddenly sounded behind George, making the thief almost jump in fright. You damn bastard! Don't show up behind me suddenly next time. Bullshit! I thought it was a ghost! George wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked towards the cemetery, and found Martin. The patrol team members were all in the cemetery. Martin pursed his lips and pretended to be pitiful and aggrieved. Boss, it's almost noon. The residents have come back to eat one after another, so I came back to replace them. Don't worry. Jack is still taking care of you. As for the farmers who are working, they will come back when the other group of people has passed. After saying this, Martin yawned. Half of the corpses outside have been brought back. George followed Martin's gaze to the cemetery in the distance and found a few recruits unloading the bodies on the cart. I understand. He nodded and said, Don't be in a hurry to go back. I'll give you a task. Guard this door. Listen carefully. If any mice or the like come in, you will let's practice hard together with the bad people. Don't worry. You can stay here and don't let the newcomers in. I'll call a few more people over later. You guys can load all the things inside into my car and transport them back to the tavern. Remember to cover them with oilcloth. George took the photo. He patted Martin on the shoulder and said, You've done a great job these days. I'll ask the old blacksmith to get you some armor later. The so-called good armor is also chain mail. But in the shelter and now in the entire valley, it is probably considered a good thing. Although this mail armor will not be used for a few days, each of the subordinates will have one. But the family emblem that is reminiscent of the Knight Master can be slowly printed to encourage you of the retinues. Sure enough, after hearing this, Martin straightened his back immediately and felt that it was extremely honorable to help the boss handle his private affairs. He stretched his thumb toward the house behind him. Is that girl in there too? George, who had just taken 2 steps, staggered and almost slipped to the ground. The strength of wizards in this world is in the category of medieval legends. Many people will wear a sword. In addition, any legendary creature that finds a weakness can be killed by mortals. So there is no insurmountable gap. The ancient gods have a gap. And in mainland legends, many heroes are often just ordinary people at first, until they have firm faith and courage. Chapter 46 Territory Customs. George staggered and almost slipped on the mud on the ground. He turned around and kicked Martin in the back, saying, Bah! Who do you think I am? Your master? There are valuable things in this house, so don't make any noise. Your knight's armor depends on them. Those people in the territory don't understand anything. Don't let them know. I'm afraid they will talk too much. After Martin heard this, he immediately stood up straight. He rolled his eyes and touched his mustache, knowing that the boss must have discovered something special in this room. So he said, I understand. Boss, don't worry. Yeah. George nodded. He knew that although this old man was slippery, he was very reliable. So with him here, I can really rest assured. As for whether he would go inside quietly out of curiosity, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, George suddenly coughed, turned around and walked into the house again. After a while, he came out, but there was an extra roll of oilcloth in his hand. Martin kept secretly peeking into the room with a stern look. When he saw the Lord coming out, he immediately pretended not to see anything. The Lord glared at him fiercely, turned around and left. He looked extremely happy. At this time, the territorial residents had returned one after another, and the territory became lively. George held the oilcloth roll under his arm, and while nodding in response to those who greeted him, he observed the farmhouses with their doors open. In civilian houses of this era, there was no distinction between a master bedroom and a living room. When you open the door, you can see clearly, especially in buildings like farmhouses. Animals and people live together. And the most important piece of furniture in the whole house is a bed. The most important piece of furniture in the house is that bed. And usually there is only one bed. So there is no privacy at all. Even for many people. They may not be able to afford a second bed at all. Which makes these poor people regard the bed as an important inheritance passed down from generation to generation. Some families even let livestock sit on the bed because it keeps them warmer. Johannes' farmhouse is better. The first generation of lords built the houses higher. So they are also very large. Even the walls are made of large stones. And the tops are not thatched, but covered with mud tiles. But that's it. It's still very crude inside. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is for cattle and sheep. More than that, the concept of privacy is insensitive in this era. Only those in the upper echelons and monks would pay attention to this matter. For those people at the bottom, activities that modern people are ashamed to do in public are common to them, such as urinating in public, exposing certain organs, etc. George saw some idiots peeing on the street just on the road. After he finished, he was still showing off to several village women. The same goes for those women. There were even village women with their big butts exposed and were leaving themselves. After seeing the Lord coming, they showed their yellow teeth and greeted him. It's like meeting a neighbor while walking and asking if you have eaten. I have obviously given special instructions to the subjects to hand over their feces to the bad people for collection and cleaning every day. But they don't seem to have this habit yet. George touched the veins on his head. He finally knew what the mud he stepped on that morning was. Whether in his previous life or in this life, he had rarely seen such a thing. Because the previous lords of Johannes were most fond of the owners of large wineries who made wine. They all paid great attention to the hygienic condition of the territory. And because the previous lords also preferred to believe in the two patron gods of honor and wisdom. Therefore, in Johannes, the lords have some concept of privacy. And the lords have never allowed excessive indulgence. So people almost never do disgusting things like that on the streets. Because you will be castrated. George walked numbly on the street. The autumn wind blew by. And the territory was filled with a stinky smell. The surrounding residents who came back from the fields at noon seemed not to care at all about the bad environment. They even played their harps and bagpipes and sang happily in this environment. When I'm done, I'll make those idiots eat everything they pulled out. George thought fiercely in his heart. With a stiff face, he nodded and smiled in response to the enthusiastic citizens who greeted him. Just smiled very stiffly. What a bunch of guys who don't know etiquette. It seems that from now on I need to talk more every night to be okay. George thought for a while, and decided to set the time before dinner every day as preaching time. In the name of preaching the Holy Scriptures, he talked about the hygiene habits and moral concepts that he knew, and slowly established a new outlook on these guys. He didn't want to say hello to anyone anymore and strode back to the tavern. The sleeping servants were picked up one by George. After they got dressed, they went to find Martin. The meal in the tavern will be served earlier than the residence. And Lorna is already squatting next to the fire pit to cook, while holding the heads of the exploding lions in the mess. These are basically a pot of grated potatoes, and sweet potatoes stewed with some wild vegetables and plant roots. The black bread has all been eaten. And the wheat has just been harvested. Due to lack of firewood, no baking has been carried out. However, in reality, only the people near the castle could regularly eat black bread. What most people usually eat is not much different from what they eat now. It's all a stew mixed with all kinds of weird stuff. Nobles rarely eat fruits raw, because that is what the poor do. So sometimes, the nobles not only stew the fruits, but also add some spices such as pepper. The food in the tavern is much better than outside, because there is barbecue, wolf, rat, and watered wine. George sorted out the work he planned to do next, and felt that some work should be assigned to idle people. He glanced at Alexander, who was squatting beside the fire pit, patted the guy, and told him to go to the blacksmith shop in the afternoon to watch. This guy is often exposed to various weapons, and should be able to help the old blacksmith improve weapons and equipment. Maybe, not to mention whether he is better than me in this aspect. At least he is more leisurely than me. So he had no choice but to temporarily entrust this technical work to this fool. After listening to the Lord's patient explanation, Dasha Dan nodded and said naively, "No problem. Boss, I know what weapons are easy to use." "Oh, it seems you know a little bit more?" After hearing Alexander's words, George felt that his words were not in vain. "Of course. The heavier it is, the easier it is to use. Go." Alexander's words made George feel a little cold. He said expressionlessly, "Go and help the old blacksmith forge iron. Alexander, don't give him blind advice. It seems that this kind of technical work cannot be left to fools. Hey, when will the new adventurers come? My pub can barely entertain guests. Right? George thought as he looked at the waitress with messy hair and the pot of pig food she was cooking. I can't help but feel a little bit desperate. Rona, you should wash your hair when you have time. Look at your hair. Ah, you are a girl. Lorna seemed not to have heard. She pulled her torn clothes and glanced at the terrifying lord quietly. Silently. Not long after, the servants came back pushing the cart. After they lifted the thatch on the car, Lorna looked at the bottles and jars, dumbfounded and at a loss. Oh! And George handed her an oil patch. I opened it and saw that it was my bra. You will live here from now on. I need a waitress in my tavern. Well, you need to be paid to do this kind of work. But apart from the accommodation and food expenses, it's only 2 coppers a month. George looked at that the little boy who was completely stunned said, Don't worry. We are a serious tavern. There won't be that kind of adventurers touching people's butts. Well, probably not. This waitress is usually the private property of each lord. Generally, adventurers wouldn't be so ignorant. The adventurers who appeared here are not ordinary adventurers. However, before Lorna could stutter something, George turned to Martin and said, Remind me after you finish your meal and put up a sign at the end of the bar. Remember, it must be written, touch. Dot. Words like ass. Fine. Boss. I can't read, Martin said. Little Stutter's face was dark, and he couldn't tell what his face was now, but he seemed to be about to cry. The new members of the patrol team will eat out, and they are not qualified to enter the pub yet. I know that dinner will be served outside soon. Everyone wolfed it down quickly. After the meal, George told Martin to take the followers outside to distribute the food. Bring a whip with you, and teach the god of protection a lesson to those who defecate everywhere in his holy place. This old Yotio is very cunning and knows how to distribute food. Although Martin's face was very tired, he knew the importance of this matter, so he nodded and left. It's not appropriate for others to do this. The entire territory. That is, the old bandit leader and the lord can take care of the people in the territory. So he could only finish his work and then sleep. After seeing Martin go out, Alexander also stood up, intending to join in the fun. Before leaving, he said, Boss, I will help them taste the salty food. After hearing this, George couldn't help but cover his face. He knew that the Lord Knight was competing with the poor for food, and it would not be good to spread the word. But the more this guy eats, the more effective he becomes. Besides, with this big guy there to intimidate him, Martin would go much more smoothly when distributing food. So he simply pretended that he didn't hear anything and went back to the house to sleep. Chapter 47 Coal Forging? When George woke up, it was a little dark outside the window. He opened the scroll and checked it out, and found that the territory was operating in an orderly manner, which made him feel at ease. It seems that because he got enough rest, the 2 points of mana he consumed last night have been restored. Not only that, he found that his wisdom increased by 0.1 again, reaching wisdom 0.4 mana, 4 force. It seems that this so-called wisdom is indeed related to faith and divine grace. The territory's divine grace has now reached 186. I wonder if my wisdom will increase after it exceeds 200. Suddenly there was a clanging hammer sound outside the house. The sound sounded a little cautious, but it still vaguely reached the Lord's ears. George put on his boots, huffed and walked out of the room, and found Lorna holding a small hammer and nailing a small sign in front of the bar. Oh, I almost forgot about this. The Lord scratched his sleepy face and said he originally planned to write it himself after waking up, but he forgot about it. The sudden sound behind Lorna startled the timid girl, and she almost even flew out the hammer in her hand. She turned around and saw that it was the Lord, and her face became even more horrified. Why does this guy always look frightened? George shook his head secretly and squatted in front of the sign, squinting his eyes for a few times and showing a bit of surprise. Are you literate? Although the characters drawn with charcoal are crooked, they can indeed make people understand the meaning on them. However, how many adventurers are literate who can do such obscene things as tipping buttocks? So what the black-hearted boss said before was just to give the waitress some comfort so that she could work honestly. Little Stutter was too scared to answer. He turned his head to avoid the Lord's eyes and looked at him cautiously with his peripheral vision. Looks like a crazy, stupid little dork. Actually, what she is really afraid of is not the Lord, but everyone, judging from the attitudes of the villagers. The life she had experienced before was very bad. This may cause her to have some psychological problems. so she may not be born with the stuttering and timid appearance. Except for the sentence, "Not afraid of the Lord." George's summary can be said to hit the point. Lorna is like a dirty stray kitten, with a great fear of people. It is very difficult to get such people to let go of their psychological defenses, and the shadow of a person's childhood often stays with him throughout his life. But in George's eyes, her remarks changed again. The literate tavern waitress, whose hair might scare away adventurers. Do you think this little stutterer, who doesn't like to talk much and seems to have some mental problems, may be a witch? Shaking his head, George gave up the complaints in his heart. He stretched out and sat swaggeringly on the chair next to the fire pit. While taking off his shoes, he put his legs on another stool. Then he rubbed his feet. Looking at the stray kitten in front of him, George felt that he had to comfort her. "Don't worry, Lorna. No one will touch your butt. But you have to rub the Lord's legs first." These words made Lorna's face pale again. But she still followed his words after looking at the Lord carefully, and poured a cup of tea for the Lord. Feeling the satisfaction brought by the bad taste, George snorted comfortably and asked, "Where are Martin and Jack?" The thin girl lowered her head and did not answer. George looked at the idiot in front of him and sighed depressedly. Then he threw the scroll in his arms into the fire pit and stared at it, dazed. These people are actually very hard-working after putting aside their fear. The work is also extremely efficient. It seems that the people at the mill have almost finished their work, and they have all joined the harvest team. It is hard to imagine that this is a group of women and old people. There isn't much wheat in the fields, so it's easy to harvest. But potatoes and sweet potatoes are hard to dig. But on average, 1 person per day and 1 acre of land is enough. At this rate, we can start sowing autumn potatoes and cabbage in 2 weeks. George touched his chin and thought, we need to add some fertilizer this time. Well, there is no rush to grind the grains. Let the servants take out all the burned corpses at night. After grinding them, they can be used as golden garbage and fertilizer. With some more divine favor tonight, George plans to take back the mill. This building seems to be very special and has a great effect. And it itself is not too far away. After it is recovered, the territory will be connected to it. The fog in the large surrounding fields will be dispelled and shrouded in divine grace, which will be conducive to the work of the people in the territory. It also facilitates the actions of the servants of heaven. He remembered that there were several large millstones outside the mill, and it took several donkeys to turn them together. The citizens couldn't use them, and George didn't plan to use them to grind any grain in the future. He might as well pick one out and use it specifically to grind the golden lump. Otherwise, just relying on the dung and eggs of the people and livestock would not be able to make the autumn potatoes grow well. Moreover, there is not enough open space in the cemetery. We should find a good way to deal with those charred remains. Thinking of this, George looked at the cemetery again. The bodies found seemed to have been transported to the cemetery. There were many corpses outside in the past 2 days, but he didn't have time to save them. We can only wait until the burning time at night and do it together. But there seemed to be a few servants in heaven, so he planned to go out and wander around at night. Servants of the kingdom of heaven are essentially ghosts. Heroic spirits can be transformed by powerful souls, so there is no reason why ghosts that are already capable of manifesting cannot be transformed into servants of the kingdom of heaven after being inspired. The night watchmen and patrols did a lot of work during the day, and the area within 2 kilometers of the shelter was basically clean. As for some sporadic zombies on the edge of the territory, they have just wandered over from the east and west sides. When they reach the range of the night watchman, they can be dealt with directly by him. Unlike patrols, night watchmen can know the location of monsters through scrolls. He took another look at the blacksmith shop and found that the javelin and shield were almost ready. 2 pieces of chainmail were also repaired. It seemed that the Holy Spirit and the blacksmith handled things very well this afternoon. After telling Lorna to prepare dinner and not forget to wash her hair with hot water, George went to the blacksmith shop. As he approached, George heard a series of clanking sounds, and when he got closer, he found Alexander shirtless and holding a hammer. On another iron felt next to it, there were several hammers dancing in the air. Martin and Jack, whom he had asked about their whereabouts before, were watching the excitement. My lord! My lord! What a miracle! After seeing George coming, the old blacksmith went over to greet him, dancing with excitement. After chatting for a while, George knew what happened in the afternoon. Not long after you left, I saw 2 holy spirits descending from the sky in the light. Then they disappeared in bursts of hymns, and all the tools began to wave on their own. I knew they must be gods, sent to help us. I kept kneeling on the ground and praying, telling me what weapons I hoped to forge. At first, they seemed not familiar with how to forge ordinary soldiers. But after I told some key tips, what they made even better than me. After Sir Alexander came over, his suggestion gave me a flash of inspiration. He and the Holy Spirits are so powerful. Why bother to go to so much trouble and calcine the iron so many times? We gave it a try, and the efficiency not only increased several times. I didn't expect that the forge thing is also extremely hard. George was stunned. He picked up a dark javelin head and looked at it. The remarks on it were actually much better than his sharp dagger. Similar to this technology, it seems that it can be used on armor iron sheets. George couldn't help but froze. Both the Servant of Heaven and Alexander were frighteningly strong. If they cooperated with the experience of the old blacksmith and improved the process, they might really be able to make cold-forged armor. Chapter 48 New Weapons and Guidance. George looked at it carefully with suspicion on his face. Unbalanced solid heavy javelin, spear type. Length, how tall a person is. Characteristic. 1. Bleeding and tearing. The long spear head and triangular groove structure make it difficult to heal the wounds caused. And the barbs are also very vicious. But it's not perfect yet, and has some shortcomings. 2. Heavy, throwing distance -1. You told the old blacksmith to create throwing spears that can deal with large creatures, and ensure that they can be fully used in close combat. So this will inevitably sacrifice some things. 3. Unbalanced, hit rate -10%. Although some clever ideas were used during forging, and efforts were made to improve the forging, the overall design still has great flaws. 4. Hardness. When this javelin was forged, some technology related to cold forging was luckily added, although this method was a bit rough and clumsy, and the tempering and quenching were also very poor, making it lack the quality. Some are more flexible and are more suitable for armor, but at least it is much stronger than those soft irons. Comprehensive combat power +3. Against George William, it is very sharp and strong, but the technology is a bit rough. The smelted iron ingot is full of too many impurities, and the structure also has some defects. However, there is still a lot of room for improvement for this javelin, and it can only be said to be very average at the moment. Not to mention the structure. It seems that due to problems with the smelting process, the quality of the smelted metal is not very good, so the evaluation is only very average. But even so, the combat effectiveness has increased by 3 points. In other words, it is worth 3 of my hammers. The evaluation of the shelter scroll is based on the actual situation, so the +3 combat effectiveness is still related to the fact that I am not good at using spears and throwing. If it is used by someone like Martin or Orion, it may be 1 more point. And if it is Alexander, its power may be increased many times. But even by my own standards, this javelin is terrifying. The long thorn head only needs to be thrust forward. If it were inserted into a person's chest, it would probably break even the spine. If it were to attack those zombies, it would probably be able to hit them in seconds even if it couldn't stab the head. Moreover, this kind of weapon can definitely penetrate the flesh of monsters such as scavengers, and it is definitely enough to deal with bears and wild boars. At this point, it can be said that the old blacksmith met George's needs. George swallowed the smear, and he could think that Lung Forging's proposal was probably just a whim of the idiot outside the door to save trouble. However, after going through it in the old blacksmith's mind, it was completely different. He is simply his lucky general. The shield was also well made, and the Holy Spirit artisans perfectly realized the best plan in the old blacksmith's mind. When these wine barrel lids are covered with a layer of animal skin, and then reinforced and inlaid with cold-forged iron, they can definitely enter the regular armor sequence of the Lord's private soldiers. Use them to resist the claws of zombies without any problem. Martin and others appear to have experimented with several shields. There was an iron shield with a javelin stuck on it. The iron head of the javelin penetrated the shield and exposed part of it. After asking around, I found out it was Jack. This guy was also a mountain hunter before, and he was good with the javelin. So this test can basically be used as a reference for ordinary soldiers. There was an arrow stuck on the other side of the shield, and the end was stuck inside. George looked at it, and saw that it was a new arrow. There is also a white mark next to it, which was shot by an old arrow. Martin did it very accurately. There are still several javelins made earlier on the ground. They are all made of soft iron, and did not penetrate the cold-forged iron sheet on the shield. Seeing these shields, George became interested. They were ordered to tie several shields to several scarecrows, and place them in an open space 30 steps away. Both Martin and Jack are very good at archery, and their arrows are almost always missed. After the test, someone took the shield back. After George observed it, he found that the new arrows could still penetrate the iron sheet, but after penetrating the leather, They were nailed to the wood. However, the arrowheads of those old arrows made of soft iron were as distorted as plasticine. Only when Alexander used arrows could he completely penetrate the shield. How about it, boss? When we were fighting in the past, when those people saw me raising my bow and arrow, they would be so scared that they would run away like crazy. He. Alexander touched his bald head and looked very proud. His bow was made of some unknown horn. The power is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid ordinary crossbows can't compare. Moreover, this guy is very powerful and has a fast shooting speed. If there was no fog in the past, it would indeed be frightening. It's just that the accuracy is a little too bad. Of course, if it's on the battlefield, it doesn't matter whether it's accurate or not. It can hit people anyway. But now it's different. George had just seen the guy shoot several arrows with his own eyes. But only one hit at a distance of 20 steps. Others flew into the mist outside the territory. Try your new weapon. Big man, don't waste arrows. George looked at the big man next to him and said with black lines on his face. The big man was stunned after hearing this, then turned around excitedly and pulled out the flagpole inserted at the door of the blacksmith shop. This is a thing designed by the old blacksmith duke according to Alexander's wishes. After the blacksmith draws a simple pattern, the servant of heaven does the forging. It can be seen from Alexander's proud look that the servants of the kingdom of heaven seem to have fulfilled his request perfectly. That strange-looking thing was close to 4 meters. The steel blade alone is more than 1 meter long. And there are scary barbs behind the steel blade. This thing is definitely not aerodynamic. However, this guy waved his arm, and the weapon flew out with a whoosh, directly nailing the scarecrow 30 steps away, 50 steps away. Afterwards, the weapons and the scarecrow were carried back by Martin and Jack. Demon spine gun. George held the strange gun with a slight gap on the gun head, and this word suddenly popped into his mind. He couldn't remember what the word meant, but he felt it had something to do with it. Okay, let's call it this. He. The shield had been completely broken into several halves, and the scarecrow behind it was completely rotten. It's just that the wooden pole is a bit too weak. Boss, I don't dare to swing it hard. Alexander folded the wooden pole and said, and it's too light. I think it should be made of iron, so that it can be used on horses. Use it to feel comfortable. George simply left him alone. The wood in the shelter is a bit poor, but the lumber yard has good stuff. Those ironwoods were soaked in water and grease and then painted with paint. Their toughness was frightening. It is a spear shaft specially used by those knights on horseback. Of course, if Alexander really has a horse to ride in the future, a whole iron one will do. However, the iron had to be wrapped with something. Otherwise even Alexander would crack the tiger's mouth when he swung it. But now, to build a weapon like this, the Lord would definitely be reluctant to part with the iron it costs. Not bad. Very good. It seems that in a few days, everyone will be equipped with new things. After finishing, George encouraged everyone. He is indeed very satisfied, because even if compared with the equipment standards of other lords before, the current items in the shelter are completely up to standard. It can even be said to be above average. Anyway, the junk used by Johannes's former guards cannot be compared with the current equipment. Afterwards, George stayed in the blacksmith shop for a while, feeling a little excited in his heart. He gave random instructions on the work of the blacksmith shop, just when the old blacksmith had a dark look on his face, and others looked at him with very embarrassed expressions. George, the layman with a red face, coughed, found an excuse, and left with Alexander and the 2 vicious dogs. A patrol began in the territory. At this time, the residents had already returned one after another. There are no more people peeing everywhere, and the hut in Johannes that was not repaired that morning has now been repaired. It seems that what Martin and the others did at noon made everyone understand the rules. Some passers-by with red whip marks on their faces laughed and hid aside when they saw Martin and Jack holding whips behind their backs. But more importantly, I wanted to join in and talk about something. Before long, a large circle of people gathered around George, talking excitedly about something. They all said they saw the Holy Spirit protecting them. Seeing that the people were in good spirits, George simply stood on a big rock and started preaching to the believers before the meal, some of which he had completely adapted, and some of which were from the Holy Scriptures, about generosity, compassion, diligence and love, shing knowledge. Although these things are somewhat mythical, they are full of enlightenment knowledge and moral concepts. Just give these people the right medicine. In one story after another, some people seem to understand, but some people seem to have some understanding. Looking at the young, old, women and children standing or sitting around, George knew that it wouldn't be long before the first believer would appear. And George didn't know what was wrong with what he was telling. It seemed that even if he told it according to the normal process of preaching in the monastery, there were more and more blind believers. It shouldn't be. Why does it seem like the power of faith can't find its home? Shaking his head, George stopped thinking about it. He attributed the matter to the excessive stimulation he received in the morning. Praying and singing together before dinner had become the norm in the shelter. And the Lord, like everyone else, will eat very little because there is roasted wolf meat in the tavern. He has to free up some stomach. Looking at the people who were gradually singing in unison, George felt very happy in his heart. And divine grace has finally been achieved. Divine grace 137/267. Most of the people in the territory have begun to believe blindly. Dinner is the evening ceremony. During the evening ceremony, everyone will gather around the campfire and listen to the Lord talking about what is right and what is wrong. And he would also call some positive role models to come up to praise them and ask them to talk about their inner feelings. These people are the most staunch believers. And what they say is very inspiring. Let everyone know what is right. In addition, some negative examples will be called to make everyone think about what he did wrong and why it was wrong. Later, these negative examples will also give the correct answers under George's guidance. After such a comparison between pros and cons, the citizens were no longer confused as before when they just listened to the truth. And their enthusiasm has accelerated a lot. With such positive and negative examples, the moral values of the people will be established quickly. In addition, George also mentioned the matter of temperance and abstinence, while he talked about some principles for the people in the territory. For example, they should be responsible for their own offspring, using topics about illegitimate children to arouse the guilt of the people in the territory, so as to reduce the number of newborns. And in an environment of food shortage, they should also exercise moderation. Moreover, if you are unfaithful to your lover, you will be criticized by everyone and punished accordingly. Fewer births. He also secretly ordered Martin to give less food to those energetic guys in the future and let them do more work. Appropriate feelings of hunger and fatigue will also make people think less about those things. If there are too many pregnant women in the current territory, it will really be unbearable. At least you can't mess around on the street. Chapter 49 The Brightest Boy. After the evening ceremony, Alexander and others rested for a while in the tavern, while George stayed idle next to the fire pit. In the end, he reluctantly spent 100 prayer points to improve his inspiration. Inspiration LV2. You have finally begun to understand how to educate sentient beings, although you are a magic stick and your teachings are a bit crooked. The faithful people/believers have not worshipped the wrong god. Go ahead and give it a try. You have already been able to spin living people around. Now, maybe ghosts can also be fooled by you. Some other weak creatures may also be forcibly summoned by you. The next level up is 1,000 prayers. Okay, I do have some confidence now. After thinking about it, George reluctantly spent 50 points of grace and opened the mill. As he expected, after the mill was recaptured, the area in the southern suburbs was finally connected to the shelter. And the fog of more than 200 meters around the mill was also dispelled. The cultivated land shrouded in divine grace within the sanctuary has directly increased by a little more than 5 hectares. Nearly 80 acres. The current mill is officially included in the sanctuary and becomes part of the place of redemption. After observing, George was surprised to find that after the mill was recovered, there were many more functions on the scroll. I finally understood why a mill was specifically added to the shelter's mission. It turns out that in the shelter's identity, it is the manager of all fields. The current scroll can accurately show how much food can be harvested based on the number of fields currently covered by divine grace. What makes him even more excited is that now, he can also use the scroll to match different planting plans to see the grain output under various conditions. This really solves a big problem for me. You know, this guy was somewhat indifferent before, but now it's completely different. I didn't expect that growing potatoes would be much better than sweet potatoes now. Could it be because of the region? Or because it was relatively late? George scratched his hair and thought, I can't imagine what life would be like if I ate potatoes every day. My sweet potatoes? Originally, I wanted to eat something sweet. It seems that now we have to focus on growing potatoes, according to the display on the scroll, based on the climatic factors here. Unless he works for a month and a half in the morning, the seed-to-yield ratio of planting sweet potatoes will be pitifully low. In other words, the harvest will not be much more than the seeds. Fortunately, this guy didn't directly order the residents to plant all sweet potatoes before. Otherwise it would have been a joke. Even though those villagers lacked independent thinking, they knew much better than him about farming. It's just that their concept of farming is still at an extremely crude stage. Although I am not very clear about many detailed technical issues in agriculture, I still know what is wrong and what is right in terms of direction. So if it can be simulated through the scroll and combined with the experience of farmers, then it can definitely be turned into a practical solution. He held the scroll and studied it for a long time. At first, when he looked at the result of his matching, black lines appeared in his head, and he couldn't help but want to scold himself for being stupid and thinking about farming too simply. But with constant adjustments, his face finally relaxed. I never thought that 1 acre of land requires at least this many potato seeds to achieve the best harvest. But now the territory does not have so many seeds, so I need to adjust it carefully. I remember that fertilizer must be fermented. Otherwise there will be toxins. No wonder the yield in this simulation is not high. However, there is a lot of manure accumulated in the streets of the territory and near the territory. Although it is not as good as the fermentation effect of redding fertilizer, but this year it is still usable. It turns out that manure cannot be used directly. It would be better to mix some rotten plants and plant ash. And you can also add some more nutritious things. I've got my golden shit out. Hey. It seems that it is more appropriate to add this amount of fertilizer. Otherwise it will be counterproductive. Among all the fields currently included in this sanctuary, excluding those that are not suitable for farming, the cultivated area has reached 280 acres. George was full of excitement and simulated farming in each field according to his own ideas. But now, even though he was using the most suitable plan he came up with, when he saw the result, he couldn't help but stare. The harvest of more than 50 units of potatoes is more than 500 kilograms? The seed to harvest ratio is only 1 to 3 to 1 to 4? I remember that the yield of potatoes can be 3 to 4,000 kilograms. Although this is something I have heard before, and is not very standard. But this is too different. George felt a little depressed. Logically speaking, the fields in the shelter have been purified by divine grace. There is no corruption or pollution, and the yield will not be affected. And because it is within the scope of the sanctuary, the residents can take good care of it. The most important thing is that he has a gene geo law. This thing is twice as effective as manure plus plant ash. I'm afraid chemical fertilizers are not as powerful as it. After all, this is made of human fertilizer. He suddenly thought of a problem: potato virus. Potatoes in this era have not been detoxified, and farmers are often used to planting only one crop in a field. If potatoes and sweet potatoes are only cultivated on one piece of land, various viruses will be inherited. Without detoxification and seedling cultivation, the yield will never increase. I'm afraid there is no such time now. And he doesn't know much about how to detoxify. He remembers that manual detoxification shouldn't be that complicated. But there is no damn Baidu here. The yield of more than 500 kilograms is already the limit. And it is a figure obtained from the best land around. That land has never been planted with potatoes. If fertilizer is not used, the harvest will only be 2 to 300 kilograms. It is actually a bit late to plant potatoes now. As for the problem of low yield, there is another reason: the inability to cultivate deeply. He shook his head and thought, there is no cow and only one horse. It's all up to women to pull the plows. And the iron on the plowheads is rotten and might have to be replaced with stones. This kind of seed, which weighs 1 or 200 kilograms, can harvest more than 500 kilograms of autumn potatoes. In fact, it can be said that it's a miracle. It can only be this way. At my own level, this is already pretty good. Although I have studied mathematics, physics and chemistry, I have learned many things. But after work, all the energy was put on deceiving customers and developing business. And even the binary equations were almost forgotten. Even regarding gunpowder, a necessary knowledge for time travelers. If he didn't check it on Baidu, he would be a little unsure. It seems to be 1:3:6. But how to extract nitrate from urine? What about granular gunpowder? And according to what the old blacksmith said, although there are blunderbuss and gunpowder in this world, but the nitrate, carbon and sulfur in this world seem to contain some miscellaneous other elements. And only alchemists know the most appropriate treatment method. In something like the technology tree, I know the result but not the process. The future development of the technology tree will require some truly professional people in this world. Wizards are very powerful. Many magic alchemy products are like black technology. For example, the golem, the alchemy furnace, and the magic hub. The alchemy furnace in the temple is like a power station. And the magic hub obtained from the legendary wizard's holy land in the capital of Rodent is almost already involving the application of nuclear energy. It's just that all the alchemists spend their energy on how to turn stone into gold. Rodunk's magic hub is also used to create knight armor. But if I can bring together these scientists, wizards, in this world in the future and let them conduct systematic research and development on technology. Maybe the technologies of the two worlds can be combined together to develop what I really want. There may even be more surprises to come. Those scholars have spent their whole lives poring over books. They are the wisest people in the world. And they will definitely be able to help them research the things they want. Thinking of this, George gained confidence again. There is no need to rush in developing the technology tree just yet given the current situation faced by the territory. This matter is still too far away. The main task at present is to solve the problem of famine. These farmers just need to manage well and work well. Although the field output is not as high as modern times, it can still exceed that of this era. The food harvested from the autumn planting should be usable. He stared at the mill, scratched his chin, and thought in his mind. 700 kilograms of grain will be more than that after cooking. It's no problem to feed an adult man. Even if I want to, I can feed 3 people with 700 pounds. During the days when George was hungry, half a caddy of food every day made him feel very satisfied. 3 people weighing 700 kilograms can eat for a year, although they only get 6 or 7 taels of food every day. These 6 or 7 taels are dry food that has not been boiled in water. After making the bread, it weighed a pound, coupled with some vegetables and wild vegetable mushroom soup. The residents will almost have enough to eat. As for the villagers, a can of more than 10 kilograms of whole grains can sometimes feed a family of 3 for a month. So, even if potatoes from 1 acre of land can feed 1 person, 280 acres of land is completely enough. It seems that in addition to growing potatoes, I can also grow some crops such as cabbage, and buy some chicken food. I want to exchange all my money for other goodies. Those special merchants must have many good things. After scratching his head, he checked the estimated harvest for this year's autumn harvest. This morning when the leaders brought in their harvest, he was still a little bit in the dark. I really don't know how much food will be available after the autumn harvest. Although George had been mentally prepared, the display on the scroll still made him feel a little chilled. Judging from the 280 acres of land currently displayed, there are only about 4,000 measly units of food. It's not enough to use as a seed. 1 acre of land yields more than 140 kilograms? Damn locusts and corruption. There are a lot of sweet potatoes and potatoes in my land, and the harvest has been reduced by more than 10 times. George couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Judging from the urine nature, the people in a surviving city, like Yongfeng City, would probably have to eat gruel every day. He scratched his face and nervously zoomed in on the map, looking at the overall area of Johannes. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'm confused. The territory has more than 280 acres of land. In the past, Johannes, including the 3 villages near the castle and on the mountain, had a population of more than 180 households. I remember that in the past, each family was responsible for nearly 100 acres of farmland. Remove some grape fields that are not suitable for farming. The entire territory has more than 8,000 acres of arable farmland. Although most of the land was not planted after the disaster struck, a rough look showed that there were more than 1,000 acres of fields that could be harvested. The yield in areas further away from the castle may be worse. But after the autumn harvest, there should still be around 12,000 units of food. George touched his chin and estimated a more conservative number. It's almost realistic. Next, according to his thoughts, he planted all the 280 acres of land shrouded in divine grace into crops. The food cost for the seeds was almost 3,000 units. That's enough. Don't worry. After the autumn planting, there will still be 90,000 kilograms of grain left. 100 kilograms of wheat is enough to feed a person for 2 to 3 months. The more than 100 people who support the territory will be able to harvest autumn potatoes more than enough. He calculated that in addition to the 280 acres of field shrouded in divine grace, plus the rough planting outside the territory, the harvest from autumn planting could reach approximately 300,000 caddies. More than 100 people consume almost 50,000 kilograms of grain a year. With such a quantity, it is not a problem for more than 100 people to sustain it for 5 years. I'm the brightest kid in the entire valley. It's done. It's done. Now it's done. These fields must be taken care of. This is the future of the refuge. I can add a little more population now. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but look at the coal mine and iron mine. His eyes turned red. There are a lot of resources there, and as long as he has enough population and weapons, he can explore those 2 areas. Withdrawing his gaze, George knew that it was too early for him to visit these 2 areas. The most important thing now was to gather people from the surrounding villages together and find a way to survive the winter. Traveling merchants will provide him with part of the resources. And the money needed in exchange for them is in the wine cellars of the territory and the vineyards on the hillside. You have to know that many places now don't even have food to eat. But the nobles are still alive. Therefore, wine is a scarce product. And special merchants will definitely take it. And with the current situation, even if the price of food will skyrocket, the price of wine will never increase by much less than that of food. These wines are all money. In my diary, I brag about it all day long. The best wine in Rodenk is in the Pine Valley. And the best wine in the Pine Valley is in Johannes. Although it is a bit exaggerated, because the best wine is the countess's. But although Johannes does not have so many special fertile fields, the winemaking recipe is not bad. George believed that except for Johannes, no other territory had the conditions to produce wine. What's more, there are hundreds of barrels in this cellar. And they are all big barrels. Thanks to my dad, George couldn't help but burst into tears. This time, he didn't blame his father for not cleaning up all the wine and using it to store food. If the food grown in the fields is the foundation, then these wines are an important fuel for the future development of the territory. His father did leave him a lot of wealth. Chapter 50, Inspiring New Servants. In fact, at his father's time, the disaster was not so serious. There are many lords around who can exchange materials. Therefore, those wines with a far higher value than food will naturally be placed in better places. Moreover, there was a lot of food stored in the barns of the castle and the mill. But who knew that as the disaster worsened, the old baron gradually lost control of the people. Later, there were only people to eat, but no one to work. As a result, not only were the fortifications not built, but even the barn was no longer maintained. But the current shelter will never repeat this scene again. George felt that they not only wanted to make good food, but also make wine. After the autumn harvest and autumn planting, we must rush to harvest a wave of grapes. We must not let the vineyards on the mountains rot there. If you don't make new wine, those oak barrels will be wasted. Although I am a prodigal son, I have never studied the ancestral wine making secret recipe before. But in the castle study room, there are piles of books on the bookcase. It is basically all about wine making and growing. And my father's notes record his summary over the years and the brewing secrets passed down from his ancestors. The villagers used to make some fruit wine in the mountains. Although if they were allowed to make wine, it would definitely not be professional enough. But it's enough. Moreover, the best wines are made by women. And there are many women in Johannes now. Although the women here are very ugly, the customers of the traveling merchants don't know that. Anyway, I don't plan to drink anymore. George took a sip of wine and thought to himself. George put aside his thoughts and looked out the window. I found that no one was walking with a torch anymore. He estimated that it should be about 8 o'clock now. Most of the citizens were asleep. And in the display inside the fire pit, there were only 2 servants of the kingdom of heaven busy at the castle. There is also a tip above, can be transformed by divine grace. His grandmas. These 2 guys took it upon themselves to repair the territory. And this time, they even went to the castle. He quickly asked them to stop. And George was heartbroken and panicked. These materials and divine grace are not enough. So why bother? If you want to repair it, you must first repair the school grounds. He found that these servants of the kingdom of heaven seemed to have no time for leisure at all. As long as their hands were free, they would immediately do other work. And it seems that repairs are the first priority, followed by cleaning. Looking at the wasted wood and stone, George felt a little distressed. He quickly turned on the repair on the school ground and ignored the 20 points of divine grace consumption prompt. In this way, repairing the school grounds will become the first priority. Even if he forgets to ask the servants of heaven to rest, the servants of heaven will go to repair the school grounds first. Then he scratched in the fire pit again, and the 2 servants of heaven flew from the castle to the other side of the cemetery. The night watchman also came to the tavern. Before getting up, he took one last look at the monsters around the territory, about 50 of them. Subsequently, George issued a task to Alexander and Martin. You 2 will call up those militiamen later, Martin, and ask Sir Alexander to take 16 of you to patrol a few times at night. Don't do it too late. Let this new group of people see blood. Among Johannes's guards, not all, there must be some bad guy. After hearing what the Lord said, the servants screamed excitedly. Martin raised his eyebrows. He had already thought about the training plan for these newcomers. When the night watchman arrived at the tavern, the guards had just picked up their weapons and walked out of the tavern. The night watchman did not appear and passed these people. George looked at the night watchman standing at the door, greeted Lorna, who had not washed her hair, and told her to wash her hair with hot water and grill some meat. Then prepare some wine mixed with water. The waitress stared blankly at the door for a while. then nodded dully. Although this little girl is very obedient. She is just a little too dull. George looked at the dumb girl and walked out of the door with a look of helplessness. The food and wine are for the newcomers. And these soldiers who face danger should be rewarded. Of course. Forget about the silver fox and all that. The God's Calling mission compiled by George himself has ended. Even the old retainer's future rewards will now depend on the Lord's mood. After all, the work everyone does is so that everyone can survive together. And in these last days, if you drink wine, you are already enjoying great blessings. As for the 4 bad people among them, they wouldn't even have a chance to drink until they satisfied George. They had to eat porridge and plain water. After reaching the door, George took a breath of the cool night air. Then he looked towards the other side of the square. There were more than a dozen torches burning on the other end, and bursts of sneers and whip sounds came from the other side, as if Martin was training the newcomers. Those new recruits, who performed poorly during patrols during the day, have already made a mark in the minds of the old guards. And now they are used to scare the monkeys. After George watched for a while, he slowly heard excited cheers from the other side. Then the torches began to move, and the hymns gradually began to sound. At this time, he nodded with satisfaction. Martin is truly a talent. It has only been a while since I was able to use the tricks I used on him. No longer waiting and watching, George and the night watchman went to the blacksmith shop first and retrieved his mail. Looking at this brand new set of mail armor, George felt very satisfied. Not only those rusty iron rings have been replaced, the external canvas jersey is also very well done. Those canvases were painted with Johannes's tricolor stripes, as well as many mythological patterns about the god of protection, and looked very much like a low-end version of the night watchman's costume. This thing was specially ordered to be added by George in the afternoon. The blacksmith shop has not yet been transformed by divine grace, so it is just a sample. But the painting is very good. It's really good. The tuition is not in vain. This is definitely cool enough to wear. The only drawback is that these canvas materials are all patchwork. It doesn't look like much on the outside, but if you look inside, you will find many traces of sewing. In addition, the background color is also gray-black. But that's okay. The black one is stain-resistant. This set of full-body mail armor with a hood and gloves, coupled with a canvas shirt, directly increases the combat effectiveness by 3 points, which is 2 points more than the original set of broken mail armor. Zombies' attacks, bites, and even damage from wolf fangs can basically be ignored. The defense standard is increased by 3 points of combat power, which means that only an attack of the level of the new javelin can cause effective damage. As for the low-pound bows and arrows in the hands of the hunters, I am afraid that after shooting through the canvas, they will get stuck in the iron rings. However, if the lock ring were smaller, added rivets, and made double-layered using cold forging technology, it would be even more perfect. Patting the jingling ring on his body, George looked at the pattern on his chest and felt very vain and satisfied. He and the Night's Watch will be alone tonight. There are 3 locations in total where we want to go. They are all places where ghosts are active. When they came to the north side of the castle, George saw the first ghost and a small pile of zombies near it. The moment they turned around, the night watchmen spread their wings of light and roared away with bursts of hymns. That scene was like an angel descending to earth. Facing the surging zombies, the night watchman in midair did not wave his sword, but ignored them and directly crossed the group of corpses with his transparent body. Immediately afterwards, all the zombies that had come into contact with him fell to the ground with a bang and became motionless. A dozen zombies were wiped out in an instant, which was much quicker than George's punishment. The swarm of corpses only happened in the blink of an eye. Before the ghost in the air had time to react, he saw the cold night watchman slowly turning his head and staring at him. Immediately afterwards, the ghost saw the night watchman lifting the lantern in his hand. In the white light of the lantern, the ghost that was about to run away stayed stiffly in place. Its body began to tremble continuously, and even the white shadow was about to disperse. The heroic spirit seemed to have absolute suppression when dealing with the undead. After seeing such a scene, George touched his chin and basically understood the strength of the night watchman, exaggerated to the point of being scary. These 37 points of combat power are really not empty. They are much more powerful than my followers put together. And judging from the knights I've seen, I'm afraid only the church's knights can achieve this kind of efficiency in clearing zombies. Thinking of this, George nodded. He turned his gaze to the ghost in midair, opened his mouth slightly, and began his inspiration. The magic-infused speech caused a burst of chants to ring around, and the ghost actually fell to the ground and turned into a human form. Then he knelt down on the ground, shed tears, and started praying toward the sky. Then it suddenly disappeared, and a little blue firefly also floated into the scroll amid the light group. This scene made George feel a little strange. He opened the scroll and found that there was a special resident in the territory at this time, and the location of that resident was on his side just above the scroll. Looks like I'm on the right track. Since scavengers can become spirits of heaven after being transformed, then monsters like ghosts that can exist in the form of spirits are naturally more acceptable. But maybe because of the difference in strength, ghosts can only be transformed into servants of heaven. It's quite interesting to be able to go directly into the scroll. I don't know if it's because the scroll is related to the kingdom of God, or because the scroll is part of the shelter. Touching the scroll is touching the shelter. Well, one of the resident positions in the cemetery has been occupied. It seems that the scroll can accommodate ghosts. That is to say, it is calculated according to the cemetery. George touched his chin and continued to observe. He found that after successfully summoning this ghost, his summoning proficiency actually increased by 3 points. This is the first time. Well, it seems that the ghost that has been successfully influenced also has the power to pray. George felt that his guess was correct. After all, as an inspirer, he was the medium for the call to go to heaven. Therefore, when the medium came into contact with the pure power of faith of the cult, he would also absorb some of it and be improved. After coming back to his senses, George also saved the 3 zombies. After that, he took the heroic spirit to the west of the castle. When he returned from south of the mill, there were already 3 special residents on the scroll. However, the summoning proficiency added by the other 2 ghosts is only 1 point. At the door of the mill, there was a grinding sound.